Don't push my buttons.
Push the button. This is the intermission. People fall in.
I can't hear you. It's so loud.
State mandated. Alright, let's post on Instagram. I don't know how many people are going to be seeing it because I kind of went ham on the Instagram. I'm not sure if you saw. I'm not sure if you saw what I was doing on the Instagram. I kind of went nuts. Talking about migration and deportations, not talking to cops.
Well, if the stories get views, they'll prioritize it in people's feeds. So that's how it works.
Well,
if you post a lot of stories, they get a lot of views. That's how Instagram wants you to do it.
Yeah, okay. Well, I was going pretty hard because it's a bit like Libby. What I did and said, right? Because I took a picture of the Statue of Liberty. I'm like, give me a second, because somebody messaged me. They're like, message the page. They're like, unfollow if they came here legally. Like all the legal immigrants, they wouldn't have to worry. Not fair to the people who, like my grandparents who had to come to the country legally. The first thing they do is limit
legal immigration. They want illegal immigration.
Exactly. That's exactly what I said. So I'm like, give me 1 second, brother, is what I said to him. I'm like, I've got something for you, and many Americans need reminding of. Before 1, you claim to be Christians, and 2, you go down the path of fascism and scapegoating American and global issues to migrants fleeing hardship or simply wanting a better life. So I took a picture of the Statue of Liberty, and I took the Emma Lazarus poem, right? I just posted the whole thing. And put that over a picture of the Statue of Liberty. Kind of Libby. One dude was like, I'm not taking my opinion from a Zionist. I looked up when she was alive. Mid-1800s. Shut the fuck up. Like, yes, she might have been one of the first people to express the idea of a Jewish homeland. That doesn't connect her to Zionism.
An anarchist.
Yeah, like, what are you talking about? Like, yes, she suggested the Jews should probably have a homeland. This was 100 years before the Holocaust. Like, what? Anyway, I go, the key point, and this is what I wrote. Refugees coming by foot from South America are no different to those whiteys coming from Europe after they started another global war. These people aren't any more capable or less of crime. They're just like your white neighbors or your black neighbors or your European neighbors or your Hawaiian neighbors. To think of them in any other way is to live in an irrational unreality, not too dissimilar from the unreality that persists today, helping continue the anti-Semitic bullshit that spurred the Nazis that forced old whiteys to flee. Reassess yourself if you are scapegoating innocent people desperate to survive and have a life for their children in most cases. Go down to a refugee shelter and volunteer your time. Actually go and talk to these people. Go offline and touch some fucking grass, is what I said. I'm like, reconnect to your fellow man, you fucks. That's all. And I go, to summarize, it's pretty easy not to be a cunt. You don't even need to go out of your way. So why don't you try it? Try not being a cunt. It's pretty great. I know things slightly different than you are scary, but you're a big guy. You're a big boy. We believe in you. You might even get along with a migrant. Is what I was being super condescending. So it's like, these stories went off, and I don't know if they're going to see the post, but...
If they went off and they got views, they'll get views again.
Well, this is the thing. The other ones that I posted, they're only at 20.
And like I said, I
22
really
hours ago.
think the real meta is getting hate watchers.
I think you're right.
They'll
you're
continually
definitely right.
boost us. They'll continue argue and chat to make things more engaging.
Mm. You have to get some level of it for sure. What are we? Twitch. But I mean, for the most part, I'm not like that is generally my opinion. Is like that is what America is. Like America is the place that people want to come. So why would you make it harder for people to come there? I just don't understand. Like, don't you want the people who want to come to your country? Isn't that a good thing?
The thing is that they exploit people's racism to benefit themselves by making the industry more exploitive.
Yeah.
That's why Trump's rhetoric is so racist and focused on this. He knows exactly who these people are.
Mm-hmm. It's unfortunate. But what can you do? Hey, we are at 1.2 thousand subscribers now. Very nice. We don't get told when we get subscribers on YouTube.
It's because they don't matter.
Mm. Yeah, because fucking the videos don't go out to people anyway. It's fucking crazy. Like, it's wild that they've implemented algorithms which take precedent over your subscription feed.
TikTok.
Well, yeah, basically. I think that they should put MySpace back to what it was. That what's the type, like the code type it was?
HTML?
HTML was it?
I don't know.
I don't know, because there's a specific term for it. It's like pre-algorithm social media is what MySpace was. If we just went back to that,
Yeah,
and you were able to fully
didn't-
customize your page, that would be incredible.
That's the thing. It's just like the news feed from Facebook was instrumental. Like, I don't want to go back to not having a news feed. I like
True.
having a feed of content. See, because on MySpace, there was no content recommendations. You had to go to your friend's page to look.
That is true. Separate social media from news. Ground news is a good way to do that.
Kind of like Substack is trying to do. Like it's still social media, but it's like supposed to take all the journalist side of social media and make it its own thing.
I'm not opposed to it. Substack's really good. Once you actually figure out how it works, it's really good. And it's the micropaying thing, which I think is a better system overall anyway. Rather than paying a big corporation, you pay the writer themselves. Which is a way better way to do it. You also get to retain ownership, which is like half of the shit that we want to do. But we want to do it for the actual, like the media, the corporate press. And sort of implement it there, but it takes time. Every single one opens with the national anthem, a remembrance, another remembrance.
신형 극초음속 중장거리 탄도미사일
She's very excited.
시험 발사 진행.
Of course, she lives in North Korea.
조선민주주의
Oh my god, there's a movie in every single one as well.
인민공화국 미사일
Amazing.
종국은 1월 6일 신형 극초음속 중장거리 탄도미사일 시험 발사를 성공적으로
very pointy
진행했습니다. 현장에서 조선민주주의인민공화국
This might be
미사일
his
전국장
hypersonic. This might be the hypersonic missile. That looks like a glide vehicle, right?
장창하 대장과 국방과학연구기관 책임 일꾼들이 시험 발사를
Great
지도했습니다.
quality video.
조선노동당 총비서이시며
I have a
조선민주주의인민공화국
chair.
국무위원장이신 경애하는 김성은 동지께서 신형 극초음속 중장거리 탄도미사일 시험 발사를 화상 감시 체계로 참관하셨습니다. 새로운 전략무기 체계의 시험은 변화되는 지역의 안전 환경에 부합되게 잠재적인 적수들에 대한 전략적 억제의 지속성과 효과성을 제고해 나가기 위한 국방력 발전 계획 사업의 일환입니다. 신형 극초음속 미사일의 발동기 동체 제작에는 새로운 탄소 섬유 복합 재료가 사용되었으며 비행 및 유도 조종 체계에도 이미 축적된 기술들에 토대한 새로운 종합적이며 효과적인 방식이 도입됐습니다. 김성은 동지께서는 시험 발사 결과에 커다란 만족을 표시하시면서 새로운 무기 체계에 관하여 다음과 같이 피력하셨습니다. 이번 시험 발사는 현 시기 적대 세력들에 의하여 국가에 가해지는 각이한 안전 위협에 대처하여 우리가 극초음속 중장거리 탄도미사일과 같은 위력한 신형무기 체계들을 부단히 갱신해 나가고 있다는 것을 의심할 바 없이 증명하였다. 이러한 무기 체계를 보유한 나라는 세계적으로 몇 안 될 것이다. 신형 극초음속 미사일 개발의 기본 목적은 모든 군사 강국들의 지향적인 목적과 마찬가지로 우리도 전장의 판도를 바꾸는 수단, 즉 누구도 대응할 수 없는 무기 체계를 전략적 억제의 핵심 축에 세워 나라의 핵전쟁 억제력을 계속 고도화하자는 데 있다. 이것은 공격적인 구상과 행동인 것이 아니라 명백히 자체 방위를 위한 구상과 노력이다. 오늘의 시험 결과가 보여주는 바와 같이 예상한 전투적 성능을 완벽하게 갖춘 미사일 체계의 실효성이 확인되었다. 우리의 최신형 극초음속 중장거리 미사일 체계의 성능은 세계적 판도에서 무시할 수 없으며 그 어떤 조밀한 방어 장벽도 효과적으로 뚫고 상대에게 심대한 군사적 타격을 가할 수 있다.
Have you noticed the trend of the IDF trying to co-opt the YPJ?
Yes.
Very cool.
있다.
So like
이번 전략 무기 시험
you have to understand that from a certain lobbyist perspective, and I've said this even, is that America could have two Israels.
True.
Right, if they actually back the Kurds. So there's a certain perspective from lobbyists that are interested in furthering America's interest in the region who see Israel and Kurdistan as being a natural way to assert dominance in the area for American imperialism.
Yeah.
They may not think like that and view it as imperialism or things like that. There are probably these people that believe in the idea of democracy, you know, and like it's coming to terms with your own beliefs. They see this as furthering democracy and that being good for the general world. Very end of history type thinkers, right? And also Zionists.
Yeah.
So because of this, and also they're anti-Muslim. That's another faction that will be pro-Israel and pro-YPG.
Yeah.
And Rojava and stuff. And a lot of times, if they're Kurdish themselves, when you hear them saying pro-Israel shit, immediately you can identify them as a Barzani supporter.
을 통하여 우리는 전망적인 위협들에도 충분히 대처할 수 있는 무진장한 자체 국방 기술력의 잠재성과 발전 속도를 과시하였으며 자기의 합법적 이익을 수호하기 위해 우리가 무엇을 하고 있고 또 임의의 수단도 사용할 만반의 준비가 되어 있음을 족수들에게 똑똑히 보여주었다. 극초음속 미사일 체계는 국가의 안전에 영향을 줄 수 있는 태평양 지역의 임의의 족수들을 믿음직하게 견제하게 될 것이다. 우리는 결코 쉽지 않은 기술력을 획득하였다. 이것은 마땅히 자부해야 할 자위력 강화에서의 뚜렷한 성과이며 하나의 특대 사변이다. 신형 전략무기 체계의 성공적 개발에 기여한 모든 연구사들과 기술자, 군수공업 기업소의 노동자들에게 감사를 표한다. 평양시 교외 발사장에서 동북 방향으로 발사된 미사일의 극초음속 활공 비행 전투부는 음속의 12배에 달하는 속도로 1차 정점 고도 99.8km, 2차 정점 고도
Still yelling about the rockets. God damn it.
The rocket.
Oh my god.
We also are still in. I need to switch categories still.
That's your job.
I know, I'm working on it.
하기에 철부지 어린 마음에도 이 세상 모든 행복을 다 안겨주시는 경애하는 온수며
Ah, so gorgeous. Wow. What a sign.
아버지 원수님의 크나큰 사랑과 운종 속에 솟아난 배움의 터전. 여기가 바로 우리 최전년의 군인 자녀들이 공부하고 있는 새날혁명학원입니다. 아버지 원수님의 운종 속에 누나의 뒤를 따라 내가 여기 새날혁명학원에 입학한 지도 이제는 요로이가 흘렀습니다. 하지만 오늘도 선생님들과 동무들은 나를 장제도의 복동이, 장제도 소년이라고 종담아 부르곤 한답니다.
지금도
Oh, look,
아버지
Hitler Youth.
원수님의 크나큰 사랑과 배려 속에 학원에 입학하던 때를 잊을 수 없습니다. 입학하는 날 학원의 많은 선생님들과 형님 누나들이 저주마다 꽃보라를 부려주고 꽃다발을 안겨주면서 아버지 원수님의 품에 안겼던 나의 손을 한번 잡아보자 했습니다. 학원의 많은 선생님들과 형님 누나들의 이선조선에 이끌려 학원에 들었었는데 처음 집을 떠나는데도 학원이 전혀 낯설지 않았습니다. 학원이 장제도의 우리 집 드락처럼 생각되었고 선생님들과 형님 누나들이 친부모, 친형제처럼 느껴졌습니다. 학원에서 한 해 뒤에 생활하면서야 저는 아버지 원수님께서 우리 혁명학원 문화들을 위하여 얼마나 크나큰 사랑과 배려를 덜려주신가 하는 것을 더 잘 알게 되었습니다.
우리 장제도에 처음으로 찾아오셨던 그날 아버지 원수님께서는 장제도의 군간 자녀들을 아버지의 뒤를 이어 사회주의 조국을 한 목숨 바쳐 지키는
Nice hat,
결렬한
nerd.
애국자 혁명가로 옥색에 키워야 한다고 하셨다고 합니다.
Alright, what do we want for
아버지 원수님의 그 사랑과 운동
tags?
North Korea. Australia Day. Africa. And some stuff. I need to post on the Discord.
Can't just do war as a tag.
Done later?
No, I can do Warzone. Like the game.
Why not?
Alright. Call of Duty. I mean, hey, if there was one game that might be able to get people interested in politics that we
True.
could co-opt.
True. I could play Call of Duty as well.
Like I said, that's a good one for any off day where you're hanging out because it's popular already.
Just to play it.
Yeah. Warzone. There we go. I put in Warzone. Do you want me to put Call of Duty as well?
Sure, why not?
Okay, Call of Duty is also in there.
But Revy told me to join this this other server, and I look in the first conversation that I go into, and I scroll up. It's Revy arguing with somebody, and I scroll up, and they're like, oh, wait, where is it? Hold on, I'll just get there from my thing. They go, I'm definitely EU because I said Hamas is not actually Zog conspiracy or whatever you believe. And I'm like, cool. Great. That's what we're doing now. Very cool. Great.
종은 장제도의 우리들만이 아닌 최전년의 모든 군인 자녀들에게 안겨주시는 친아버지의 따뜻한 사랑이었습니다.
위대한 수령님께서 몸소 세워주시고 위대한 장군님이 세심한 보살피심 속에 자랑 떨쳐온 우리 새날혁명학원에 오늘은 우리의 경애하는 최고 사령관님께서 주실 수 있는 모든 사랑과 운종을 다 돌려주고
Or do you have to pay for that?
Background of what? Restream.
The stream.
I don't know. Try it.
Because I found a picture that's like obviously just so us.
No, it needs an upgrade.
Oh my goodness.
계십니다. 경애하는 최고 사령관 동지께서는 오송산과 철룡, 장제도와 무도를 비롯한 최전년 군관의 자녀들이 우리 새날혁명학원에서 아무런 근심 걱정 없이 마음껏 배우며 자랄 수 있게 원아들의 학습과 생활이 필요.
Okay, so just imagine this as a template for our new like logo type, you know, we're streaming thing.
Yes. Yes. That's funny. That's perfect.
We can do the 5th gen logo as his door. Or the stars. Or the flower.
Yeah.
Clouds? They're clouds.
Yeah. Yes, they are clouds. That could work. Works for me. Oh my god.
모든 것을 최우선적으로 보장해 주도록 운종 깊은 온갖 조치를 고루 취해주고 계십니다. 하기에 오늘 우리 원아들은 모든 교육 조건과 환경이 급준하게 갖추어진 이 배움의 터전에서 자기의 재능과 희망을 마음껏 꼽히며 혁명의 제자로 옥세게 자라나고 있습니다.
선생님들은 늘 이야기하곤 합니다. 아버지 원수님의 마음속 촛자리에는 언제나 최전년을 지켜선 우리 아버지 어머니들, 우리 최전년 군인 자녀들이 있다고. 그리고 언제나 우리들을 품에 안아 따뜻이 보살펴주시는 아버지 원수님의 하늘같은 사랑과 운종에 꼭 보답해야 한다고. 그래서 우리는 열심히 배우고 몸도 마음도 더 튼튼히 단련해가고 있답니다. 무도의 용어기도 그리고 철룡의 금혁이 원래도의 철진이야 초도의 남순이도 모두가 10점 최어동생들이랍니다. 정말이지 우리 원아들을 위해서라면 하늘의 별도 따다주시는 아버지 원수님의 사랑 속에 몸도 마음도 부쩍부쩍 자라는 우리들입니다.
Different perspectives.
There's no fucking way. I'm just reading through this conversation and they're a sadists, right? That's the first thing. I'm like,
cool.
Awesome. Great. fucking great server you've told me to get into to share the fucking stream, dude. That'll work. Let's get more Asadis in the chat. But they're just like, I live in Saudi Arabia. Like, a Saudi Asadis? Is that a rare thing? I feel like it wouldn't be. I feel like they kind of like Assad.
I don't care.
You don't care? Fair enough.
No.
나날이 커만가는 아버지 원수님의 그 사랑과 온종엔 정말 끝이 없었습니다.
Why is it so hard for me to just open Twitch
2023년 1월
on my
1일
computer?
꿈만 같은 행복의 시각이 또다시 우리들에게 찾아왔습니다. 이날 경리하는 아버지 김종훈 원수님께서는 조선소년단 제9차대에 참가한 우리 소년단 대표들과 함께 사랑의 기념사진을 찍어주시었습니다. 그날 나는 아버지 원수님을 영원히 충성으로 모시겠다를 우리 최전년 군인 자녀들의 마음, 아니 온 나라 전체 소년단원들의 마음을 담아 아버지 원수님께 삼가 붉은 넥타이를 베어드리는 최상의 영광을 지니게 되었습니다.
Like, maximum social credit to the girl in the middle.
I think I'm all good. I've done all the promo stuff.
아니, 온 나라 전체
I'm ready for
소년단원들의
news.
마음을 담아 아버지 원수님께 삼가
People
붉은
haven't filtered
넥타이를
in yet. Little boy on the
cares?
right.
베어드리는
Minimum
They haven't
social
filtered
credit.
in because we're watching North Korean news.
Yeah, people want to see North Korea.
No, they don't.
Musical sing-along. You want sing-alongs? Yeah,
No.
some news.
Can we get to the real news?
North Korea's real.
No, it's not.
North Korea's more impactful and important than Australia.
Let's if we want to talk about North Korea, let's talk about the real North Korea. Eritrea.
I mean, we can jump straight to Africa if you want. I was gonna go.
Yeah,
into China.
let's see that Eritrea video.
Okay, well let's.
I bet it's real stupid.
Considering that we're on North Korea, we'll do this North Korea story, and then
We're always on
jump
North
to
Korea.
Africa.
North Korean soldiers were captured alive. It was a victory of sorts for Ukraine. Videos released by Ukraine's military have shown the men being questioned with help from South Korean intelligence. One of them said he thought he was going for training, not a war, and that initially he didn't know who he was fighting. The North Koreans are providing a rare glimpse into Russian forces in Kursk, where U.S. officials say some 12,000 North Korean troops are taking heavy losses. But for Ukraine, the prisoners are also crucial evidence that could expose Kim Jong-un's role in an expanding war. Ri Sung-hyun knows how Kim's army thinks. He was one of them until 2019, when he ran across the demilitarized zone to freedom in South Korea.
Honestly, it's not easy to capture North Korean soldier.
Why is it not easy?
Before captured, they suicide themselves. They training like that.
Rui said all recruits learn a song about saving their last bullet for themselves. This is how most of us usually see North Korea's secretive military, marching in parades with ballistic missiles or showing off.
All right, look, North Korean flag, one of the best flags. By far, one of the best flags in the world.
Skills in propaganda videos.
Fuck yeah.
Yet interviews with several former North Korean soldiers revealed that one of the largest standing armies lacks much training in modern warfare.
I only fired 3 bullets per year. When I moved to a special force, we do had more than 20 bullets.
So how committed would these North Korean soldiers be to fighting for Russia?
There's no voluntary option whether you go or not. It's a military order.
Lee Chul-yun was a military intelligence officer who swam 6 hours to escape the north.
Swam?
Soldiers, he says, worked mostly at farming and construction. The main enemy was hunger.
풀도 먹고 감자도 먹고.
Grass, potatoes, even tree bark, he says.
You ate tree bark.
제일 어처구니
In
없는 건
North
굶어 죽는
Korea,
거죠.
starving is the most common cause of death, he says. For soldiers, deploying to Russia would at least mean better food. In return for troops and weapons, Kim's bargain with Vladimir Putin gives him Russian technical help to advance his weapons program. Kim also gets cash, about $2,000 per soldier, according to South Korean intelligence.
Every penny will be delivered to Kim Jong-un's desk.
U.S. officials are warning that North Korean forces are also gaining combat experience and the prestige that comes with it.
이런 명예의 욕뿐이지.
It's this sense of honor rather than allegiance to Kim Jong-un that motivates them, says An Chanil, among the first military defectors over 40 years ago. He says this generation of soldiers is more aware of a world beyond North Korea and would look for any way to leave the confines of life there.
Most of people has their own idea, but brainwashing, delete everything, make a white paper, and then they put their thinking.
Ukraine says Russia has provided uniforms and forged military IDs, and that videos show North Koreans trying to outrun attack drones. In the interrogation videos widely shared by Ukraine's military, one of the captives, his jaw bandaged, talked about his family. The other admitted his mother had no idea where he was. President Volodymyr Zelensky has made an offer to Kim Jong-un to swap his soldiers for Ukrainian prisoners in Russia. So far, Kim has yet to even acknowledge his forces' existence there, even as casualties mount and the war grinds on. Janice Mackey-Freyer, NBC News, Seoul.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated.
The worst.
Well, Rania, I just wanted to raise...
We've got two, by the way. There's two.
Something real quick before we go, because I think, as you know, we've been talking in the past couple of shows, we got the incoming Trump administration next Monday, January 20th. He will be inaugurated. A lot of people wondering what he's going to do from a foreign policy perspective. You know, Africa is kind of a black hole in terms of what Trump may do. And, you know, I think some people consider that to be good. Like, they think Trump won't really do that much there. But you can see that many of the worst actors on African issues are now lobbying the Trump administration to take certain actions. And you know, we've done a lot on this show to cover Eritrea. We traveled there together. I've traveled there several times myself. We've reported on it. So I just want to note, even though, you know, it's a small country in Africa, people don't think a lot about it. But a guy named Michael Rubin, who's sort of a high up kind of guy in the think tank diplomatic government world, now he works at the American Enterprise Institute, published an article, I think about a week and a half ago, calling on the Trump administration to carry out regime change in Eritrea, saying now is the time. And anyone who follows Eritrea, you know, or honestly any country where there's regime change, same basic story. It's evil, it's a dictatorship, there's all these bad things, and now is the great opportunity for America to bring freedom
Mali,
and democracy
right, guys?
to Eritrea. So this is actually a long-running issue. Eritrea is under sanctions.
Throwing off their imperial shackles. Those were good, right? Burkina Faso, Mali, Niger. Those were good regime change.
It's been under sanctions. There's consistent sort of calls from people like Michael Rubin, but in a context where, you know, you may have a kind of tabula rasa type situation in the Trump administration, you know, I think it can be particularly dangerous because these things can kind of sneak in, if you will, if there's not necessarily awareness of what's going on. And I want to raise it for a couple of reasons that I think are very important for people to recognize why this is a bad idea. I mean, first and foremost, we're talking about Eritrea, which is in the Horn of Africa, which is already one of the parts of the world that is the most war-torn. I mean, Sudan, which we talked about earlier on this show, Ethiopia, which has numerous running conflicts, Somalia, which has numerous running conflicts, you know, an area of the world where people have been intensely suffering due to many different wars, interventions, sanctions, most of which have their roots, by the way, in sort of imperial policy to shape and control the Horn of Africa because it's so geostrategically important. It sits right there in the Suez Canal, on the Red Sea, the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, the Indian Ocean. And so going well back into the, you know, the 1800s, this has been one of the main areas for imperialists to try to control, and it often destabilized. So Eritrea is essentially the only country in the region that has any stability whatsoever. I mean, it's very stable, actually. It's the only stable country that's not really being racked by a war right now, a civil war, a really bad one in many different cases. And undoubtedly, any attempt at regime change in Eritrea would destabilize that country, because this is a country that, like many countries that are targeted for regime change, whatever critiques people have, there are many people who support the current government and undoubtedly would stand up and push back against regime change, which means the country would be torn apart. So a region that is already suffering, unimaginable horrors from destabilization.
Government.
Yeah, not a single person, no.
It's a horrific place to live.
And sanctions, different regime change efforts that have existed would be sunk even deeper into the mire, and the people of Eritrea and the surrounding countries could only suffer any more. So in the same way we look at Iraq, in the same way we look at Libya, in the same way we look at all of these different countries, this effort in general, just beyond anything else, to try to ask for and push for regime change in Eritrea by elements that are, in the Republican Party, so they feel like they can influence Trump, is very, very dangerous for African people in the Horn of Africa. And then one other thing I want to just note about this, or two other things, quickly. One is the rationale for this. And as you know, Rania, very well, there's always this intense targeting. But when you really look at Eritrea and compare it to other countries in Africa, and I think that's the most important thing from a contextual point of view, and you look at also the countries that are U.S. allies, you really start to ask some questions about why this is a country that's being targeted. I mean, for instance, Kenya, one of the #1 allies of the United States. Ruto was here. They're a major non-NATO ally now. They're getting weapons. They're getting money. They're sort of fronting the U.S. occupation in Haiti, all of these different things. Well, Eritrea has a higher life expectancy than Kenya. And life expectancy, of course, is heavily associated with access to public health resources, many different other things. But it's a #1 indicator, or one of the main indicators of overall quality of life, and certainly of income inequality. So Eritrea, higher life expectancy than Kenya. You don't hear Michael Rubin or any of these other people saying, let's have regime change in Kenya. In fact, they're talking about getting closer with Kenya. Eritrea has a child mortality rate that is lower, or better, you should say, than Uganda. Also close U.S. ally. A little bit more on the rocks, but you don't hear anyone saying, let's overthrow Uganda. It has a higher literacy rate than Zambia or Rwanda. So that means that they're teaching more people to read than those two countries, which are two of the closest allies to the United States. Zambia now is becoming a base. They're moving U.S. military people there. They even have the Venezuelan opposition trying to set up a school for regime change around the world in Zambia. Rwanda, of course, everyone knows, and quite frankly, not that I'm any big fan of the liberal Western school.
Are we really crying if Eritrea's regime is toppled? Who gives a fuck? Seriously, how long has this fuckwit been in charge? Since 93. He's been in office 32 years.
Also, it's to do all this defense in Eritrea instead of just laughing at the suggestion that a regime change will take place there.
Yeah.
Like, as far as their country data, most, indexes and surveys won't even plot them because there's no data that's actually valid. There's nothing there. There's no access.
Yeah.
It's like trying to say North Korea has literacy anything. We don't know what the literacy rate in North Korea is. Are you fucking crazy? But
for regime change around the world.
A few of the countries he said, Uganda. Uganda is also horrific. I wouldn't be surprised if Eritrea had better literacy rates. Mainly because if you're poor, you die or you go to Yemen.
In Zambia, Rwanda, of course, everyone knows, and quite frankly, not that I'm any big fan of the liberal Western style democracy, but if you're going to be writing articles talking about Eritrea doesn't have democracy, I don't know how you can then say Rwanda is a good friend. So again, you have countries like Kenya, Zambia, Rwanda, very close. You know, Namibia, and this is no shade on Namibia. No shade on them at all, but just to note, they got their independence at roughly the same time as Eritrea. In Eritrea, 80% of people live within 2 hours of walking of a healthcare facility, 76% in Namibia. So obviously, that's a sign. Namibia has not been under sanctions, you know, in many ways, a more favorable economic environment. And again, that's not to shade them whatsoever. It's a very difficult situation for all African countries. But again, Eritrea doing better. So that's what you don't hear. You don't hear that they have a higher life expectancy than Kenya, higher literacy than Zambia and Rwanda, that they actually have a better access to healthcare than a country like Namibia, that they're above the sub-Saharan African average.
Namibia? Look, man.
Again, stats don't matter.
No.
For any of this. This is like, anytime, this is another thing.
It's like
people
believing
start citing
China's
different stats. They don't necessarily like reflect. Like, it's just like how indexes can't reflect what exactly happens on the ground.
In terms of rural access to electricity. You don't hear any of those things. So why is it that now people are saying, let's have regime change in Eritrea? Well, I think you can answer that question very easily. Eritrea does not sign up to the broader U.S. agenda in the region and around the world. So, I mean, they were sanctioned for standing up against the balkanization of Somalia in the early 2000s. They were sanctioned by the United Nations, basically for saying that Somalia should not be broken apart, destroyed, and thrown into civil war. When there was a regime change operation in Ethiopia to reinstall the TPLF, which was the U.S. proxy in the region, Eritrea stepped up and they opposed that as well. In the context of what we've even been seeing happen in Palestine. I mean, they have been outspoken at all international forums on that issue and always voted in favor of all the UN resolutions around Palestine and Gaza and things that have been going forward. It's a country that fiercely values its independence and that consistently argues that the future of the Horn of Africa should be for the people of the Horn of Africa, the future of Africa should be for the people of Africa, and that these outside imperial actors, you know, should not be able to determine things. Now, it doesn't mean they don't say they want relations with anyone who's open to have relations, but that other countries shouldn't be dictating to Africa the way they have for 500 years. And of course, that is the worst possible thing. And every country that says that is aggressively targeted. We've seen it in Zimbabwe. We're seeing it now in the Sahel. And that's what's really happening, you know, in Eritrea. And I think it's important for people to look at, and this is where I'll close, Rania, because the other big push that's happening from a lot of folks in the sort of right-wing sphere.
I love this.
I wonder
lower
what the connected...
third.
Yeah.
The Eritrea you don't know. Is that supposed to imply there's an Eritrea we do know? There's no access to anything in the country.
Yeah, what are your sources? Government? It's like believing China's numbers. Oh, China reduced poverty by 80%. Literally, we raised 1 billion people out of poverty. No, you're wealthy, gained a lot of money, and it
like,
disproportionately balanced out the money. Like, what do you mean?
Eritrea is anti-imperialist because those things would come in and let access into their country. Of course they don't like anyone but themselves. But also, don't forget, Eritrea helped Ethiopia do the fucking Tigrayan genocide.
Sure did. And we have episodes on that. Was it 6 and 7? Episodes 6 and 7, like the least watched episodes on YouTube. What the fuck? Go and watch that shit. Tells you everything.
Who follow Africa is to push the Trump administration to recognize Somaliland, which is a region of Somalia that is sort of trying to set itself up as an independent country. And just so you know, Rania, the thing that Somaliland officials are now saying about why the U.S. should recognize them is because they'll put a U.S. military base in Somaliland. And that will allow the U.S. to have greater control over the Bab el-Mandeb Strait.
Hey, idiot.
Hey,
do you know where Djibouti is?
That's what I was just about to say. A base right next to their base?
Like, what are you fucking talking about?
Also,
Even if
you
they
wanna
did.
Know why Somaliland would want a base there?
Probably because Somalia would try and violently reclaim it, I would imagine.
Exactly.
Just
helps them
a
with
thought.
legitimacy. And
Yeah.
so like the fact that he's not pro Somaliland is funny because Somalia is a fucking agent of the US.
Yeah.
They love us.
Mm-hmm.
The government.
Yeah, the government, yeah. Not so much the people who shoot RPGs at Black Hawks.
Well, I mean that was a long time ago.
No, I know. Who's there? What's the group there?
Al-Shabaab.
Al-Shabaab, yeah. Bomb maker guy, right?
Yeah.
Yes. But yeah, Djibouti is here. They don't need a base, my guy. They're literally bases right next to the smallest possible gap in the what was it? The Bab el-Mandeb Strait, whatever the fuck they called it. Look at how small this area is. You think the US military hasn't got this shit covered? Come on. Yemen is able to blockade this area. It's that small. The only reason that they would have a base there is, as John said, legitimacy. That's it. Legitimacy and defense. Because who else are they going to go to? Russia? Russia will fuck them over. China? China doesn't do that yet.
They don't have good relations with China because they recognize Taiwan.
Seriously?
Yes.
Amazing. Alright, we need to recognize Somaliland now.
So Somaliland, obviously, they see a similar position of themselves in Taiwan. So
Yeah.
they like anyone who's like trying to push for autonomous zones, Somaliland supports.
Interesting. Okay. That's cool. And no.
More recognition of Taiwan.
Yeah. They are in support of it. Interesting.
Helps Somaliland.
Yes. Yes, it would. That makes sense.
Also, Somaliland is technically the most democratic country in Africa. Maybe
Interesting.
if you want to, also you could say they're maybe the most democratic country in MENA.
Interesting. Would you classify them in that?
Lebanon is probably a little more democratic.
I wouldn't classify them in that area. They're in the Horn.
Yes, but if you look at like Yemen being right there, they're kind of close enough to MENA.
Yeah, but it's like I thought it was Morocco, Algeria, Libya, Egypt.
That's why I said if you want to classify them, but they are a Muslim country. So sometimes Somalia is recognized in that region because it has more in common with the Muslim world than it does with Africa in these regards.
Interesting. Okay. Interesting. So just out of like instinctually, I wouldn't. But I see the argument for it. We should probably change the live thing to the actual date, I reckon. That one.
Let me see what our globalist source says. Yes, Somaliland. Let's see.
No, we don't understand Chinese.
They
that
have
was
a better
Korean.
democracy score than Lebanon. But Tanzania has a higher score than them.
Oh, really?
Kuwait has a decent democracy score as well. You wouldn't think that, would you?
No. Books to understand what? Eritrea?
North Korea.
Yeah.
That's what he was talking. It was when we were watching North Korea when he wrote
Okay.
that.
Yes. Where are we? Yeah.
Over the Red Sea to be able to have a base to attack Yemen, and that the U.S. base should move from Djibouti to Somaliland because you can't trust Djibouti because they also got a Chinese base there.
No, nobody's saying this. Nobody gave a fuck when China put a base there.
There's probably a few neocon lobbyists who are saying
yeah,
this.
but who? At this point, Why do we give a fuck what neocons have to say? Like, literally, anytime I'm in a room with a neocon, I swear to God, if they start talking like they're an authority, I'm just going to tell them to shut the fuck up. I'm going to be like, excuse me, can you shut the fuck up? We are 30 years past this. We need somebody who isn't a dinosaur. Shut the fuck up. Oh, we need to put a military base and set up the government so they are pro us. No, shut the fuck up. Don't do that. Ever. Ever again. Stop. Just end it. Stop. Just give up. Stop it. It's really not that hard. You don't need to mobilize the fucking military at every opportunity. You just don't.
So Somaliland, which also is one of the few countries that still recognizes Taiwan as the ruler of all China, yep, that's right, they do, is saying, yes, please set up a military base here. We'll be so pro-US and so pro-UK, and they've got a big lobby of people in the US and the UK, but that undoubtedly will only deepen the conflict in Somalia. Somali people in many other parts of the country are fiercely opposed to this dismemberment. So you've got this push coming from people to say, let's do regime change in Eritrea, let's recognize Somaliland in the Trump administration, and all of it is of one piece, to try to make sure that the broader Horn of Africa, Red Sea, Nile Basin area, it remains within the control of imperial dictates, that any country that is standing up to that is weakened, and that the area is balkanized and racked in war, which they're not that concerned about. They're happy for these places to be racked in war, because ultimately, to the extent they start to come together, it can really shift the balance of power on a world scale. The same thing in many other parts of the region. You see that divide and conquer is the way they want to rule. So, Eritrea is a small country that not a lot of people hear about, but I think, it's important to note some of these things, because if it's not brought out into the light of the day, that's how these policies, can sort of sneak up, and it will be devastating for the entire region of the Horn of Africa for these types of moves, like a regime change push. And I think anyone who cares about not having more wars and more destruction in Africa,
don't know about Africa.
Really should raise their voice on this.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
It's the most obscure country in the world.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, who the fuck knows what Eritrea is? There's so many countries in Africa that are just like, what country? Like, let's just go.
Like, the reason why I'm so familiar with Eritrea is because I know it's the worst country in the world.
Like, if I was to, like, you're gonna know, but do you reckon if I was to ask anybody, what is Eswatini? Do you think they would be able to tell me? Probably not, right? I'm pretty sure they're, like, all white enclaves in South Africa.
No, because doesn't Eswatini have a king? It's one of the monarchies that are left.
Yes, Swaziland is what it was. Oh no, okay, so this isn't what I was thinking. This is the one that's basically an entire economy on game hunting. I'm pretty sure. One of these, and then there's Lesotho, which is the other one in South Africa. Landlocked, encircled, yeah, kingdoms, yes. What a gorgeous country. Crazy. It's an insane waterfall. Look at that shit.
Yeah, cool flag too.
Like, how can that be maintained? I don't understand how you can have such volumes of water fall over a cliff and have it be maintained.
Mount Tan.
Like, there has to be so much rain or snowfall.
Mount Tan.
Crazy. But yeah, like, all of these countries, and there's a few other ones. A few other little ones throughout Africa, like, see, Rwanda and Burundi, right? Most people wouldn't know Burundi is right next to it.
Some days the waterfall doesn't flow. What about Niagara Falls? Did they ever shut off?
Do they shut the pipe off? It's frozen before, hasn't it? You're the one that lives near it. Or maybe it's...
And?
What are these fucking countries? What the fuck? Surname. All these island nations here, right? These ones. I never knew about any of these ones. I didn't know where the fuck they were. Any like that. Until we started talking about Haiti. I didn't realize that Puerto Rico was so far away from America. And the British Virgin Islands are here. Guadalupe. Like the Grenadines, Barbados, Trinidad, Tobago. I didn't know that they were down there. Tobago? How about Toboggan? How do you say that? Just Trinidad. What do you call people from Trinidad? You know, like Americans, Australians, what do you call them? Toboggans? That's what they should be called. It's always interesting looking at
Rihanna.
At maps. Rihanna.
What we've done about Eritrea here at Breakthrough News. I know for some people, they don't like what we have to say.
So are they Caribbean or are they Hispanic? Because they're right at the tip of Venezuela.
Those are all Caribbean countries. If it's an island, it's Caribbean.
Okay, interesting.
If it's not an island, it's not Caribbean.
Aruba. Is Aruba an independent country or is it a part of
Couldn't tell
something? Curacao. Huh. Interesting. Aruba.
Say, but I think ultimately it's an important perspective to understand African countries, development in African nations, and what possibly can come and what we will hopefully see come for Africa here in the rest of this century, which is real self-determination and liberation.
U.S. seeking Eritrea regime
sorry for that.
change? Motherfucker, everyone. The question is it possible? No.
No.
Like, if the opportunity presented itself, sure. But it won't.
No, I mean, I think that's really... No, I think it's really...
that the Trump admin wants to fucking do a coup in North Korea. No shit. Every
So does
American
everyone else.
admin does.
Yeah, having North Korea away from China is crucial for them.
Important. I think people need to take very seriously this neoconservative attitude about the world, which really at this point exists in both parties. But you know, the neocons, they always make a comeback, and they have this good and evil view of the world that doesn't actually have any basis in reality in terms, because there's no such thing as good and evil. Like that's just a very black and white view of the world, but it's a very convenient view of the world that literally just places any country in the category of evil for showing any defiance whatsoever to U.S. dictates. That's it. That's all it is. All of this talk about human rights, like, God, the propaganda is so real on that issue, but it's not, the U.S. does not care. Certainly neoconservatives do not care. And when they're talking about overthrowing governments and collapsing states, that is a very violent act. It kills hundreds of thousands to millions of people to do something like that. So anybody professing to want to do that in the name of human rights is full of BS. And it's a scary prospect because these sorts of people, they have ears of the powerful. They have a say in both sides or both parties that control U.S. empire. And I just want to point out to kind of in the...
What kind of fresh fucking hell did you put me in on that goddamn server? What the fuck?
Why did you listen to them?
You know, pattern of what you're talking about with Eritrea. There's an article by Brett Stevens at the New York Times.
Why are they saying it so weirdly? They're dumb. They're dumb as fuck. Legit, straight up, just like, oh, we're a sardist. That's cool. Like, oh, cool.
Times from yesterday, literally the title is "Depose Maduro."
Brother, he lost. Yes. Maduro should be removed by the Venezuelan people with force if required.
And the whole article is about how the, Donald Trump administration should make one of their priorities the overthrow of Nicolas Maduro, the recently reelected president of Venezuela. And he says through coercive diplomacy, if possible.
No, just give them guns. Literally, just airdrop them AKs. Who gives a shit? Just be like, fuck it. Deal with it yourself. Airdrop AKs. Just fuck it. Fuck that guy.
Possible or force.
Yeah, enough guns, somebody will take that shot. Problem solved.
Yeah, Rhonda here.
Rhonda, yeah.
Yeah, she was like, "There's no such thing as good and evil." In some contexts, like, okay. So, what you're saying is, sometimes a Hitlerite can be good.
Just like a shotgun blast. Just guns for everybody. Airdrops for everyone. Ammo drops for everyone. Liberate yourselves. We're done. Enjoy. Here's some of our hundreds of millions of firearms that we have.
If necessary. I mean, these people
gun buybacks for Venezuela.
Are the arrogance, the mafia-like arrogance of these people is so extreme. They live in such a delusional fantasy world where they think they can just pick off entire countries full of millions of people. If they don't.
Who's picking off countries? I'm just talking about killing Maduro because that guy's a fuckwit and stole the election. Clearly coerced and stole the election to retain power because he knew he was going to lose. Like, it's so funny watching people who are anti-imperialist defend people, one, who just threatened to invade a neighboring country, literally imperialism, over oil, I believe it was.
What murder?
I think it was, right? Guyana?
What murder?
It was over oil, yes?
It's complicated.
It's complicated?
It's over land.
Okay.
It's a border war where imperialist hangouts exist and shit.
Well, still, my point still stands. It's not over oil, but it's over imperialism.
You want to know
still
something
imperialism.
crazy about the area that Venezuela wants to claim? If you go and look at it, hopefully I'll be proven right here. But if you go look at it on Google Earth, it's lower quality images because of how uninhabited and unexplored the region is that they're talking about. Yeah, between Venezuela and Guyana, I think, or is that what the country is that's next?
Yeah, Guyana.
Yeah, in that border region, it's like lower quality.
We'll see. It seems like all mountains.
Yeah.
Really green? It's really green.
Yeah. Does that look explored to you?
No, it does not.
So this is, there's certain things that I think are just silly. Like, fighting over this region for what? Who's going to stop you from doing something there already? You want land there? Just go take it. Who's going to stop you? Like, that is a fucking dense, mountainous rainforest.
This seems to be all mountain. Man. Look at that.
You want to see one of my favorite things that sometimes happens in Helldivers?
Look, you could literally go and do your own up adventure. Look at this shit. Build a house.
Yeah.
Go on. Go build a house.
Crazy. This is what I'm talking about. This is what we're gonna fight over. Just go take it, if that's what you want. Nobody can stop you.
What of you? God damn.
Right? Like, who's deploying military to this shit? And these are just like places that have tourism. You know, a few miles away from here is completely unexplored.
Like, yeah, just cut down some trees. Fucking build your own house. Find a cave.
Look at that, the iron in the water.
Yeah. Crazy. You get tetanus from swimming.
I mean, it could be other things. It looks like iron.
That's just people. Interesting. But yeah. I mean,
and like,
dude, they're all like this.
That's probably yeah, and like that's what I'm saying.
They're all
is like
mountains.
There's not even good imaging of the area from satellites because they don't fucking even do the flyover imaging because the priorities aren't there. You know, like it's always going to be behind. By the time they update the imaging, they're going to have advanced imaging elsewhere.
Yeah.
Anyway, this is one of my favorite things that happens in Helldivers. You ever see this happen?
What the fuck?
Is that great?
Wait, so it came through, hits you instead.
Yeah, so that's one of the things that they'll tell you is you have to be careful with ledges when you're calling in the 500. So the 500 is being called down here. That because of the trajectory that it's dropped and it travels, it's notorious for doing things like this at the edge of cliffs.
That's very funny. What are these mountains called? Like this kind of mountain where it's just a flat top.
Oh, I don't know that either.
Because it's an America has a lot of them where they're just
Plateau.
hills with flat tops.
Plateau, I think.
I mean, yeah, it is a plateau. Upwelling of volcanic magma. Okay. Yeah, I guess that would be what it is. But this is not the same, right? Like that is a plateau.
Yeah, buttes
right.
is what Cal is saying. Butts.
Butts. Alright, well, let's look that up. An isolated hill or mountain with a steep and precipitous, usually having a summit area, other than a mesa. What's a mesa?
But you know what I'm saying? How funny it is that people would try to argue.
It's called a mesa. There you go. That's what it is. So it's not quite a butte. It's a mesa. A butte has something other than a flat top on it. There you go. So all of these mountains are like this. Maybe this would be a butte. Because it's not exactly flat, but that's flat. What a fucking incredible landscape. Crazy.
Yeah. And this is what he was threatening to invade.
Weak leadership, weak imperialism. So weak that he imperializes uncultivated grassland and forest and forest area. Man, what a leader. What a strong man. What a dude. Oh, criticizing Maduro, straight to jail. Can't have that. Can't have criticism.
In Maduro's defense, nobody's using it.
I mean, look at this shit. You don't even fucking need it. Look at all this unexplored land down here that is Venezuela already. You don't fucking need it. Like, have you explored here? I'm pretty sure this might be the Amazon. Have you explored the Amazon? You clown? Yeah, it probably is. It probably is the state of the Amazonas, which is Brazil.
But see, it looks like there's even a strange dotted line there because they're showing that there's 2 different border recognitions.
State of Roraima, Brazil.
See that between Venezuela and
Guyana?
Here? See
Yeah,
there's
these two.
2 lines.
Yeah, I don't know what this one is.
Because it's disputed.
Wait, they dispute that whole area?
Yeah, and it's totally unexplored.
There's whole populations down here.
Yeah.
Wait, is that population? No, that's unexplored.
Isn't it crazy how this looks just like a leaf?
What is this?
Mountains.
Crazy.
But isn't it crazy how it looks like a leaf?
Yeah. So that's just a mountain.
Yeah, if you actually type in area Venezuela claims.
What's the population of Guyana?
Not much.
But they're claiming all of this. Okay. Okay.
Isn't it crazy that Destiny had his own Ghislaine Maxwell?
What are you talking about?
It's okay. People know what I'm talking about.
Ah, interesting. So yeah, those would be a Mesa then. Okay, so Venezuela, yeah, the imperialists are once again backing an imperialist state. Very cool. Like what? That's so much to claim. Why? It makes no sense.
Don't like the people who are in power in those countries. And they do it in this framework of human rights that, again, should be completely rejected. So I appreciate that you explained.
I agree, Rania. Fuck human rights. Human rights abuses? What are those? Who gives a shit about that? Maduro killing people because they oppose him, literally holding guns at people so they vote the way that he wants, stuffing ballots. Nah, that's fine. Fuck that. Voting? Who gives a shit? Who cares? Who gives a fuck? Oh, who else? Who else were we defending here? Eritrea. How's access to internet in Eritrea? Pretty good? I wonder how many people have access to internet. How many have internet access Eritrea? 1 million. Only one. 26%. How about that? Internet's a human right. 75% of people in Eritrea don't have it. Very cool. What's another human right? Let's Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Let's see. Free and equal in dignity and rights. Well, already failed. Rights and freedoms. Can people in Eritrea leave the country? That's a question for you.
I don't know.
What the fucking UN is so funny. Everyone has the right to life, liberty, and security of person. What the fuck does that mean?
It's the UN, so nothing.
How's slavery in Eritrea?
Bad.
Bad? No one shall be held in slavery or servitude. Slavery and the slave trade shall be prohibited in all their forms.
Child slavery.
Excellent. Very, very cool. Subjected to torture or cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment or punishment? Check. Right to recognition everywhere as a person before the law? I don't know. These are so arbitrary.
All of that, because this is a serious threat to actual people. Like millions of people who stand to like die and have their lives completely upended, and be made.
The Venezuelan people don't want Maduro, but you're here defending him.
To refugees and be exposed to
How
all
did this
kinds
go
of
from
violence
Eritrea to Venezuela?
if the U.S. has its way on these kinds of things.
They always find a way to weasel in whinging about Venezuela.
But anyway, we're going to turn to another critically important issue. That is the ongoing conflict in the Democratic Republic of Congo and many of the other issues that are resulting from that there in the DRC. And we are very, very honored to be joined here once again on the show by Kambale Musavuli, who is an analyst with the Center for Research on the Congo-Kinshasa. Kambale, as always, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you for keep shining the light on the Congo.
Listen, it's all we can do here. It's critically important, and people need to know. You know, this morning, of course, there's and today a lot of concern in the eastern part of the Congo because of the ongoing offensive by M23 backed by Rwanda. Many fears that the main city of eastern Congo, Goma, could fall. You know, I mean, in a way, I guess I wonder what you make of the fact that the conflict is ongoing. I mean, we've had a couple false dawns of alleged, you know, peace negotiations happening between DRC and Rwanda, mediated by Angola. Most of that did not take place. And it just seems like this M23 is perpetually on the march and keeping the region in conflict. And I just wonder your view on where things stand now.
I'm looking at chinchillas.
I mean, I think when we are looking at the situation in the Congo and we hear the different names and acronyms of militia groups, it makes it hard for people to really understand who are these people, right? Even when we call them the M23, it gives them some legitimacy, right? The M23 are fighting the Congolese government, the Congolese government forces, but we must be very clear who they are. This is the Rwandan Defense Force. The UN report that was just published in December of 2024, the second report they published in 2024, clearly documents, once again, that the Rwandan military is supporting these rebels and providing them with logistical support, arms, and so on. And when we think about the Rwandan government, Rwanda is a country with its government providing support to a rebel group, one should ask, why is Rwanda supporting rebel groups in the Congo? Why are they providing them weapons and support? It's very simple. It's to get access to Congo's mineral resources at a very cheap price. The displaced population, bring in population to take control of the land that's been vacated by the millions of Congolese who've been displaced, and commit heinous crimes, which according to the United Nations, war crimes, crimes against humanity, and possible genocide if proven in a competent court. So we know who is committing these crimes, we know who is backing them, and we also know Rwanda is a small country, probably
Rwanda.
In terms of their population, they can't even size up with the Congo. About 50 million people. Congo has about 120 million citizens. That we know that they could not do this without the backing of the United States. And there is a country in the world that does the same thing. That's Israel, right? Israel has been killing Palestinians with no accountability, backed by U.S. taxpayers' money. And the Israel of Africa is Rwanda, committing these crimes while not being held accountable. Now, you started by saying that Goma is about to be taken by rebels. There is this fear and populations are being displaced. But as we have this conversation about Goma being taken, we have to superimpose it to what is happening right now in Davos, right? The president of the Congo is in Davos with John Kerry, where they are discussing extending the so-called Lobito corridor from the Zambia-Angola border all the way up to the eastern part of Congo. Right, the Congolese president is seeking about $1 billion to do so. And surprisingly, as this discussion is taking place, we see a flare in the attacks from the rebels. And what I've noticed over the years is that when there are major actions taking place in the Congo,
Rwanda might be ethically better than the Congo, but not much. And then also, this conflict could easily be described as playing both sides so you always come out on top. Investing in the Congo gives cheaper access to mineral resources. Investing in Rwanda gives cheaper access to mineral resources. Turns out both paths are cheaper minerals in the same region.
I'm muted. Sorry. Meaning?
Meaning what? Meaning play both sides, you get cheaper resources.
So it's perpetuated by people who want resources, as per usual.
Yes, but U.S. is on both sides. Israel's on both sides. Like anyone, there is not like support for Rwanda that doesn't exist for Congo, basically.
It makes it very complicated.
It's just two ways to get the minerals.
Yeah. And at the end of the day, they still get them.
What is this? What are you talking about, you fuckwit? Or halfwit? What are you fucking talking about, halfwit? What was this about?
I'm assuming that he's in the information circles as per usual.
Rebels always push the Congolese government to go into the negotiating table so that they have to have a say. So what is this Lobito?
Like we literally we literally covered the Venezuelan election as it happened.
Mm-hmm.
He did not win. Like there were what happened?
Well,
it was there was.
It depends on who you ask, because last I checked, he's firmly cemented in power.
Yeah, well, that's what happens when you have control of the country as a dictator.
No way. So it depends on what you define as winning.
Yeah. You know, exactly. Maduro just said, "I won," and that was it. I'm pretty sure the bureaus didn't actually produce the results. They're just like, yeah, he won. I don't think they actually did produce anything,
I got a clip
unless
I can hopefully find.
Go on.
I'll keep going.
Okay,
Take a minute.
Mm-hmm.
This Lobito corridor is
you were in
about
the middle
getting
of a thought.
access to copper, to cobalt, to lithium that Congo has. Right? So if they have to extend it all the way to the northeast, right toward Kolwezi, we have one of the...
What are your cars?
I got a 6, a 5, a jack, a 4, and an 8. I win.
What do you mean you win? I had a hand just like that before. I didn't win.
Because I win.
This is bullshit. All right, take it easy, man.
3 times different cards, he still wins.
It's such a perfect fucking description of it. It's like the fucking Rob Schneider's character is the Venezuelan people. Adam Sandler's character is America and the rest of the world, and then the kid is Maduro. It's insane that nobody's like, hold the fuck on, you lost. What the fuck are you doing? It's crazy that nobody did it. I guess Venezuela's that out of the loop that nobody gives a shit.
That's not even the full scene.
What are your cards?
I got a 6, a 5, a jack, a 4, and a 8. I win.
What do you mean you win? I had a hand just like that before. I didn't win.
Because I win.
This is bullshit.
All right, take it easy, man.
Every time's different cards, he still wins.
So what? Relax. He's a kid.
There should be same set of rules for everyone, no matter what age. He's got to learn how to lose, too.
Well, Mr. Koufax. Hey, Mr. Brooks.
See? There's a little bit more. I want to say there's a thing where somebody goes, hey, what's that game called? And he calls, it's called I Win. That
I don't
might
think
be
so.
a different scene.
Maybe.
But how do you put that in the context of what's happening around the globe? At the same time, Donald Trump has just said that he's going to invest $500 billion for AI infrastructure, artificial intelligence infrastructure in the
$500 billion.
Like, it's fucking crazy that we were literally watching the election pretty much unfold live. And people be like, nah, Maduro won. I'm like, I'm not letting you gaslight me into believing unreality. We have it on video. We can go and watch it again. We'll watch it on stream if you want.
United States. The U.S. cannot compete
Maybe
in AI.
Maybe I should do the news of last year, the major news of last year video, as like a refresher for people. And like a documentation of actual fucking history. Maybe that's a good
without
idea.
having access to raw materials. And guess where these raw materials are coming from? From the heart of the African continent, and it's being discussed at Davos while rebels are threatening to take over the city of Goma. So that's the geopolitics of how to look at what is happening there, that the Congolese, since the assassination of Patrice Lumumba, have continuously fought
So just like Sudan, there are no good guys.
to regain control of their land and resources for the benefit of the Congolese people.
Yeah,
but
I would
every stage
argue
they try to do
Rwanda is a better country, but as far as the conflict goes, fuck each side. Because the M23, it's not like they're offering greater democracy
No.
or anything
just
like
want
that.
control.
They are not good.
Pure power play.
Pretty much.
Mm.
And this does also trace its way back to the Rwandan genocide.
Yes. The side that was genocided is behind it, yes?
Yes, that's why
Yes.
Rwanda is so linked to them.
Yes.
so through different actors, sometimes Congolese actors, sometimes neighbor countries such as Rwanda and Uganda, sometimes multinationals, and sometimes these conferences at Davos where Congolese citizens are not being part of the decision of the Lobito corridor, are finding out that the minerals are going to be controlled by foreign interests. So that is what is at stake.
Well, to be fair to the DRC, they kind of did do it to themselves. They did kind of sell, well, the government did it to the country. I shouldn't say they did it to themselves. The government, since its creation, basically has sold its people out wholesale to anybody who wants to buy. So now a tiny little country is able to bully this massive country full of resources. Makes total sense.
In the Congo, as we look at
Fumbled so
these
hard.
M23 rebels,
They could be such a powerful country, like real world Wakanda shit.
Yeah.
But they sold out to white people because of colonialism. Personally, I think that the person who wants to, the minute somebody wants to turn it around and take the resources for themselves, like when I say themselves, for the country, like for the DRC, and actually utilize the resources correctly to give back to the people and build the country up, massive change. There will be a lot of conflict because those whiteys won't want to leave. They will want that money for themselves. But
well, that's the thing is ultimately that opposition needs to be backed by a foreign power.
Exactly. And that's not going to happen because the corporations own
it will happen.
DRC.
It has happened in countries in the Sahel region and stuff, but look at what the incoming government was. It wasn't anything for the people. They say it is.
Yeah.
They'll always have that guise.
Always. I mean that's literally how to do it. That's how it turns itself around. But it just requires a government or opposition or something to be there for people to rally behind. Also, sabotage. I am a really, really, really big proponent at the moment of corporate sabotage. Especially physical sabotage of machinery in like deep sea mining. If people wanted to like sabotage mining equipment to make sure that they couldn't destroy the oceans, that would be great. I don't have the expertise, nor do I know where they're staging out of. But if somebody knew, that would be interesting information to know, and I would like to interview.
Greta could tell you.
I bet you she could, actually. I bet you she probably could. Well, I reckon she's probably connected to some pretty hardcore eco-anarchist people based on the shit that she's been talking about. I reckon she's pretty deep in some of these circles. I reckon she's got a really good team around her, feeding her really good information. She's actually been really impressing me recently, of the stuff that I've been seeing. So really, really sort of putting, what's the expression? Money where your mouth is, I guess. But it's not so much, it's her actually going out there. She's actually, I mean, she always did that, but she's actually doing it for
I mean, before
bigger
she was
causes
just
now.
a student, you know, and so her only way to protest was as a student.
True.
Now she's so much more, you know?
She also probably has a management team behind her, which allows her to get to these places too, which definitely helps her cause. So yeah, keep fucking going. You're doing good things. Go hard. Greta Thunberg, or whatever her name is, the TISM girl, the school skipper,
girl.
the school skipper. But no, because it really, like, when she spoke about she did the post you sent me, I think, on Balochistan. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, she's cool.
Like, of all things that she spoke up about, Balochistan. What the fuck? Who, like, that's less known about, I would argue, than Eritrea.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck?
Possibly.
Who the fuck knows what Balochistan is? Really? If you were to do a on the street poll, I reckon nobody. Nobody would know. Hello. Welcome.
To take over the city of Goma.
And Kambale, can you explain where the Congolese government is on this? Is that are Congolese authorities even capable of fighting back? Are they fighting back? What's the situation on the ground in terms of pushing back against M23?
Oh my god, why lead the question? I hate it when people lead the question. You know when you could have stopped this question?
Congolese authorities
threatening to take over the city of Goma.
And Kambale, can you explain where the Congolese government is on this? Is that are Congolese authorities even capable of fighting back?
Boom. End the question. End the question.
Or
Done.
just not even include the fighting back part.
Yeah, not even. But she didn't. There wasn't really a point to end on there. That's more why I said that. But, yeah, just like, where the Congolese government sit on this, and then he should be able to, from there, give you better answers with his knowledge base, right? All I get from questions that are led like this is your guest is also coached, and these answers are pre-prepared. That's all that feels like. As somebody who I like to think that my questions are quite good, even though most of them are just off the top of my head in the actual show. It's more based on the conversation. I like to think that when I'm actually doing an interview, I get really, really good questions.
You know who else is...
That's a bad question.
You know who else is really bad about leading questions? Democracy Now!
Interesting. I'll have to pay attention to that.
Yeah, Amy leads questions a lot.
Are they fighting back? What's the situation on the ground in terms of pushing back against M23?
It's that bit, right? It's that bit that really sort of stuck out to me as like pushing back on M23. You shouldn't need to have to say that. And that shows you their bias. Right? Because if we were asking that question, we wouldn't even talk about the sides, or we would include both. We would maybe bring up a point about one, a point about the other, and say, hey, well, where do you stand on this? Where do these people stand on this?
I mean, you can go look at what we said about it.
Yeah.
We in that episode where we talk about M23 and the influences behind him.
Yeah, like they're extremely open questions, which is why I think that the shows are so good, is because it gives people space to work with their own thoughts and give us what we need. Instead of us leading and hoping that they give something, most of the time it leads to what we want anyway. And that's the thing. If our guests are who they say they are and have the knowledge base that we hope that they do, they should be able to get where we hope they get to anyway. So, you shouldn't need to lead the questions if you're good at getting guests or the people aren't lying. And if they are lying, you just got a clip of them being exposed because they just fucking interviewed awfully and performed and showed that they have no knowledge base. That's even better, arguably. You know, it's a win-win.
The Congolese people, even beyond the government, can fight back. But
this is great for like entertainment fusion with news media, because that's what this is, right? It's essentially a script. You're being fed a script at this point. You might as well just watch a video on it.
We have a few challenges. One is even how Congolese law is written, right? So people always wonder about why can't Congolese just pick up a gun and fight? We don't have the right to have weapons, right? As citizens to protect ourselves. The laws are much differently. We have an army. Our army is composed of former rebels. So the rebels of yesterday, through the peace negotiations,
and he didn't even answer her question. This would have happened this explanation would have happened regardless whether she led the question or not. This has nothing to do with her question. He's now explaining why the government is so shit at protecting its people. Which kind of answers the question of where the government stands, which, to my point, would have been a better place to end that question. Would have cut 30 seconds of question and would have gotten the same anyway. Why bother?
Come out and saying that we have to mix the army. So they were signing an accord where the rebels of yesterday are now generals wearing Congolese army uniform. When we're even speaking about the M23 rebels today, their commanders were part of the Congolese army in past peace accords, and they've continued to commit crimes as well. We also have a challenge with the Congolese bourgeoisie, right? The Congolese bourgeoisie have their own...
30 seconds.
Also discussing businesses, right? That you can see the interest is not even to bring an end to the conflict, but M23 rebels. On the other hand, you have the president of the Congo at Davos. You have the Minister of Communication of the Congo in Paris to meet French entrepreneurs, French enterprises and businesses to invest in the Congo. And you have the president of the National Assembly in Vietnam also discussing businesses, right? That you can see the interest is not even to bring.
You know what they should rename the president of the DRC to? CEO of the DRC. Might as well. It's a closer representation of what it actually is.
To the conflict. But who will bring an end to the conflict? I do believe that Congolese have to play a role. They are playing a role in bringing an end to the conflict. But the Congo's conflict is not just a Congolese affair. When we are fighting soldiers, Rwanda Defense Force soldiers, who are actually have equipment to shoot down drones, right? It's not an easy thing as saying, what is the Congolese army saying? And what am I talking about, right? The Congolese government bought 4 Chinese drones, the C4, CH4 drones. And 3 of them were put out of commission by rebels shooting down the drones. I mean, did these rebels buy it at Walmart or eBay? No. I mean, they got it directly from the Rwandan government, the Rwandan military. And where did the Rwandan military get anti-drone equipment? We know that they got it from Poland. Poggers! Because Poland announced that they sold this anti-drone radar to the Rwandan government, thanks to the EU support of the Rwandan government in 2023 and 24. They gave them over 20 million euros of military equipment to the Rwanda regime. So why is Rwanda being supported, right? I keep saying Rwanda, an African country being supported by Western nations. But they are actually the neo-colonial agents on the continent. They are the proxy mercenaries for Western interests. For example, our people in Mozambique know the devastating role Rwandan soldiers are doing in Mozambique. One, protecting French interests, Total, the oil company, and also other missions across the continent, like in Mali, in Central African Republic. So when Western nation, Europe or the United States need to do certain things on the African continent, they rely on the African partners, such as Rwanda, such as Uganda, such as Kenya. So Congolese are not fighting just the Rwandan army, right? They're also fighting their backers. And that's also, if you have to think about what's happening in Palestine, as Palestinians are fighting for self-determination and liberation, they're not just fighting the Israeli military. They're actually fighting also the US military, which is providing this equipment. Because of that, it makes it very hard to stop the conflict. We do believe that in terms of running in Rwanda, we will require a lot of Africans to take part of the discussion. SADC countries have played a role in putting pressure, but this issue to be seen as an African affair and have more people.
Also, I forgot. I was gonna find. There's an ad that I'm trying to find. Hold on. I think I found it. Here we go. I got it.
I got an epic secret video for you.
Here's an egg for you. You know how he's calling her Rhonda?
Well, he's saying the country Rwanda, but it sounds like
I make
Rwanda.
special drink for you today, Rhonda.
Thank you.
You look so hot today, like a sunrise.
This is so fucking funny. This was literally the running... They used this for, no joke, 10 years. Same woman, same Indonesian guy, same joke. 10 years. Never got old.
People engaged.
So that's all I can see whenever he says Rhonda.
But he's trying to say Rwanda.
I know, but he also called
But I think
her Rhonda earlier.
But I think that's this came first, and he kept hearing the guy say Rwanda as Rhonda, and it planted a brainworm. And then he called
it definitely did.
Rihanna Rhonda.
It definitely did. And it's even funnier because you say her name wrong as well.
What is her name?
People have like worms
Rania.
in their brain, honestly.
Rihanna.
Rania.
Rihanna.
Yes.
Rania. What do I
Rwanda
normally call her?
While Congolese are dealing with the internal issues.
Any number of things, honestly.
It's so funny. That's such a good answer. I just be talking, you know? Like, a lot of times I won't even finish pronouncing a word. I'll just end the word halfway through. If that's the end of the sentence, I'll just stop.
Of the challenges with the compradors that they have in the country.
Well, you mentioned the compradors and the other elements of the bourgeoisie leading the country, and I want to ask you about another issue that has made a lot of news, and that is the at least possibility of mass executions. I believe it's 170 people facing execution. I know it's been an issue that popular movements in the Congo have raised quite a bit around state of emergencies and things like that, and the way repression has been used. You know, human rights groups are speaking out, but maybe give people some context to why a mass execution wave is being carried out, and then I'd be curious your thoughts about sort of how it fits into this broader picture you're painting.
Definitely. In the context of war, and we've seen that also in Ukraine, oppressive government also use draconian laws to rein in the citizens.
Do we want us bigger?
So, on one hand, Congo is fighting a war to stop rebels by
What does he mean by we saw this in Ukraine?
Maybe we should be bigger. Maybe we should highlight us as bigger.
Well, that's fine. That we can adjust. Now that you can adjust the camera sizes, it's been great.
And the position.
A lot.
Oh my god! Guess what?
Yeah, it's great when these companies add features.
Oh, this is great. All right, this is excellent. Look. Oh my god. Hell yeah! This is sick. Which side of the screen do we not care about?
All of them.
All of it. Doesn't matter. Alright, this is great. Ooh. Corner? Let's keep corner. We want credit. So we will keep us on the right hand side, I think. And then keep it like that. Cool shit.
And the Congolese government used this moment
shit, brother.
Pull out a moratorium on death penalty.
Now all they need to do is fix this fucking chat overlay.
Yeah, so it actually overlays over the video.
Over the video, yeah. And yeah, exactly. So once they do that, we'll start paying for the service. Literally, once they add the features that we need, we'll pay for it. Once everything we need is free. This is how we operate.
So, as I said, I have a secret video.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? I found this last Sunday when I was talking with Alan on the pre-show.
Okay.
And
did you make a noise when you found it?
And he also loved it. But I don't think Alan can appreciate this video the way you can.
Okay.
Okay? So I'm going to show you the thumbnail first, right? And you're going to say, okay, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
All right? Now, the thumbnail's on the screen now. Can you guess what video
I'm assuming it's the Shrek one.
Yes, so just a normal Shrek 4 review, am I right?
Sure.
All right, here's my review of Shrek: The Final Chapter / Forever After, whichever one you like. Look, it's a lovely movie. What are you gonna do? Argue against it? You can't do it. All right, it's smart, it's funny, it's exactly what the other Shreks delivered for you. But you know what? Some could argue about some of the Shreks in between, but everybody loved the original. I think this is absolutely...
It's like if somebody made a parody of him. You know what I'm saying?
It really is.
It has all the Jankisms in it. But this attitude of, it's a movie, fuck yourself, watch it, why don't you?
Great, and in line with the original. It's got things for adults, it's got things for kids. If you're an adult, you're not going to get bored. If you're a kid, there's schmoopy papoopy, there's adventure, there's everything you can ask for. Look, I went nuts. I gave it an 8.5 because my main argument is, and just so you know, by the way, it's kind of like the theme of it is, it's a wonderful life, but in Shrek world. So, and they interweave all the different fables into it, and it's just so damn smart the way it allows you, if you know all that stuff, to be able to get all the references. But if you don't know all that stuff, like you're a little kid,
that could be
to
boosted.
still enjoy the movie anyway. So that's what I mean by, what more do you want out of a movie? Look, I'm going all the way, 8.5. Because I just didn't know how they could do it any better. I mean, is it like my favorite movie of all time? No, I'm not going to go into the 9.
He hasn't got the jowls
But
yet.
as far as these kind of movies, fantastic. God bless. Go forward.
I'm fucking done.
That's fucking amazing.
It's a bunch of liberal bullshit.
Big. We can make us circles now. Oh, circles. Big circles.
Big
Circles
trains,
suck.
little trains, steamy trains. It's lots and lots of trains.
I like trains.
Big trains, smoking trains.
I knew I had that soundbite for a reason.
I am a Stegosaurus.
Congo, by law, has death penalty, but for the past 20 years, there's been a moratorium where death penalty will not be used. But in the context of war, the Congolese government has reinstituted that law, saying that it will they
How
will
could you
use
have
it
done this?
for
How could you
people
have committed
who are
suicide?
committing violent crimes or traitors who are collaborating with the rebels. So to say they may be soldiers and others threatening, being traitors in the government. But that's not how this law is being used now, and it's very worrisome. What is being presented in the press is that the Congolese justice system, through its justice minister, have launched a campaign to arrest young people who are part of gangs. And I think El Salvador had to deal with that too. And they've arrested hundreds of them, young gang members, tried them, and found them guilty of heinous crimes.
Just call them
Many
the
of them
N-word
have committed crimes. And they are all awaiting.
What was the fucking hesitation on that word? What the fuck?
He was trying to think of the word, I guess.
Tried them and found them guilty of heinous, arrested hundreds of them, young gang members.
It's like he wanted to say something else. Am I off here, or am I like it's like he wanted to say something else, right?
Hooligans.
Tried them and found them guilty of heinous crimes, and many of them have committed crimes, and they are all awaiting capital punishment, meaning they are on death row right now. But at the same time that this is happening, there are people, we wonder why they are on death row. We have a case of a young person who is not a street kid in the province of Equateur, who is on death row right now as a gang member. So we're wondering how he ended up. Not only that, last year in the Congo, there was an attempted coup where hundreds of people were arrested.
Hold on. Don't tell Breakthrough News that the DRC has the death penalty. that would mean they would have to oppose the government. That would mean they would have to remain consistent with their stances on America and the death penalty. That would cause their brain to explode. That would break them. That would make them die.
You'll have like worms
Like-
in your brain, honestly.
It's funny
that's
because
bad.
it's poisonous.
Don't tell them this. This is not good information. They can't believe this. Once you tell them that China executes the most people on Earth, they have a conniption. It's very funny.
There was a IDF soldier arrested with 2 other Americans arrested, and then others were killed. So with those arrested, they are also awaiting death penalty. They have been sentenced. But in that group, there is one person who was arrested after this coup from what we saw in the court case for having a picture with the coup leader. So they found a picture of him with the coup leader, and they created an association of him with the coup leader. I'm speaking about Jean-Jacques Wanda, who is a Congolese analyst. He has Belgian citizenship. He lived in Belgium. He was brought into the Congo by security services as a consultant, and then found himself arrested as plotting a coup against the Congolese government. All the evidence provided does not make any sense. And he's been found guilty, and he's awaiting to be actually killed. So we are all asking ourselves, how come it's very easy for the Congolese government to arrest young thugs, young thugs?
This is not where their leading question wanted you to go, sir.
Gang members, to arrest Congolese intellectuals and put them on death row. Yet those who are committing the worst crimes, such as the Minister of Finance, Nicole Kazadi, who sold to the Congolese government.
I'm glad I'm not the only one who saw that.
A well for over $100,000. There is an embezzlement case of over $70 million taken from state coffers, where they were charging for light bulbs for streets, $5,000 for wells, $100,000 for these economic crimes, where we know who these people are, where they are.
But the way they were dumped, normally they're placed nicely. They were just like dumped on the porch, so it seems like this person didn't like coming up those stairs, because those stairs suck.
Fair enough.
They're probably icy as fuck.
Yeah.
Because it has melted too. So they just drop the groceries on the ground, basically. Normally they're like stacked up nice, and they take the picture of them all nice. I'm not about to like complain, you know?
No,
like
of
I pay for the shit
you
with
understand.
food stamps. I don't even know how much of the tip they get out of that. Because it's done through food stamps and stuff.
Yeah.
So
fair.
I pay
None
for
of them
the
are being
premium,
arrested.
so I don't have to pay delivery fees. I like pay the monthly premium.
Yeah.
I don't know if it doesn't give them a tip because I'm not paying cash. I'm paying with food stamps. So I don't know if they even get a tip out of it. Like, I hope they get a tip considering there's no delivery fee because it's the Walmart Plus, but there's no option to tip them.
Well, they would get paid a wage to do the driving, right?
I don't know, do they?
I would assume so. If they're Walmart delivery drivers, then they would. Unless it was just an Uber contractor, then...
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Then I think Uber pays them.
But I'd imagine since I'm paying the premium...
Something of that would go to the driver?
Yeah.
You would hope. I had to go on the phone with Uber yesterday to fucking basically yell at them over how shit their policy is because So, get this right. I pick up an order. So I accept an order, drive to the place that I have to pick up, go in, the order gets cancelled because the store doesn't have what's needed. Should I get compensated for that time spent under that order? Would that be unreasonable to ask for compensation for that time and petrol spent?
I don't. I guess.
It would make some kind of sense,
Anything
right?
that's
Because I've
pro-worker.
right because I've picked up an order
Look,
and I'm using
a
petrol
raider.
to go where I wouldn't have been.
Look, Jack, a raider.
Raids?
Yeah.
Where? Oh, excellent. Hello. We will get to the Australia Day stuff. What's up? Sorry, we use external streaming program, so we don't get alerts of raids and stuff. We catch it if we catch it. How do you do the shout out? I think it's you just
don't
write
know.
shout out. It's /shout out or some shit like that. Something like that. I think you've been here before. We've definitely seen you before. We love food food names in this chat. We are the food name place. You will have to figure that out. I don't think I can do it.
I don't know what I'm doing.
Ugh. Hold on. You need to figure this out if you're going to be running the Twitch.
I don't run Twitch.
You're monitoring it on.
I can't even see the comments. I can only do I can do the admin bans and that's it. But I can't even see the fucking comments in Streamlabs or fucking Restream. Like, how am I supposed to run shit when I can't even see all the chats at the same time?
Hold on, I got this. Boom. Done.
Oh, it actually says join us in following.
Yeah. It's like a whole thing that they do. So yeah, yeah, we'll do that. That's done. There you go. Yeah, sometimes we remember, but because we multi-stream, we kind of Twitch. We don't really pay attention to the Twitch on the Twitch.
So
If that makes sense,
this,
Twitch.
Moratorium being removed as a way to target oppositions. Even when we're speaking about these young thugs that we call kulunas in the Congo,
young thugs,
they have been used even by the current regime during protest.
So you were streaming as well. What do you stream? What were you streaming today? What were you looking at?
Australia Day.
Stuff.
In past protests, when young Congolese will protest for having elections, the regime will actually pay these gang members money to go assault protesters. So yesterday, these gang members were...
What? Paid agents? Where have we heard this before?
Allied to the government. Today, they're on death row. And those who are committing economic crimes, they're not being held accountable. So that's...
Yeah, it's like... It's so interesting, right? It's so interesting because... because it's a gig work thing, because they're contractors. If I pick up the fucking order, that's me starting a contract with Uber. I should get compensated for the time that contract starts to when that contract ends. Whether it's cancelled or I complete the order. It shouldn't matter. I should get compensated based on time and distance.
So
as the orders are.
There was this post that I shared the other day. And a flight attendant, they were waiting for a pilot to show up for 2 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Because you can't start boarding until the pilot's there. So because this guy was late to work, she made some dumb TikTok where she was twerking, and it caused her to get terminated from her job. You know that they're not paid for those 2 hours that the pilot's not there?
Okay,
They're
so if
only
she's not paid, she didn't do it in work.
The cabinet.
Okay, so if she's not at work, then she shouldn't have been fired.
Yeah, but she's in their uniform. So that's what I'm saying is like how much bullshit that is. Like, who cares? It's her free time. You're not paying her for that time.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like that would be a suable, like a winnable, suable
Hopefully
case.
it is.
Great. I hope so. That would be excellent. See? That is a good movie. I fucking love that movie. And it's free on YouTube. You can just watch it. It's so good.
Again,
yeah,
I think the last act drags.
Yeah, a little bit. It's like after the fight, it kind of gets a bit, but you can't. It's forgivable because the movie's great.
When they find out who makes the glasses and why, it's like, oh, it's a different movie then.
Yeah. Yeah, a little bit.
Worrisome trend, as I say, it's not just in Congo. We've seen that in Ukraine. We've seen that in El Salvador, in countries that is used to distract for the inadequacy of the current regime to address the economic problems of the country, the security issues, and the large will of the Congolese people to see a new Congo. So it's a distraction, but we should lift up the names of those who are being arrested unjustly and keep an eye on the situation in the Congo so that people are very clear that as of today, we are still fighting for a new Congo, no matter the challenges, be it from our neighbors, be it from our internal challenges, or be it from the international actors who want to take control of our wealth.
Well, we will do everything we can here to keep eyes on the Congo. As always, Kambale Musavuli, an analyst with the Center for Research on the Congo.
Thanks, guys.
Design here coming to you from Blenheim, New Zealand.
Not
Where
really. Actually,
oh god,
the dude speaking was fine.
I'd like us to be covering less of the video.
Less?
Yeah, I liked the above thing.
Like this one.
Yeah, that's better. Especially if my camera's mirrored and I'm facing the other way. Oh.
Well, we've got sides. Which side? Do we want a bigger video? Does people want bigger video? Or are we happy having more dead space? Ooh, like a sunrise.
I'm walking through a vineyard because that's just what I like to do. Anyway, today we're going to do the second part of our open-ended series on the issues that's going to be facing President-elect Trump on his first day of office. Not the ones that he wants to face, the ones that are going to face him. And today we're going to talk about China. First things first, let's review what it is that the Chinese are dealing with before we talk about how Trump plugs into that. China has an economic model that is based on central state control, and that means the state controls the financial system and uses the financial system to shove money into whatever economic sector they feel that they need to. Now, they use this to achieve technological control of certain areas where they feel they can master the tech. They use it to subsidize development of technologies that they don't master in the hopes that they will be able to, and they do it to build.
Okay, we got a problem.
What?
Too small.
OT doesn't look good on.
No, it doesn't. So either we make ourselves, so either just make ourselves a little bit smaller on this one, maybe.
Yeah, we're just covering. Just turn us into squares. So I have less. I rather have a smaller frame for me anyway. Now I need to fucking flip my camera again.
No, you're fine. Look,
there we go. That's better.
Problem
still.
solved.
Nah, it still would look good if I was facing the other way.
Big circles. Quit your snoring, dog.
Wait, you mean to tell me you guys have phones?
Out the supply chains locally so they can drive competitors internationally out of business. But all of that pales to the primary goal, which is to make sure that everybody has a job so that nobody goes out and protests and gets together in a large group and goes on a long walk together, because that's how the government got its job in the first place, and they don't want that to happen to them. So you get this system that is overcapitalized, where capital is remarkably cheap, and as long as the capital keeps flowing, everything's happy. And for those of you who have ever been part of an economic sector that has busted, whether it's, say, energy during a bust period or a boom bust period, or Enron, or real estate back in the 2007 to 2009 crisis, you know this very well. As long as the capital keeps flowing, as long as the capital is cheap, then the system keeps running. But if it, for whatever reason, capital access dries up, then this artificially inflated sector basically withers away to nothing in a very short period of time. And the Chinese have been doing it so long in so many subsectors that if that capital stopped flowing at any time, you'd basically see the end of China's industrialized state at this point. That's problem one. Problem two is demographics. When you tell everyone that what you're supposed to do as a Chinese is just work 12 hours a day, 6 days a week, well, there's not a lot of room for anything else. When you pull people off of the farm and put them into the city so they can work 12 hours a day, there's not a lot of time in their lives or physically in their apartment for kids. And so the birth rate drops and drops and drops and drops. And according to the most recent data from December of 2024, the average woman in China is now having less than a half a child. So in most of China, we have a repopulation rate that is 1/4 what is necessary just to sustain the population. We probably, almost certainly, have a lot more people in China over age 50 than under, and the place is looking at demographic collapse. And if you remember back to my earlier demographic work, most of the consumption that is done in a society is done by people who are under age 45, who are raising their kids and building homes. And that population is basically becoming an endangered species in China. And now the birth rate has been so low for so long, it's been lower than the United States since the 1990s, that we are looking at the dissolution of the Han ethnicity around the end of the century. And there's no way that the Chinese state will last very long. I'd say a decade or less at this point. So that's their starting point. In order to make their system last as long as possible, Chairman Xi believes 3 things. Number 1, everyone just has to work harder, which is only compounding the demographic situation because no one really sees a hope that this is going to change. Number 2, he believes that the Chinese Communist Party, which, let's be specific here, it's not the party's interested, it's him, should face no challenge to its authority and it should be able to micromanage every aspect of everyone's lives. In fact, we now have the agency that used to enforce the one-child policy making unannounced house calls to see if couples are having sex without contraception to make sure the birth rate goes back up because that's what the state wants now. You can imagine how well that goes over. And third, he has to keep export markets open because all of this production, all of this forced production, all of this over-subsidized production can't be consumed by the population because most of them are now over 45, which means it has to be exported. So they have to be able to shove the products they produce down everyone else's throats just to keep their country alive. Enter Donald Trump. Donald Trump is singularly obsessed with the trade deficit, which is probably not the best way to look at the issue, but that's how he sees it, so it doesn't matter what I think. And as a result, likes to think that he can make deals that will force things in the United States' direction. For the most part, the Chinese, especially at the top, are not worried about this because they've dealt with him before. They see him as an eminently flatterable person, and so they basically give way in negotiations knowing that the day after the negotiations close, that there will be no enforcement and they never have to worry about him again. Why do they feel this way? They've already done it before. The Phase 1 trade deal that was negotiated by the Trump team back in, was it 6 years ago? Committed the Chinese to buying X number of dollars of various products. And by the end of the Trump term, they hadn't met any of the criteria at all. In fact, they never intended to. All they did was make sure that whenever there was a product like what they needed available anywhere else in the country, they went to that first. So actually, we saw the trade deficit in a structural sense go up because of trade talks with the Trump administration. The other reason that the Chinese are really not concerned about Trump is they don't take him seriously as a strategic thinker. The Chinese understand, as everyone in Asia understands, that if you want to hem in China, you can't do it alone. It can't be just a trade issue. It can't just be a strategic issue. It has to be holistic. You have to bring in all the other countries, from Indonesia to Malaysia to...
Okay, Pega posted a story, and it was her dog eating, and it was on a rug. And I couldn't fucking help myself. I had to send her a message as a response. I'm like, is that a Persian rug? I couldn't fucking help myself. I'm a fucking dickhead.
Singapore to the Philippines to Taiwan to Korea
that
to
is
Japan.
That is my sense of
and if
humor.
you don't do
It's
that,
like pure dad humor.
the Chinese will easily find a weak link in the chain and be able to push out.
Dumb.
And they see Donald Trump as being more
And
a
it
danger
was
to the
a Persian
alliance than
rug,
they
of
are. Now,
course.
whether or not that is accurate or not, that's how they see things.
Of course.
Things. And again, they've done this before with Trump the first time around. They don't see anything different in round 2, except that Donald Trump is trying to wreck law enforcement, the Defense Department, and the intelligence agencies with his appointees, which are the things that generally keep China in check, as well as if you're going to have any sort of meaningful policy against China that deals with security and culture and technology and theft and trade, you need everyone working together. And they see Donald Trump as the best possible candidate for wrecking that capacity within the American system. So they're actually broadly looking forward to Trump too, because they think they're going to be able to get even more out of the United States than they did under Trump 1, much like the Russians are feeling. And like the Russians, I think they're miscalculating. This is not 2017. We are in a very different world now. And the single biggest difference on the Chinese front is that Donald Trump did succeed in changing the conversation in the United States. And there is now a competition among all factions in Congress about who can be the most anti-Chinese. Now, translating that sentiment into policy, that's a lot easier said than done. But there's no longer this core disagreement within the parties because the business community has been ejected from the Republican coalition. So the faction that used to be the most organized and calling the shots in the Republican Party on economic policy is no longer even part of the conversation, which leaves everybody else to fill the gap, and no one else is as concerned with economic stability as the business community was. So we've already seen in the last 5 years a significant outflow of investment from China, of foreign firms, and even of Chinese firms, as everyone tries to get away from this country that is facing economic implosion because of its demographic issues. And while Donald Trump certainly isn't the guy to build a broad coalition within his own government, much less across multiple governments, to have any sort of coherent policy towards China, dude knows how to do tariffs, and that is certainly something that's going to hit the Chinese on the headline. Now, as a rule, I would say tariffs are a really bad tool for shaping policy. So, for example, the tariffs that Trump has threatened, not that I think they're going to happen, against China and Mexico would be the fastest way to trigger an inflation-induced recession in the United States, because most of the trade among the NAFTA partners goes back and forth across the border every time. And if you do a flat tariff, because doing anything but a flat tariff would require administration, Trump's not very good at that, you're going to basically tax every product multiple times and drive each industry out of business and allow Chinese products to fill the gap. That's not how things work in China. China, they have as much of the supply chain system in one country as possible. So if you do a big flat tariff on it, it actually does hurt. The question is whether Trump can realize that if the goal is to actually break the trade relationship with China, you have to do more than tariff them. You have to actually take that income and build alternate industrial plant within North America so there's actually another option. Otherwise, you get an inflation pulse, you get a consumer crisis, and you don't actually change anything on the back end. You just make everything more expensive. Now, whether or not his ultimate appointees are people who can convince him of that, I don't know. But what I do know for sure is that if we do get into a situation where Trump basically waltzes into East Asia with a sledgehammer, yes, the U.S. is going to take a lot of hits. Yes, it's going to hurt. Yes, he will go down in history as triggering the highest inflation the United States has ever had. Excellent. Yes, it will be ugly. But there won't be a China on the other side of that. There are easy ways to do this. There are smart ways to do this, but that doesn't mean that there are only one or two ways to do this. If the goal is simply to smash China and move on, I have no doubt that Trump can do that. If the goal is to smash China, move on, and have America in a much better place domestically, that requires a skill set that I have not seen Donald Trump wield just yet. All right, I'm done. See you tomorrow.
I don't think Donald Trump has the mental capacity to attain that mindset.
This video is brought to you by Nebula. Today, Trump seemingly softens his stance on China. Ireland gets a new government, and a Libyan warlord is arrested in Italy. From TLDR News, this is your daily briefing for Wednesday, the 22nd of January, 2025. With Donald Trump returning to the White House, China has braced for potential severe trade repercussions, anticipating heavy tariffs on its exports following multiple threats from Trump. However, 2 days into his second term, Trump's initial actions have fallen short of Beijing's worst fears, marking a potential shift in US-China relations and a possible aversion of a second trade war. During his campaign, Trump had vowed to hit China with 60% tariffs upon taking office, and later threatened an additional 10% on day one, to compel Beijing to crack down on flows of precursor drugs for fentanyl. Instead, on Monday, he issued a memo directing officials to investigate the US trade deficit and recommend appropriate measures, such as a global supplemental tariff or other policies to remedy such deficits.
Tariffs don't work. Stop it. Just stop.
Trump also
How is there nobody telling this dickhead the tariffs don't work?
You don't understand. For Trump, no still means yes.
Reiterated his 10% threat over fentanyl, which did slightly shake Chinese markets. Meanwhile, Trump's decision to impose 25% tariffs on US allies Canada and Mexico are still expected to go ahead, and in a press conference in Washington on Tuesday, Trump also vowed to hit the European Union with tariffs. So, Trump's more measured responses towards China has led some analysts to suggest that Trump's approach signals an approach of negotiation rather than confrontation. A professor at the Institute of International Studies at Fudan University noted that there's a cautious optimism that a deal could be struck. Moreover, his choice to issue a memo directing investigations into the US trade deficit reflects a strategy to evaluate long-term trade dynamics rather than immediate punitive action. Trump also hinted at a broader deal linking tariffs to the ownership of TikTok, which is currently owned by Chinese firm ByteDance. Trump has suggested that any negotiation or resolution may require a sale of TikTok to a US entity to avoid steep tariffs. Industry watchers in China suggest that such a sale could emerge as part of broader discussions, although it's still early days for any formal negotiations. Meanwhile, bilateral relations are seemingly warming. Trump had a call with the Chinese President Xi Jinping in which they reportedly covered various topics, including trade and TikTok, whilst the Chinese Vice President attended Trump's inauguration. Meanwhile, at the World Economic Forum in Davos this week, China's Vice Premier called for a win-win solution to trade disputes without mentioning the US, whilst the Canadian Prime Minister promised to fight back on Trump's tariffs. While the initial signs are promising, economists remain cautious about over-optimism. Fred Newman, HSBC's chief Asia economist, describes the current landscape as a holding pattern. He cautions that while immediate tariff increases may have been avoided, the potential for future conflicts remains. There's more on the way, but remember to subscribe and ring the bell for more daily briefing tomorrow.
What else we got? Ireland, meh. Sahel Joint Forces, whatever. You know, fuck it. We've been doing Africa.
Mali's interim defense minister disclosed that 5 Sahel nations, Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger, Chad and Guinea, are prepared to mobilize a joint force comprising 5,000 troops. This initiative, aimed at bolstering regional security, is a response to the escalating violence and terrorist threats plaguing the Sahel region, particularly from extremist groups linked to Al-Qaeda and ISIS. Niger's defense minister said that the new force will have its own air assets, equipment and intelligence resources that will operate across the 3 countries, which have formed a cooperation pact known as the Alliance of Sahel States, or AES. The creation of the 3-way alliance followed the country's decision to withdraw from West Africa's main political and economic group, ECOWAS. During a meeting of defense ministers from these 3 nations, the need for collective action was underscored, emphasizing collaboration in addressing security challenges. Mali currently leads this multinational effort after the withdrawal of French troops, which has previously been combating Islamist militants in the region. Though the joint force is predominantly aimed at counter-terrorism, it also reflects the commitments of Sahel nations, currently governed by juntas after a series of coups between 2020 and 2023, to enhance stability and security in a region that has experienced heightened conflict in recent years. Moving to Italy now, where a Libyan warlord has been arrested following the issuing of a warrant by the International Criminal Court. Osama Angium, who's also known as Osama al-Masri, is the leader of the Tripoli branch of the Reform and Rehabilitation Institution, which is effectively a network of detention centres run by the Special Defence Forces, or SDF, of Libya. For their part, the SDF have been accused of atrocities in the Libyan civil war. In light of this, the International Criminal Court's chief prosecutor has issued arrest warrants for these actions, including for al-Masri. It was reported that al-Masri was arrested in Turin on Sunday, after he attended a Juventus-Milan football match on Saturday. Importantly, though, it was also noted that the Turin tribunal declined the arrest approval, meaning that al-Masri was released from prison and subsequently sent back to Libya. Italy has close ties to Tripoli and has energy interests in the country. Like a lot of things, this whole situation is very...
Right. Well, great.
It's all about them EEZ.
U.S. President Donald Trump is back in office. Yeah. China's putting on a brave face.
Let's fucking
go. How
go.
do the Chinese really feel?
Falun Gong media.
Welcome to China Uncensored. I'm Chris Chappell. I'll have an important update on Operation Honeypot at the end of this episode, including a special shout-out, so make sure you stay tuned.
Images.
Meanwhile, don't forget to like this episode and leave a comment below with the honeypot emoji. And now, on with today's episode. So, China's new nightmare has begun. U.S. President Donald Trump is back in office. During his first term, Trump broke with decades of soft-on-China policy. During those politically fraught years, China was one of the few things that got bipartisan support.
Yes, China's nightmare.
So the question...
You know, somebody who doesn't see Taiwan as a country and recognizes China's sovereignty over them.
Yeah. Somebody who recognizes
what
power
a nightmare
as authority.
for China.
Fascist strongman.
I bet they're devastated.
Yeah.
The question is, will lightning strike twice? Of course, China isn't acting scared. Chinese Foreign Ministry spokeswoman
Are you telling me that Trump did good against China and didn't build up their power? You mean to tell me China was, you know, suffered consequences of Trump's admin?
China stands ready to work with the new administration.
Consequences like F-35 plans.
The U.S. in the principles of mutual respect, peaceful coexistence, yada, yada, yada. That was
it Israel or was that the F-16?
I don't know.
The official response.
I think they might have just Israel. I think they just espionaged it.
I think that's also
Citizens, on the other hand, had a much less bland reaction. Many commended Trump's victory, saying things like, "Scored twice, awesome," and "Congratulations." Others said they're witnessing history being made, with the return of the king, or some might say the princess. It's a reference to a Chinese meme, and I've got to say, Trump is looking fine in that outfit. People also joke that Biden told Trump, "I put the Coke button back in the Oval Office." It's a reference to Biden removing Trump's quote-unquote Diet Coke button when he came into office. No word if Biden removed his son Hunter's other type of Coke button. Chinese netizens have quite the sense of humor. They're also saying that they look forward to the next 4 years, to the new situation, and hope to see positive changes. Wow, look at that optimism. Even after a lifetime of living under the CCP, the spirit of the Chinese people is tougher than cutting a Trump steak well done with plastic spoons. Netizens are also hoping for win-win mutual cooperation. Overall, the Chinese internet response was almost as chill as Trump on election night.
Thank you very much. Wow.
Which I'm sure former Vice President Kamala Harris hasn't quite recovered from. Just smile through the pain. And then, just like that, it was over. Trump's inauguration didn't leave a lasting mark on the front pages of Chinese social media site Weibo, and it barely left a mark at all in Chinese news media. Trump's inauguration barely got a mention in the front pages of Chinese news sites like the Beijing Daily and the People's Daily. And it just got a brief mention on the front page of Phoenix Network and China Daily. And what about my favorite Chinese state-run media, the Global Times? Well, even on Inauguration Day, you had to scroll down before you saw anything about Trump. While this is suspicious, as an American, seeing the news and social media go 5 minutes without everything being about Trump seems refreshing. Chinese media focused more on Chinese leader Xi Jinping presiding over a meeting he had during that time. Yes, Trump, the guy who put his name on everything, may have a big ego, but it's still nowhere as big as Xi Jinping's. So the Chinese people are already moving on, and the Chinese media is making light of the occasion. But deep down inside, China knows that Trump's inauguration is a big deal.
I think
during Trump's first term,
comparing Trump to Xi Jinping is kind of short-sighted. I feel like Xi Jinping is maybe 5 times smarter than Donald Trump. I think if you gave Donald Trump the power and control that he has over China, that country would collapse in 30 days. I think the comparison is giving Trump too much credit.
Xi Jinping put a lot of effort into charming Trump, even going so far as to let Trump into the Forbidden City and taking him out to see Peking Opera. He did everything short of sharing his honey with him. The thing is, Trump has arguably been the most China realist president the U.S. has had. He started the U.S. shift from turning a blind eye to China to countering it with policies that even President Joe Biden followed, which is impressive since Biden doesn't usually follow so much as aimlessly wanders off. From the looks of Trump's cabinet picks, it appears Trump's going to keep going hard on China, especially after Trump mentioned taking back the Panama Canal from China.
And above all, China is operating the Panama Canal, and we didn't give it to China. We gave it to Panama, and we're taking it back.
Trump is one princess you don't want to mess with. One Chinese researcher talking with Radio Free Asia said Trump's China policy has a clear anti-Chinese communist
CIA sources,
which will exacerbate economic and political chaos.
Not just that. Does Xi have, and his entire family have meme coins?
When Xi's wife released a meme coin, did it hurt the value of the other one?
Yeah, no, this is just purely to show the difference between actual journalism and Falun Gong.
Chaos in China.
I hope it's demonstrated adequately.
The CCP can't afford to see Trump carry out his threats, especially his promise to impose a 60% tariff on Chinese goods. It's still grappling with its ongoing property crisis, huge local government debt, youth unemployment, and more. Chinese media is also strangely silent about that. Curious. But that's why, in the lead up to the inauguration, Chinese outlets have been rattling on about how the U.S. needs to get rid of its Cold War thinking. and focus on other issues like illegal immigration and inflation.
That's not true.
Yes, don't think about China. After all, tariffs, they say, will only hurt the U.S. and drive allies to China. Or, to translate, please don't do exactly that. We're terrified. No one likes us. In China's ongoing effort to get its way, China's Vice President Han Zheng met with a ton of American business leaders right before the inauguration, urging more U.S. investment. Because apparently there are still tons of business people who are gullible enough to invest in China.
Pretty crazy.
I guess that means I'll be doing future episodes on them, so thanks for the job security. Zheng also met with Vice President J.D. Vance, as well as Trump ally Elon Musk, who, mind you, has vested interest in China with his Shanghai-based Tesla Gigafactory, which is a more questionable decision than making this gesture.
Nice.
That'll feed the media's outrage machine for a good couple of hours. Meanwhile, pro-CCP influencers are kissing up to Trump. And so is TikTok, whose CEO attended Trump's inauguration. And it wasn't just because they're a huge fan of the Village People, though they do still put on an incredible live show. In fact, when Trump, for some reason, delayed what many call the TikTok ban, TikTok thanked Trump and sponsored an inauguration eve.
Were they universally disowned by the LGBT community?
No, no. It's more funny than anything.
Interesting.
No, there's a whole thing with, like, one of the guys in the Village People actually is, like, a MAGA guy.
That's hilarious.
It's complicated.
Okay.
But he made the claim that it was never a gay song, and, like, basically people said this is just so they can perform at the Trump rally.
Party. It's hard to say what exactly
it probably
is going
would
on.
be the fucking cop, wouldn't it?
I think it is the cop, actually.
Amazing. Really sticking to the character, huh?
Trump's mom.
Now that's what I call character development.
Like, the joke is, it's like, when the song was written, the other guy who wrote the song was like, yeah, it's about how you can go to the YMCA and always get gay sex there when you're wandering around. And the other guy thinks it's just about hanging with your boys. And it reminds me of, like, Mac before he's openly gay and Always Sunny.
That's
like,
funny.
Confused. What do you mean this is gay? I was just hanging with the boys and lifting weights.
Says that he wants to create a joint venture, though he says he may or may not do a TikTok deal depending on what's offered. Given Trump's history of saying one thing and doing another, the CCP might be in for a very long 4 years. And now, Operation Honeypot. You, my 50-cent army, have absolutely blown me away. 2 weeks ago, I published a video exposing how
Next.
Let's bring in Steve Yates, Senior Research Fellow for China and National Security Policy at the Heritage Foundation. Steve, good morning to you. So let's talk about this big announcement that came down yesterday. It has to do with
Heritage Foundation. Whoa. This will be war.
Infrastructure and data centers being built in this country, things that are kind of tricky to understand. So practically speaking, what does this mean for our future?
Well, first and foremost, it is a tremendously large investment in basically America winning the future. We've had a lot of talk in Washington and elsewhere over recent years about strategic competition coming from China.
It's not AI. It is not artificial intelligence. It's just an advanced algorithm. Shut the fuck up.
Supply chain dependency and trying to compete in these critical areas, but you have to have reliable baseload energy. You have to have secure supply chains to be able.
If you want to prove to me that it's AI, give me something that's not connected to the internet that can have a discussion with me. That's actual basic artificial intelligence. I'm pretty sure that's what the definition of basic is. Give me a second. I'm going to double check this.
You're basic.
Machine learning. Natural language processing, deep learning, computer vision, generative AI. Okay, so maybe we are in basic AI. But that's also the AI giving me that answer. So let's continue. Let's continue looking. Yeah, I agree. Burn it down. Burn it down. But I'm just curious, and for people who don't know, there are 3 levels of AI. See, even here in this, right? This little circle graph, right? It's just data science mixed in with deep learning algorithms and machine learning algorithms. It's not even an AI yet. Learn and reason like humans. There's no proof that it can reason like a human. It's connected to the internet. Give me something disconnected from the internet that can solve a logic problem. Then maybe we can talk. As far as I'm concerned, we're not at AI yet. AI is synonymous with robots. Sure, AI can surpass human intelligence soon. No. Yeah, exactly. The idea of AI will outsmart humans is exaggerated. Artificial general intelligence is theoretical and far from realization. And AGI, general intelligence, is in my opinion, a non-expert who's... I've done a lot of just like cursory research into this. My first article that I got published was on AI. General intelligence is a long fucking way away. And until then, it's not AI. It's just a marketing term. And as soon as it hits general intelligence, theoretically, it'll hit super intelligence real quick. So, I don't know. Kill that shit. Don't do that. Turn it off. Stop trying. Bad. Bad, bad. Bad, 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 bad.
Able to run these things, and if for America to be the leading high-tech manufacturing export economy of the world, well, all that has to come together. And
that's the thing. It just is that. It just is. It's a marketing term until it isn't. And that point will be muddied. Yes. Yes. Yeah, exactly. So that's why I say it's not AI.
Death Stranding is about a lot of this, but it will not tell you in the game. It will not say the words AI ever.
Good. You shouldn't need to.
It takes more than a little bit of investment. Unlike the CHIPS Act and other things before, this, I think, will stimulate development in that base infrastructure necessary for these industries to thrive.
One of the reasons why might be because it spoils the story a little if you know that the extinction entity is AI.
Okay.
But they never explain it anyway. So I don't think it really matters if you understand that the extinction entity is an AI.
Okay.
And me saying the extinction entity saves it from being spoiled because you won't know who the extinction entity is until the end of the game.
True. Okay. Do you have anything that you can play for like 20, 30 minutes?
It could even be Norman Rebus.
Do you have anything that you can play for like 20, 30 minutes while I make food?
Yeah, you have to give me a second, though.
Yeah, that's fine. That's why I'm letting you know now.
It'll attract investment in manufacturing back to the United States. And frankly, if
you want to use the playlist is there.
Xi Jinping of China, I have a little bit of a shiver in my spine that America just might be serious about competing and beating me.
Oh, absolutely. I would argue that winning the AI race is almost existential to our country's survival, especially when it comes to somebody like Xi Jinping. One of the people at the forefront of this is OpenAI CEO Sam Altman. He praised the deal with Brett last night. Listen.
This means we can create AI and AGI in the United States of America. wouldn't have been obvious that this was possible. But I think if a different president it might not have been possible, but we are thrilled to get to do this, and I think it'll be great for Americans, great for the whole world.
Fuck off,
look,
Sam.
You mentioned some of these, from removing those regulatory barriers to unleashing the energy needed to power AI to, quite frankly, the funding. Why did it take Donald Trump in 48, 36 hours to make this happen when AI is so important to our future? Where has...
Fox News dickhead. The 6 richest people in the world were in the same room. Why the fuck do you think it happened? Lobbying. You moron.
You want to see a funny, rare dialogue from Mass Effect?
Sure. Why not?
Escaping. Ever since we cured the genophage, it's been nothing but work.
Council been riding you?
Ah, not those project shit slingers. No, it's the female shepherd. Now that they're fertile again. I haven't slept in I don't know how long.
Can I get you two anything?
2 more drinks. And another bag of ice.
I would have thought you'd be enjoying the perks of Krogan fertility.
Enjoying it? There's a line of females outside my dwelling right now. Stretches on for as far as you can see. I had to sneak out my own bathroom window. Even then, I was cornered by 2 more females on the ride from Tuchanka.
That's awesome.
Death by Schnoo Schnoo.
Horny Rex is the best Rex.
Well, I fear that they have been slumbering in the...
Yeah, the Turing test is outdated when Fox News is taken as news. I agree. I actually wholeheartedly agree with this statement. That's a solid ass statement.
The old bet that globalization and internationalization of these things was going to be an efficient way of meeting the future needs. But Donald Trump uniquely organized campaigns and our country around the idea that we need to get serious about being able to manufacture and supply things here. Our allies also want this too. It just should not be forgotten that if AI and other technologies are under the control
that America is like energy independent and none of this actually is true, and that all of this is a lie made by capitalists. Like, they're aware of this, yes? The Fox News people and this Heritage Foundation fuckhead. Like, they're perfectly smart enough to be aware of this. Surely. Surely you don't work in the industry this long, or in the industry at all, and get to the point where you're like, yeah, I'm just gonna, like, believe the dumbest shit because money. I struggle to believe that people are that dumb. Like, it's malicious. It has to be. There's no other explanation. Nothing else makes sense.
Damn it, I didn't mute my mic when I went up to pee.
It has to be.
Everyone probably heard me peeing.
No,
I thought I
because I've been
pressed
ranting.
mute, but it didn't. So
control or monopoly.
Everyone probably heard me.
It has to be. It has to be like malicious. It has to be evil. They're just bad people.
Government like
people hearing me pee.
I know.
China, where they have no ethics, no value for human dignity, and unlimited resources to do whatever it is they choose, the highest surveillance state in the world.
I really wish that they would say the Communist Party.
Manufacture and supply things here. Our allies also want this too. It just should not be forgotten that if AI and other technologies are under the control or monopoly of a government like China, where they have no ethics, no value for human dignity, and unlimited resources to do whatever it is they choose.
Don't you know I work for the Heritage Foundation, Jack?
Yes, I do know that. No, we're paid by the Heritage Foundation. That's how we make our money. That's why I drive.
Or is it the Hudson Institute? I think it's Hudson Institute, actually.
I don't know. Either way, we get paid, which is why I do Uber deliveries, because we definitely get paid. Why I'm literally working as a slave for Uber. Spending half my fucking money on petrol. Pretty cool.
the highest surveillance state in the world.
Huh?
Said you have a weird definition of cool.
We need to have responsible stakeholders working together that value ethics, value genuine information, and I think this is just a tremendous down payment on that renewal.
Yeah, a global power grid would be unfathomably dumb.
That President Trump was talking about.
Well, speaking of China,
even I know the basics of that kind of stuff because I studied physics and whatever. And the loss over distance is insane. Why would you ever do that? It would be awful. Like unless it would create ghettos for one. It would create areas which the rich people would want to be the closest to the highest supply of power. It'd be like the what's that Spanish movie on Netflix, The Platform? It'd be like that shit. That's literally what that is. The global power grid would be the platform
it's so funny
in power
that
level.
movie exists because it's like just taking old folklore and making it into a movie.
Yeah, the long spoons, right?
Yeah. Well, just it's something that's in a lot of different folklore.
Yeah. It's a great idea. It's a universal film too. Everybody will understand it. Yeah, exactly. It has to be that high. Out of necessity. Imagine how high it's going to have to be for a global power grid to give 9 billion people power. Surely, if we had, like, a Tesseract...
Well...
Sure. Or a black hole powering the Earth. Sure.
We do have Tesseracts.
Well, I'm talking Marvel Space Magic one.
Yeah, well, the thing about the Tesseract is that it shouldn't be called that because
I know.
Tesseract is a very real thing.
No, I know.
Do you know what it is?
But, roughly, I think you've definitely told me about it before.
It's just a fourth dimensional cube.
Yes. Yeah, that like folds in on itself and shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
It looks strange. Yeah, no, we've definitely spoken about this before, but yeah, I'm talking about the Marvel MacGuffin.
Technically, if you look at a Tesseract, that's what warp does in Mass Effect. That's what your fucking cells are doing.
Yes.
They're Tesseracts your cells, and that's why it tears people apart.
Yes. But yeah, so it's like this MacGuffin, just like a power cube. Just infinite power. Maybe then it would work, because who gives a shit?
But if you do think about it, so like if you had like a cube of fourth dimensional energy, right? It would be infinite because it would constantly, if you're burning that energy, it would constantly be reverting to where it before it was burned.
Yes.
So it would be infinite.
Yeah. Well, have you seen the salt reactors? I think they're salt.
Yeah, they're the new ones.
Yeah, the ones that they tested in China, pebble reactors, something like that. They're like a fuck, what's the material? There's some different material. Pebble.
Unobtainium.
China was the first one to start one of these. Meltdown proof is what it is. Pebble bed reactor. They use something.
I gotta give BG a stick.
Uh-huh.
Hi, baby.
Pebble bed reactor. In Europe. Oh yeah. Oh, it's in Germany. Oh yeah. First pebble bed. Wait. 66? The fuck? No. Yes? No. What? Strange. Chinese province, Shandong. Okay, whatever. Whatever.
China, Russian President Vladimir Putin and Chinese President Xi Jinping.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether it's uranium or one of the other ones that decays into uranium. I think it's another one that decays into a different metal. There's a video. The Kyle Hill guy did a video on it. I'm trying to remember what he said because that's the one the one in Europe, I believe, that he went to. Same kind of technology, but China did it first, I believe.
Spoke on Tuesday.
To give appropriate credit where credit is due, they did create a reactor-proof, meltdown-proof reactors. Kind of neat. Good job, China.
After Donald Trump was sworn into
Maybe you can stop using fucking coal now.
office. It was a video call that lasted about an hour and a half, and it was certainly chummy. Xi Jinping told Vladimir Putin, "This year, I am ready."
I haven't heard about that. That's kind of interesting. Especially considering how, like, government-connected solar is. Every house should have fucking solar, to be completely honest. It should be free. The government should give people solar for free. I don't give a fuck how much money it costs.
Ready to elevate
Right,
China.
the fucking cops in Victoria crying because they're not getting paid enough. Oh, we can't do the policing if we don't get paid enough money. Take more of their money and give people free solar.
Russian relations to a new level to counter external uncertainties by
stuff about how all the solar and wind energy is made in China, even though it's like all made in the U.S.
The American ones, yeah. It's all the Australian ones that are made in China.
So people have been joking, like, how much did these companies pay Trump?
Yeah. Well, that's the question, isn't it?
preserving stability and resilience of Chinese-Russian relations. So our adversaries are going to react to a change in leadership, and this is how they're doing it. So how does Donald Trump respond to this elevated partnership?
Well, of course, President Trump has said very frequently that he intends to open channels of dialogue with both leaders. Doesn't mean concession. It means he's going to take the temperature of the things that matter to him, the United States, the new American agenda. Of course, the priority in engaging Russia is going to be what Keith Kellogg, a special envoy, is charged with doing, of ending the killing in Ukraine and trying to come up with some stable peace on Europe's eastern flank. Should he succeed in being able to do that with President Trump, that changes the calculus for China. Right now, Xi Jinping thinks he's got a best bro to try to build a coalition to counter the...
Oh, it's up near fucking Castlemaine. Interesting. In between Bendigo and Ballarat. It's the complete other side of where I am. Whoops. Bunyip. Weird names. Weird fucking names.
The United States and maybe thwart the United States. I don't like their odds if Donald Trump remains on this run of initial big push orders to get America right.
All right, Steve Yates, live for us. Thank you so much. We appreciate your insight.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Ducey. All right, you got your thing?
He was just waiting to do his pen thing.
Journalists globally are at increased risk of arrest, with China.
What the fuck? Alright, I'll be back.
Oh my god! Oh! Wait, that's the Switch one. Oh, it could do that? I didn't know it could do that! What? 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 Whoa! Man, you guys all doubted him because he lied every day for 7 years straight, but in the end, that verified Reddit moderator came through, baby. Nintendo is doing a Nintendo Switch 2, man. We're about to make some money in here. You guys didn't know, but I knew they would. Uncle Reggie eating some good spaghetti tonight, baby. This is like a miracle on Christmas Street. Do you even understand what we're looking at here? You can plug this thing straight into the TV. Every time I go to a hotel, I try to plug it into the TV, but I don't get the dot, so I think that they made a Nintendo Switch 2 and Reggie's eating a big spaghetti-o tonight, baby. There's a power button. There's volume. PlayStation is going out of business. Bill Gates, sorry, Xbox just went out of business. Oh my God! It's a. Oh my God! This is an Xbox. This is the happiest day of my life. I haven't been this happy since PS5 Pro. It can fly. Oh my God! eShop music confirmed. Do you hear that song? It's like Mozart cart. It's like the greatest piece of music that I've ever heard yet. 3% bigger controller. Oh my God! They're both that big. Oh my! I could have just did one and I would have been happy, but boom, boom, you guys, boom, 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 you guys. I told you Switch 2 was real. It's morphing. Reggie said wee. No. Boom, bam, out of business. No more money. Oh, wait, we already saw that. It's never been done to do two colors like this. Reggie said wah, and they say Mozart is dead when he's still making songs today like wah. How come you don't do that song? This is the future of the world. They even got the buttons right to Nintendo. What in the world? Movable, doable, movable, doable. Movable analog sticks. It has never been done before. Uncle Reggie is eating such a large plate of spaghetti tonight that it can never even be comprehended. The controllers can race around like little people now. Reggie, don't. Just don't, man. You already won. Just walk away. I'm dead. I'm back alive. 2. See, I knew it was Switch 2. Reggie, why are you bringing out a 10-piece band now? Go eat your spaghetti, man. What are you... Mario Kart 9 confirmed day 1! I knew it! Mario is in Mario Kart 1! I hope they don't get sued by Nintendo. They're only making 2,000 of them. Oh no! But it's backwards compatible. Oh, thank God. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Why is he like that?
Sea squirt, also known as sea vomit. It's hard and rubbery, and more than just being gross, it's also trouble. This is the sea squirt, also known as sea vomit. It's hard and rubbery, and more than just being gross, it's also troublesome. Sea vomit is known to disturb the marine ecosystem by competing with native marine species by blocking their access to the seafloor in the area it develops. New Brunswick's Huntsman Marine Science Center, along with its partners, is researching this spreading invasive species in the Bay of Fundy. And they are doing it with the help of some scallop fishers.
We have scallop fishers that are going to be fishing, and when they're fishing in the bay, they use drags to scoop up lots of things off the bottom while they're looking for scallops. And during that time, they're going to be looking to see if they can find the sea vomit tunicate. And if they do find it, they're going to be taking a sample for us and bringing it back to shore, as well as telling us where they found it to help us understand the distribution.
We know sea vomit is present in the Bay of Fundy, but we really don't know how much there is or which areas it's present in, like how widely it's distributed. So this project's really aiming to find that out, and we're approaching that from different...
When I hear Australian lady, this is what I see.
Different angles. We're doing some dive surveys and some ROV surveys to look at distribution of it in the Bay of Fundy. We're also working with fishers and trying to collect their sightings of the species to enable us to get a broader impression of its distribution that we can go back and do more detailed surveys later. We're also using genetic techniques, so trying to look at the origins of this species, where it's coming from to get into the Bay of Fundy. And we're using eDNA to detect it in the water column. That's the environmental DNA, so we're actually looking at water samples, trying to find genetic evidence of its presence in those water samples. And then we're also able to use that to study how widely it's distributed. It's an invasive species, And it can grow very, very quickly once it's introduced to a place. It doesn't have many native predators. There's nothing that will really eat it to keep the population down. And it forms very big mats over the surface of the seabed. So those big mats are smothering the native marine life that is there. They're competing with space for other native species that might settle on the seabed or on rocks where it's growing. And they're also preventing other species that either need to live in the seabed or to feed on things that are in the seabed from accessing those food resources or that shelter.
Trying to understand where it's coming from and the distribution of it will help us understand what part of the bay it will be impacting if there is an impact, especially on lobster and scallop for our fishers.
Goodwin says the final goal of the 3-year project is to understand the spread and impact of sea vomit in the Bay of Fundy and to come up with potential solutions to control it.
Let's talk about much of this.
I'm being filmed. Well, everybody, it is bad idea time. I'm in the K Islands right now, which is a pretty difficult area to get to far east in Indonesia. So Indonesia is huge. It's the biggest archipelagic state. There's like 18,000 islands here. And these are like islands that are all the way to the east. It's so far east that it's close to Papua New Guinea and West Papua, which is part of Indonesia. And I am tired. I am very, very tired. I have been not able to sleep for the past week. For the past week, I've been sleeping like 2-3 hours a night, and I don't know why. Usually I adjust in like a day or two. I travel a lot. This time, no. This time it's just not happening. So I probably should try to sleep tonight, but instead I'm going to try a preparation of betel nut that is very interesting. See, betel nut usually, so I've got props, hold on. This is the betel nut, or it's the fruit that the betel nut is inside. It is the seed of the areca palm. That is usually put in one of these, a leaf, called the betel leaf. Called betel leaf because it comes from Piper beetle. So it's a unrelated plant. These are not related whatsoever. But because of the combination of them being used for a very long time, I have a video on it. There's a lot of historical significance to this. Because of that, these are usually paired together and they have the name betel nut, betel leaf. But this is not related to this. So you take the seed of this, at least a bit of it, you put it in this leaf, and you use a bit of this powder. This is lime, and I don't mean like the citrus. This is slaked lime, and slaked lime is a mineral. It can be made out of a few different things. One interesting thing that it is made out of, I'm sitting on a beach right now, actually, it can be made out of this, coral. So this is a mineral that is used in this combination that helps the drug get into your body faster. And, oh yeah, betel, if you haven't heard, is a stimulant. So people like truck drivers, taxi drivers, they will use this to get up and go. They'll be able to drive their cab through the night into the morning because this thing is a very powerful vasoconstrictor. So it acts similarly to caffeine. It's not caffeine, but it works like a very, very strong cup of coffee, kind of. So that is how it's typically done. But in this area, people also will use not the leaf, but the fruit of the betel. Instead of wrapping the betel leaf around the nut and then eating it, instead they will dip this into the slaked lime and eat it along with the betel nut. What's kind of interesting is I've only really heard of this being done in Papua New Guinea. I didn't know it was done here in Indonesia, but it kind of makes sense because the K Islands where I am right now are very near Papua New Guinea. It does make sense that this is here, but I was not expecting to find this. There is a little bit of confusion with this, and I think that's because people often will call this mustard. It is not mustard. It is not. It maybe looks similar to the pod of the mustard plant, but it is not mustard. There is a WikiHow page on how to eat betel nut, And they actually will say to take the betel nut with a pinch of mustard seeds and put those in your mouth. Who would have thought? WikiHow is not always all that accurate. I have done betel nut a couple times on this channel, but I have never tried, or I don't think I've even seen the betel fruit before. So this is pretty nifty. It looks like some of the pepper that I've seen. You know, like black pepper is related to this. It's like a bunch of very, very, very tiny peppercorns all crammed up next to each other into a solid mass. And that is what this is. And a lot of the pepper species look like this. I'm going to do the whole preparation of this, but first I want to just see what this tastes like straight on its own. Oh, I can see why this isn't as popular as the leaf, because this thing it's strong. That's very strong. It's like vinegar and really, really powerful black pepper, and maybe a bit of wasabi. It's not bad, actually. I think this would actually be good as a spice too. I think grinding this up and using a little bit of that paste, the way you would use wasabi, would be a good idea. There's an aftertaste that is spicy. It's like cloves. Interesting. This is pretty cool. This is pretty cool. Just right here. I'm not looking forward to doing the preparation of it. You know, I've seen a video of a guy doing this, and you can see like over the course of just like a minute him turn from like looking fresh as a daisy to green. This is something that nauseates a lot of people, so I'm not looking forward to trying it. So I'm going to let this flavor in my mouth subside for a second, and as that happens, let me tell you a story. I just drank some water, and it just felt like I drank some tea, some like cloves tea. That's wild. Yeah, so I wasn't sure if I wanted to tell this story or not because it's embarrassing, but I had a hell of a time buying this. So the island that I'm on right now is kind of odd because it has regular flights from another city in the Maluku Islands. It's not as difficult to get to as the Band Islands. So I figured it would be more accessible. There would be, it'd be easier to get around. It would be easier to buy food and groceries and stuff like that. There are supermarkets here. There are convenience stores here. There is their version of an Uber here, but it only exists here. So it's like a local one. I can't even download it. So there is like a certain kind of accessibility to getting around that you don't see in the Band Islands. But I don't think they get a lot of tourism here because as I've been walking around this island, people have been reacting to me like the circus has come to town, which is odd. I've been to more remote places where I did not get that reaction. But like when people see a foreigner here, they go a little crazy. So everywhere I walk, like every person, or let's say every other person, says hello to me, says something to me, and then points and laughs. It's been the experience that I've had here specifically. I've never had that anywhere else. Other parts of Indonesia, like people will talk to me, but like here it's just like everybody's talking to me. And as someone who has not been sleeping, it's a bit much right now for me. So I went to this market. The moment I walked into this market, everybody started pointing, laughing, and screaming. It was honestly really overwhelming and I wanted to leave. But I came a long way to come here and go to the market. So I like powered through and that's when I found this. And when I like approached the lady to talk to her, then she was just like, oh, okay, he's buying something. But the whole time that I was buying this, like people were gathering around and like filming me. I actually wanted to capture it because it's like, what the hell is going on? So I turned my camera on and put it in my pocket, and I like, well, as I was leaving. And as I was leaving, a woman grabbed me and dragged me through the market.
Oh, no. Where are you taking me? Oh God. I'm not intimidated at all. No, this is good.
Then she brought me to the exit, shook my hand, and then slapped my face like that, and then walked away.
Okay. It's okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for showing my way out. She just slapped me in the face. You're threatening me with a knife. Okay.
It was probably the most awkward and uncomfortable experience I've ever had at a market.
What?
And it was while I was on like no sleep and I hadn't eaten all day. So I was just like delirious and just like, whoa, like being bounced around by this market that was just reacting to me like out of a nightmare. Tastes like cloves. So cool. All right. I've held off long enough. Let's do it. I've got the Areca. Getting into this, I've seen people do it with their teeth. I don't think I have that ability, so I've got a knife here. Okay, so let's see. The Areca is a very tough, fibrous palm fruit. So getting into it is not the easiest thing. Let's see if I could do this without cutting off my thumb. Okay. This is actually a fairly ripe Areca palm. I've never seen one quite so like juicy before. I've tried this in the past, like the palm fruit itself, and it was not a great experience, but not awful. Little tart, little coconutty, actually. You can actually get betel nut scissors, which are specially made for cutting into betel nuts. Often people just use a knife, but I've seen, locals around here actually using the scissors. Yeah, and it's fresh betel nut. Like you see, it's still like juicy in there. Yeah, people in this area don't mess around. People will actually take an entire one of these nuts and chew that, which is a lot of stimulant. Compare that to preparations in India, where you do like pan. It's just like a few little shavings, and they use it with dry, which I think is milder. I have managed to extract a few chunks of the nut. It is maybe a tenth of a nut. It's a little bit. I want to sleep, guys. I want to sleep tonight. And I think if I were to do this entire nut, I'd be awake for like the next month. Chew it up. I got a bottle to spit in. You don't swallow it. Some people do. As you chew it, it dries out your mouth. That especially happens with the fresh nut. When you buy the dried ones, it doesn't dry you out quite so much like this. It feels like I just took one of my socks, shoved it in my mouth. I can't even imagine doing a whole one.
I love fresh
just
nut.
like my whole head would turn dry. And the flavor of it is not bad. It's spicy. It's like something like a woody cinnamon, woody clove kind of flavor. Now, if you know better than I do, correct me if I'm wrong. But how I've heard that
Is this the
done
guy that tries all
is
the
you
drugs?
get this preparation going in your mouth with the nut, maybe spit to get the saliva out, and then you do this. You dip a little bit in. You don't want a lot.
Well, yeah, the natural
it will actually burn you, this stuff. And then you take a bite. It's really burning my mouth right now. The betel fruit itself, that's really hot as it is. But taking like this slaked lime, which already burns your mouth, and mixing it with something else that burns your mouth, it's really burning my mouth. But, using as little as I did, it's okay. But it's feeling warm right now. It's not burning like acid is eating away at my flesh. It's burning like I ate something warm. You know what? I don't mind it. I know a lot of people have, reservations against this sort of thing. Maybe it's because I've done it a couple times
Hot,
and like
fresh
the
nut
initial
approved.
shock of doing it isn't so strong. But it's okay. It's okay. I think if I were to do the whole nut and take a big bite out of the pod, I would also be turning green right now. Mind all the cuts, by the way. I am spitting into this bottle, and I don't want you to see it. It's gross. I've got a bottle full of spit. Do you want to see that? I'm not going to show you. I am not going to show you my spit, but I am going to tell you something very interesting about my spit. Betel nut has a bit of a bad reputation for staining sidewalks, because when you do it, it produces like this red pigment in your mouth. So when you spit out red. And don't do that, by the way. Those people are rude. You're meant to do it in something, in a bottle or a bag or into a trash can or something. Or spit on your own home. It's fine. Spitting on a wall like people do is not socially acceptable, even in places where you chew betel nuts. You'll see signs sometimes that say, "Don't spit your betel nut here." The interesting thing about my spit, though, is that when I chewed on the seed of this and spit it out, it was not red. I'm not sure if it's the these two things together or the lime with it, but when you do that preparation together in your mouth and then you spit, then it's red. So I think that the combination of those chemicals together is what's making your spit red. It's kind of interesting. You know, the leaf is like, it's okay. It's all right. It's got a little bit of
this
like
motherfucker really just be eating shit.
It reminds me of toothpaste. There's something like cleansery about it. They both have a peppery taste to them. This has more. Very, very peppery. Actually, like heats up in your mouth. This one, it feels like a little bit of like a leafy black pepper taste. Okay? This is more like toothpaste. It's got some sort of like mouth cleaning kind of flavor to it. So maybe it would be better as a mouth freshener to use the leaf. This feels more like a spice. You get that peppery taste in abundance, and you get a little bit of a flavor of cloves also. I don't really get that so much with this. So I actually like the fruit better in a betel nut preparation. It's got a, I don't know, more satisfying flavor, like more like a treat and less like you're cleaning your teeth. So yeah, I think I like this more. It is very powerful though. If you've never had betel nut before and you want to try it without getting sick, I would recommend doing it with more the Indian preparation, pan. You take the leaf, you put just a little bit of the dried betel in it. People will put some spices like fennel.
Try Indian nut, much milder.
Some different candied things could go in there. And then you wrap that up with maybe just a little bit of the slaked lime and try it that way. That's the easiest way to go. If you're going to graduate, then the leaf with a bit of the fresh nut without the spices would be a good way to go. And then go for this guy. Even though I do like this more, I think because it is so strong and so spicy, it's a little too intense. I think if you want to try it this way, try just a little bite with a little bit of the lime. And kind of like work your way up to it. I'm glad that I took a bite of this first before I did the preparation, because if I did the preparation and didn't know any better, I would have taken a bigger bite of this and I would have had a hard time. I think knowing how powerful it is first is important. I'm looking over here because there's a dog and he just took a crap next to me. Thank you. I think that's my cue to go. Thank you very much for watching, everybody. I hope you found this interesting, and I will see you all next time. Bye-bye.
Bye. What other nut does this swallow?
It's been about 15 minutes, and I feel like I just drank a cup of coffee. That's kind of how I feel right now. It definitely works. You feel that effect fairly quickly. And I'm glad that I only did a little bit of it because, you know, since I haven't been sleeping very well, you know, the good news is I feel awake now, but you know, I want to sleep tonight. And it's like 5 p.m. right now, so most human beings who are not severely jet lagged, I think, would be totally fine with the amount that I did at this hour. Me, let's see what happens. All right, everybody. I'll see you all next time. Bye-bye. That's a good boy. You want to try it? I don't think you do. Nope. All right.
Good boy. I'm not back yet.
I don't care.
Fine.
Couples wore dresses, suits, or traditional tie outfits. There were balloons, sparkles, and smiles as hundreds walked down a rainbow-colored aisle and proudly into history. Most people at this mass wedding have been in partnerships for years, but today marks the first time in Thailand that they can register their love as legal. We can live safely and smoothly without being a burden to anyone, she says. It's so good. Thailand has long been seen as open.
What should we title this? What should we title this?
I don't know.
Oh, look, there's some SpongeBob text right there. See, it's like in SpongeBob's hands.
Yeah. Shut up, dog. Get fucking whippy with me, you little shit. There's one right there, you fucking dickhead. Right there.
You like that? What do you think?
Sure, that'll work.
No, it won't. God, I hate getting any type of input from you. Anytime I do a meme, you're like, perfect. Okay, thanks for letting me know you're not cooperating.
I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, let's call the show Dingus. Yeah, Jack.
You mean this show?
Yeah, because this would be a thumbnail for it.
You want to think up of a name right now? I don't fucking know. Right now.
Right now. See, it's Dingus, and then you go W. Ampersand.
Chat, name, show, now. Do it. Better. More people. I have no fucking clue. Literate idiots.
Literate idiots.
Litter idiots. News.
You like just news? That's
just
it.
News.
Just news.
Work in
How
progress.
do you spell literate?
Fuck. L-I.
No, I got it.
Artificial Ignorance is a good title. That's actually great. I think that's it. That's a winner. Big winner. Bad name. Trademark.
What do you think?
Why not just say 5th gen? Presented by 5th gen.
Because then people know who we are.
Do we want them to?
Do we?
No. No.
I think it looks better with names.
We'll do it not caps.
What do you mean not caps? That's insane.
Whatever, do names, whatever. Make up names. Do something stupid. I don't fucking know. There you go. Dingus and Dingoose.
No, Dingus and Bingus. What are you talking about? All right, there we go. That's done.
Perfect. Flawless. Great. Back to the show.
2 decades to campaign for full legal rights.
It's not only protests on the street, but we also do a lot of the advocacy.
Thailand's prime minister on her Instagram account said the rainbow flag has been planted gracefully in Thailand, adding everyone's love is legally recognized with honor and dignity. For Maple, a single mom, and her partner Kevin, a transgender man, being married means more than just a piece of paper, though they've been waiting 6 years to get it.
This law is important because this will be like family, the real family.
Maple says a legal marriage gives them stability and respect, which has come reluctantly, even from their own families. So when they arrived at the mass wedding, they were beaming. They registered their documents, got marriage certificates, and with witnesses...
My big brother. Yeah, my big brother.
and photos, they were newlyweds. Thailand becomes only the 3rd place in Asia, behind Nepal and Taiwan, to allow people of the same gender to marry. The law also grants them adoption and inheritance rights.
Based Nepal? What the fuck? Go the Nepalese.
Thailand is also hoping the marriage equality law will be a boon for wedding tourism. This ceremony the first to celebrate progress and to say love wins. Janice Mackey-Freyer, NBC News, Beijing.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about...
The enchanting Thai island of Phuket is facing a waste management crisis, despite its goal to become a sustainable tourism destination by 2026. Known for its white sand beaches and a vibrant nightlife, Phuket is a popular vacation spot. It has seen rapid town development and a surge in tourists after the pandemic, and that generates a huge amount of waste. Every day, around 1,100 tons of waste collected from towns across Phuket are sent to one single landfill. Only 700 tons are incinerated. That's the maximum capacity of the landfill's only incinerator. The rest continues to be steadily dumped. Hundreds of residents nearby, like Vasana Toyu, have been increasingly suffering from the intensifying smell.
There's no life outside the house, we just stay at home. Sometimes you have to wear a mask at home because of the smell. When the smell is very strong, you have to wear a mask and turn on the air conditioner and air purifier all the time. The power bill is very expensive each month, up to $180 per month, because you have to keep everything on all the time.
Toyu said her children are not able to go out and get fresh air because of the smell. Her 3-month-old has never been outside at all, she added. Authorities are scrambling to find solutions for the steadily increasing waste problem. Here is Supachoki Langvet, the deputy mayor of Phuket municipality.
The growth of the city has been much more rapid than...
Super choke long fat.
What?
Super choke long fat.
What is that?
The dude's name.
Oh.
Look at the
Oh
screen.
my god, it is. Jesus Christ. That's hilarious.
than it should be. Therefore, it could mean a crisis.
This is a downside of legalizing weed as well. The tourism boom leaves a lot of ignorant assholes.
In terms of waste management within Phuket province itself, which the municipality must accommodate. We speak in terms of a crisis, or in the worst case, that we must prepare an area to accommodate 1,400 to 1,500 tons of garbage per day in the next 2 to 3 years, until the second incinerator is built.
Thai authorities are collaborating with private agencies to reduce waste. Their plan involves transforming the waste into fuel. An NGO has also launched an initiative to help decrease organic waste by 1,100 pounds per day. Despite the efforts on the way, an expert believes that more needs
biosolids.
Yeah, okay.
See, like, this is pineapple rinds. That's great for biosolids. That's,
yeah, okay.
Anything that you can move to compost would also work in biosolids.
Ah, okay.
To be
it
done.
Needs to be able to, like, you know, because, like, as these things decompose, they, like, give off gas and stuff.
Yeah,
and energy.
Generates heat and gas.
They actually generate heat, yeah.
I am aware of some things.
Ivy Ball is a solid waste management expert and assistant professor at Burafa University.
They need to also focus on waste reduction, waste separation. Because if we just keep expanding more waste incinerator, I don't think that would be just the solution. Because at the end of the day, you have, you know, access and you would end up using these kind of preset landfill.
But for now, the community living near the landfill has to endure the pollution until the crisis is solved.
A stealth frigate, an attack submarine, and a missile destroyer inducted recently into India's naval fleet are among dozens of warships that the country plans to add over the next decade.
About 40 warships are likely to be commissioned over the next few years. And that's a significant jump. Even qualitatively, the ships that Indian Navy is commissioning are very high-tech and high-end.
Indian Defence Minister Rajnath Singh said strengthening the Navy was a top priority as the region is increasingly part of an international power rivalry. Analysts say New Delhi is building its naval prowess amid concerns that infrastructure projects that China has built in India's neighborhood are bringing the rival Asian nation closer to its shores in the Indian Ocean.
The Chinese Navy has very good relations with Myanmar. It has access to a port in Sri Lanka called Hambantota, which gives it docking facilities. And it has very close links with the Gwadar port in Pakistan on the Arabian Sea. So all around India is, in a sense, encircled by China. And it is concentrating on trying to break or at least counter this stranglehold by expanding its navy.
The challenge is not easy. China's navy is the world's largest by number of ships.
The Chinese have expanded their navy exponentially and continue to do so. They, in fact, have at least 4.5 times the number of underwater and surface combatants than the Indian Navy does. And that's a great source of worry for the Indian Navy.
India's focus for years has been on building its army because of the country's decades-long border disputes with China and Pakistan in the Himalayas. But with 90% of India's trade, including vital energy supplies, passing daily through the Indian Ocean, this waterway has become a priority for the country's political and military leaders.
India's sustenance is completely dependent on Indian Ocean. So Indian Ocean is absolutely important, and for that, India needs to have the freedom of navigation. Our ships should be able to transit through the Indian Ocean freely without being hindered by any power that could be inimical to India's interests.
India's naval expansion is also driven by its ambitions to be counted as a global power. Inaugurating the ships, Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi said the country will support a secure and prosperous Indo-Pacific region.
Look at my ship. It is very small.
India is today recognized globally, especially in the global south, as a reliable and responsible
in the world.
Nice hat.
To boost maritime security, India is also enhancing collaboration with other navies. This month, it took part in an exercise with France and a 9-nation exercise led by France between the Indian and Pacific Oceans.
Edna dos Años Nacimiento Sequeira, known as Brazina, climbs an acai palm tree in her village of Ilha da Jussara in Brazil. She's harvesting acai berries, a superfood known for its nutritional benefits and used globally in juices, cosmetics, and supplements.
Epic.
Growing the tart fruit is a major source of income for the village, and production has grown around 50% in the last decade. That's thanks to Brazina and a dozen or so other women in the village who fought to secure sources of credit.
Damn.
There's a lot of value here, but we haven't yet managed to organize ourselves so that we can earn more. This is our black gold, as we say.
Hey, look how easy it is to harvest as well. All you gotta do is climb a tree.
Brazina is 60 years old and grew up watching her father climb the village's acai tree.
Skills that they have, though. Not anyone can just go there. The capitalists would build a machine.
Yeah, they would, and they would poison the entire area.
At first, the husbands took care of the product, of the production. Then we, the women, started to move. Can we organize ourselves?
She was the first woman to participate in meetings to discuss funding to grow the village business.
Fuck yeah.
According to Government Sustainable Development Agency Emitter, the involvement of women in such small-scale businesses has grown fast in rural Brazil. In 2021, almost half of the rural credit from a federal program overseen by Emitter that supports smallholder farmers benefited female producers, it said.
Damn.
The initial investment in projects like the acai of Ilha da Jussara is around $3,300. After that, it's financially self-sustaining, according to an agronomist at Emitter. Acai berry production in Brazil grew 15% between 2020 and 2023, according to government statistics. Para State, where Ilha da Jussara is located, accounts for 94% of the country's output and is a top exporter of the fruit to companies around the world. Some 200 people are dedicated to organic acai production in the village. During the harvest, families can make fourfold the region's minimum wage. Total sales are about $225,000 a year, over 85% of the community's income.
Damn.
Brazina says the business has helped villagers prosper.
We've achieved a lot with my friends that are part of it. Now we are a bit apart, but we continue in the same business, in the same place. And they are also doing very well. They have their own little house, their own little stove, their own bathroom. And for us, it's changed a lot. Thanks to God.
Oh my God.
What will a second...
Yeah, it wasn't thanks to your hard fucking work, it was God. Okay.
Well, God gave him the opportunity.
Sure. Let's go with that one. I fucking hate that so much. Like, at least give credit to the people that work their fucking ass off to get it up and running. Even yourself. Like, I hate it so much. I understand it. I hate it so much.
Trump presidency mean for the world? On the 20th of January 2025, Donald Trump was sworn in for a second term, becoming the 47th president of the United States. However, while most Americans will be looking to see what he does at home,
didn't even put his hand on the Bible?
I didn't.
He didn't touch the Bible while doing the oath?
Probably because it's not a Trump Bible.
I don't know. He didn't touch the Bible, though.
If
I wonder if
he did do
Christians
it on
saw.
his own Trump
That would be
Bible.
funny. That would be very funny.
That would
Big
be
T on the front.
I mean, there is a Trump Bible.
World
He did make one.
He did.
Keenly watching to see what his approach to US foreign policy will be. So, just what have we learned from his first day back in office? Hello and welcome. If you're new to the channel, my name is James Lindsay, and here I take an informed look at international relations, conflict, security, and statehood. Even before he was elected, there was considerable concern about the likely implications of a second Trump administration. Long before he won the vote, Trump had signalled that he would pursue a much more assertive and isolationist foreign policy that drew little distinction between friends and foes. For example, as well as again raising the idea of withdrawing from NATO, a theme of his first presidency, he even went as far as to suggest that he'd be happy to let Russia invade members that hadn't met their commitment to spend on defence. Meanwhile, in the weeks before his inauguration, fears grew after Trump appeared to make a series of threats against neighbours and other friendly states. In addition to suggesting that the US would be willing to seize back control of the Panama Canal, he also repeated his desire to take control of Greenland, which currently belongs to NATO ally Denmark. To add to this, he also suggested that he'd be willing to send US troops to fight against the drug cartels in Mexico, and even suggested that Canada could become the 51st US state. Of course, while many argued that this was all just bluster, not to be taken seriously, such messages necessarily created concern. It was noticeable that various European leaders, as well as other figures, challenged Trump's comments. So, what have we seen so far? First of all, the inauguration speech set a very clear tone for the new administration. Promising a golden age for the United States, Trump unapologetically focused on reasserting American sovereignty and prioritising national interests. Building on his tried and tested slogans of America First and Make America Great Again, his speech was underpinned by a clear message that the United States would no longer accept being taken advantage of by other countries. But beyond this broad statement of ambition, he also announced a whole raft of executive measures that will profoundly affect US foreign relations. For a start, his decision to declare a national emergency on the US border with Mexico and send American troops to the area to limit immigration will necessarily mark a significant source of tensions with America's southern neighbour. However, far more challenging is his decision to follow through on his promise to designate the Mexican drug cartels as foreign terrorist organisations, thereby opening the way for military actions against the wishes of the Mexican government. And as if this weren't enough, to further heighten tensions with Mexico, he signed an order renaming the Gulf of Mexico as the Gulf of America. Meanwhile, in other foreign policy announcements, he signed an executive order withdrawing the US from the Paris Climate Change Treaty. While this was expected, his decision to reverse restrictions on drilling in Alaska and other measures designed to limit the use of fossil fuels, while framed as pursuing energy independence, will inevitably be seen as deliberately undermining efforts to reach a global consensus on tackling climate change. In addition, he also announced that the US would withdraw from the UN World Health Organization.
That was
Again,
the funniest
while
one.
this has long been expected
idiot.
and reflects many of the tensions that first emerged during the COVID pandemic, it will also be seen as a blow to US multilateralism. As for other steps, it was notable that he redesignated Cuba as a state sponsor of terrorism, signalling a reversal of any thawing of tensions with Havana. The move was immediately condemned by the Cuban president, who accused the United States of strengthening its cruel economic war against his country. But aside from the policy announcements, his first day in office was also marked by a significant administrative win when the Senate confirmed Marco Rubio as Secretary of State. Widely regarded as one of Trump's better picks and the first to be confirmed by the Senate, he will now be the face of US foreign policy. However, there's little doubt that he'll have a tricky balancing act ahead. Alongside him, a range of other figures will be pressing very different and competing agendas, including other cabinet appointees. In addition, Trump has also appointed several special presidential envoys with whom he has close relations. All this will make life very difficult for the new Secretary of State. However, the day was also notable for some things that didn't happen. For example, there were no announcements on tariffs, including the 10% on all goods from abroad, the 25% on items from Canada and Mexico, and the massive 60% on goods from China. But there seems to be little doubt that these are coming, especially given the central role tariffs played in the electoral campaign. Indeed, Trump announced in his inauguration speech that he was setting up an external revenue service to collect payments, and also announced that he'd ordered federal officials to review unfair trading practices. On this issue, therefore, it appears that he's determined to keep to his promises. even if not on day one. But of course, the biggest item on the missing list was an end to the Ukraine war. During the campaign, Trump had said that he'd be able to solve the issue within a day of coming to power. While no one seriously expected this to happen, in recent weeks, officials close to the new administration have privately conceded that it won't be so quick, recognising that it could in fact take several months to reach an agreement.
Really?
What this is likely to mean is, of course, anyone's guess at this stage. Our best clue came from statements during the election campaign by the new Vice President, J.D. Vance. In an interview, he suggested that this could amount to effectively handing Russia de facto control of the territory it had already taken and ending any talk about admitting Ukraine to NATO. Positions that many argue is tantamount to handing Moscow victory. However, as others have noted, there's been a softening of tone in recent weeks, suggesting that the US might still be willing to support Ukraine, especially if Vladimir Putin is unwilling to scale back his war aims.
He is.
So, what should we make of the new US foreign policy following day one?
Should continue hitting very large oil refineries and say to Russia every time it happens, this will stop as soon as you get the fuck out of our country. And then hit another one and say, and just the same repeated message, just keep repeating it. This will stop as soon as Russia retreats from the Ukrainian territory. Hit another one. Start hitting Moscow. Fuck it.
I mean, that's
start
what
hitting
Zelensky
historical sites.
Is doing peace through strength. You know, like that's what he's hopeful that the Trump admin will be, is that they can do a better position where they get the weapons first and then make ultimatums.
Well.
So when Russia escalates, Ukraine already has the resources there to respond to the escalation.
Yeah, well,
Ukraine
that
is never going to escalate the war inside their own territory. That's stupid. Their goal has always been de-escalating the war.
Yeah. But I mean, it's
to
just
give them weapons ahead of time so they can respond to escalations would make Russia less likely to escalate. And that's Zelensky's criticism of the Biden admin.
Yeah.
That he would like the Trump admin, the main thing that he would like to convince Trump to do is change this policy. And with Rubio in his corner, it might happen.
Interesting. You reckon it might?
With Rubio in the corner, yes.
Interesting. So basically, what I'm proposing would only be a rational idea if this scenario was to happen.
No, that's what I'm saying is, but instead it's more of the opposite. It's like they want the things there so they can respond to escalations with attacks on Moscow and shit.
Yeah, true.
Because if those things are already in place and Putin knows that ahead of time, it makes him reconsider doing certain things.
True.
I mean, that's at least the way Zelensky puts it.
Yeah. I mean, you would hope that... Because you would think somebody like Putin, most of the wars that he's fought are against mostly civilians. He doesn't really fight armies. We're seeing him actually fight an army this time. And even a poorly armed one. And look how long they've lasted. Sure, they're struggling, but so's Russia. Russia's losing fucking men like crazy. I haven't seen the updated numbers, but it's in the hundreds of thousands, I'm pretty sure. Like, fucking crazy numbers.
If they were doing well, they wouldn't need DPRK.
Exactly. And it's like, if Ukraine can get a supply of weapons to complement and surpass their training even, there's no chance of Russia's going to win. Plus, Europe is contemplating sending forces, apparently? Or is that just horse shit?
Well, we'll see what happens, I guess.
And so if
you know,
that
maybe
happens...
if we had people who could do a weekly Ukraine show. Whoever would like to.
Maybe. But yeah, kind of interesting. We need to do an update, it seems.
Of the second Trump presidency. After months of speculation about how he'll act once he's back in power, what can...
Well, look, poorly armed in the means of America is not giving them what they need. Poorly armed as in Europe is dropping the ball. Poorly armed as in Russia has jets and long-range shit that Ukraine doesn't. Like in the short war, sort of on the battlefield, sure, they're well armed. Sure. But into the air, in the all-around battlefield, they're well outclassed. Which is showing. And they're better trained, which is why they've lasted so long, right? The equipment that they have is good. But there's only so many planes that they had. And there's only so many chances of them not getting shot down. There's only so many chances. Yeah, and how much of it did they have to give back? How much of it was defunct because of Soviet incompetence? Do we even know? Not sure. But sure, like, they had surplus, sure. Not as much as Russia. Not as much as Europe, America, Japan even, Korea. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
He said for certain is that any suggestion that he would take a more moderate or low-key approach when he returned to the White House has been laid to rest. His announcements intend to put the US first in ways that will inevitably worry many US neighbours, partners and friends, and have profound implications.
But talking about the Russian tanks, have you seen the videos of the Bradleys fucking the Russian tanks up? They are awesome.
Load them with armor-piercing rounds, and they'll punch right through it.
They are fucking sick. It's so cool. I'm gonna try and find a video. They're awesome. I fucking saw one on Instagram. Did I send it to you? Oh, I'll see if I can find it.
For global politics. Moreover, unlike his first term in office, which was marked by relative chaos and disorganisation, one gets the sense that there's a clear plan of action now and a much deeper sense of intent. However, while all this has signalled the direction of travel, there are many, many more issues that will need to be tackled in the days, weeks, months, and even years ahead. How will Trump address conflicts and confrontations in Europe, Asia, and the Middle East? And how will he work with the country's allies? And can his team hold together in the face of many competing demands? Looking ahead and based on what we've seen from his first day back in office, we're clearly facing a very different America from the last administration, and even a very different America from Trump's first term in office. Of course, many still wonder what Trump intends to do on issues such as the Panama Canal, Greenland, and Mexico. For more on these issues, see the videos below.
American TikTok users are flocking to Chinese app Xiaohongshu or Red Note. What does this spell for the propaganda war against China? We'll discuss this and more on this week's China Report.
China. She said China.
China. Hard R. Holy shit, it's 44 minutes. Jesus Christ. Oh my god, what's that?
Hongshu, which we showed some of the screenshots, is that it has
in Los Angeles, California. We can talk more about the politics.
That's not China.
That, there were these spurious claims that effectively leaving the fate of TikTok to Trump. The app went dark on Saturday night and was removed from popular app stores. A little over 12 hours later.
Could have continued. They shut down themselves. Yes, it was removed, but they could have continued service.
Later on Sunday, the app came back online with a pop-up notification thanking Trump for his efforts in restoring the app.
Wow, you don't think that's suspicious? Like it was a fascist political ploy? Guess you don't see that kind of thing.
I mean, they love to find fascism in America.
Yeah, strange that they don't see it here.
In anticipation of the
They
TikTok
almost
ban,
seem happy. Interesting.
that was scheduled for January 19th, hundreds of thousands of the app's users flocked to Chinese platform Xiaohongshu or Red Note, making it the most downloaded app on the App Store. This migration sparked an unprecedented mass cultural exchange between Americans and Chinese people, with many Americans for the first time seeing what life was really like in China without being filtered through U.S. government propaganda. To discuss the significance of this cultural moment and what this means in light of Washington's new Cold War on China, we're honored to have on returning guest Ben Norton. Ben is an independent journalist based in China and the host of Geopolitical Economy Report. Ben, welcome back to the show.
Thanks for having me. It's always a real pleasure being here.
Well, Ben, I know you've spoken about Xiaohongshu on a couple of different shows, but I think what's really noteworthy for me about this whole TikTok ban is that how spectacularly it just backfired on the U.S. government, right? The ban, of course, was presented under the guise of TikTok posing a threat to national security. That there were these spurious claims that the Chinese government had access to all our data, that they could manipulate the algorithm to influence users of the app to their benefit. And this was part of a larger propaganda war against China, which, of course, the government has really browbeaten into us, really browbeaten the idea of how terrible China is, how repressive they are to their people. And now U.S. citizens are finding out from Chinese people what life is really like in China. And, coming to the realization that they've been lied to by their own government. So this really feels like a huge blunder for the U.S. and, like a major loss in their propaganda war against China.
Yeah, I think it's a major loss in a few different ways. There is the U.S. loss and then also the Democratic Party. I mean, it's incredible how Joe Biden handed Donald Trump this massive gift after, ironically, it was Trump who in 2020 issued an executive order that tried to ban TikTok the first time, and then 2 U.S. courts prevented Trump from banning TikTok. Biden came in, he banned TikTok, one of the most popular apps in the U.S., and then Trump says, okay, I'm going to save TikTok. We can talk more about the politics of that. Of course, Trump has signed an executive order that only allows TikTok to operate for 75 days, and now he's going to try to ban TikTok again. This is part of his pressure to try to force the parent company of TikTok, ByteDance, to sell TikTok to a U.S. company. But the point is that this massively blew up in the face of the U.S. government, especially the Biden administration. Let's talk about the geopolitical element here. Now, for decades, the U.S. government has accused China of trying to censor everything and being authoritarian. And here we have the U.S. government censoring one of the most popular apps in the country. We don't know the exact number, but there are estimates that over 170 million people in the U.S. had accounts on TikTok, which is about half the population. And especially among young people, the vast majority of people had accounts on TikTok. So this was a massive political blow that might have potentially hurt Biden.
Handed over to this narrative.
Yeah.
And the U.S. government fed it and didn't care.
In the election. But the point is that the U.S. has accused China of trying to control social media and censoring everything. And now we see this mass exodus of people in the U.S. having to use a Chinese platform because the U.S. government censored them. And this is not just...
They didn't have to. They literally got psyoped by a Chinese agent. What are you talking about? It's so funny how obvious it was that the people talking about it were inorganic. So obvious. And nobody's like, yeah, this was an op. People posting, oh yeah, China pays people. Look at this document. Yeah, let's ignore the fact that there's open evidence that China pays protesters and people online and internet trolls. Let's just ignore all that, I guess. Because America censored TikTok. No, TikTok chose to take itself down. There was no ban implemented. Yes, it was passed into law, but a law in writing only. It's not enforced. There's no enforcing it. It wasn't enforced. It was up to Trump. Cry about it. Just stop fucking trying to say, oh, America censored TikTok. There's nowhere else to go. They had to go to Chinese app. No, they didn't. They chose to. They chose to after being told. You think they just found this thing organically? Are you brain dead?
Just a question of censorship. It's also an economic question. There are many people whose businesses and whose jobs revolve around using TikTok, and they've lost that means of income. So that's another significant blow to people in the U.S.
Sure.
But it's deeply ironic in another way, which is that, you know, the U.S. claimed that supposedly TikTok was being used by China to spy on people. There's no evidence of this. TikTok is not even...
Did the ban law, was that passed unanimously? As in everybody voted yes? I'm pretty sure it was. The entire document is redacted, and everybody voted yes. I'm gonna say that some pretty serious shit was happening in the background of TikTok.
But again, the main reason you can't come forward with that is because it would expose your own agents. And I don't mean agents as a physical person. When we use the term agents, they're more often they're learning algorithms.
Yes.
Based in China. Ironically, TikTok has two main bases.
Like you look at the algorithmic AIs that are here right now, and you attach those to things that are good at getting information, and you can start training them to avoid things. They can start maintaining their own survival, so to speak.
Interesting. That's very interesting.
Right? You never thought about it like that, huh?
As to not contradict themselves.
Well, you know, if somebody's looking for you, you can move where your location is on that drive. And
true.
you can respond to agents introduced to find you. But when I talk about it like this, it's easier to visualize this kind of like a Tron thing, you know?
Yes.
Even though it's obvious or Osmosis Jones even, you know? It's obvious that's not what's going on, but it's easier to describe the actions when you say it like that. Little hide and go seek game.
Yes.
Which is in Singapore and Los Angeles, California. And TikTok is different from the Chinese version of the app. So for most of these Chinese apps, there is a different version of the app that is international, and then there's a version that is used in mainland China. The domestic app is called Douyin, and that is the Chinese version of TikTok. Unless you're using a VPN inside mainland China, you can't use TikTok. So this idea that China had access to all this data is simply not true.
Oh, you
In fact,
idiot.
there was a thread that went viral this past week that was published by a former engineer at TikTok, published it on Twitter. And in it, he said,
we love a former
TikTok as an engineer,
like a former OECW
and he repeatedly said that the data collection policy of TikTok was the same data collection policy of Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, all of these US big tech companies. There was no difference in terms of the data collection policy. So what this really is about, I think, is two main things. It's about preventing any alternatives, any competition.
The same people who eventually got this law passed are the same people who tried to block the sale of TikTok to the people who currently own it. They tried to block it. They have been trying to stop it since the start. This is not an argument. You are ignorant. You are misleading people. You are an idiot.
Petition to U.S. big tech monopolies. And if you look at, by the way, Trump's inauguration, who was present right in the center sitting with his cabinet members, it was all of the billionaire oligarchs from these big tech companies.
Who
Elon
else?
Musk, who's basically co-president.
Was the TikTok guy
he has a
there
very
too?
senior role in the Trump administration.
Was
the
the
richest
TikTok
man
guy
on
there
earth, with over
too?
$400
Are you going to
billion
mention that the
of
TikTok
wealth.
guy there was
Right
too?
next to him, Jeff Bezos, the second richest man on earth, the founder of Amazon,
Are
with
you
over
gonna
$200
mention the
billion
TikTok
of
guy?
wealth. And then right next to him,
Who's
Mark
also a
Zuckerberg,
billionaire?
the founder and CEO of Facebook, now Meta, parent company,
Uh-huh.
but also has $200 billion of wealth. So, I mean, these are the, and right
Uh-huh.
next to them as well, you have the CEO of Google and Alphabet.
Great.
Also, Tim Cook,
Keep
the CEO
going.
of Apple, was there. He's not present in this video. But the point is that these are the big tech oligarchs that play a very significant role in determining U.S. government policy. They had spent a long time lobbying to ban TikTok, and the U.S. government banned TikTok to prevent any competitors. So these U.S. big tech corporations can continue to dominate. And then there's also the element of censorship. Ironically, the U.S. accuses China of
really where this fucking narrative came from? Unfucking believable. Yeah, I was right. He did show up. I just had to double check because I wasn't actually 100% confident with myself that he was there. But yes, the CEO of TikTok attended the inaugural events of Donald J. Trump, 47th President of the United States. Now, why, oh why, Ben, would the TikTok CEO be at Trump's inauguration days after his app released politicized messages telling people that they shut down and that it's in Trump's hands, and then 18 hours later restart services thanking Donald Trump? And then the CEO is at Donald Trump's inauguration. Now that really makes your noggin get jogging, doesn't
Your
it?
nutter get buttered.
That really makes you thunk. Huh? Or maybe it doesn't engage your brain because you don't have one. I'm not sure. You tell me,
butter,
Ben.
your butter.
Which one is it? Why was the TikTok CEO at Donald Trump's inauguration, Ben? Why was the company thanking Donald Trump, Ben? Why did they shut down voluntarily?
You're very loud. You're hurting my ears.
And then thank Donald Trump, Ben?
censorship. We now know that one of the reasons that U.S. politicians sought to censor TikTok is because a lot of young people were using TikTok to get access to information. For instance, about the horrific crimes against humanity and genocide being committed by Israel with U.S. weapons and U.S. support.
I don't think we use TikToks ever. And I'm pretty sure people in our chat who watch us regularly are way more informed than your average TikTok political person. I don't know. Just an inkling. Just a guess.
I liked the trend when we were doing the silly cats to explain the unaliving of Emmett Till.
Or many other conflicts. I mean, TikTok had an algorithm that was not entirely controlled by the U.S. government.
Oh my God.
Unlike Facebook, unlike YouTube, which these are owned by companies, Meta and Google respectively, that have billions of dollars of contracts with the U.S. government, that have a long history of going.
The Chinese government, literally by law, you live in China apparently. You know this. I guess. The Chinese government has to have an agent inside every single corporation, public or private. I'm 100% sure that you are aware of this. And to a point that I'm pretty sure that they have to have boards appointed to address the party and to make sure that the company is going the direction of the party. This is, yet again, a hollow whataboutism to deflect from what China is doing. This is pathetic.
Going along with U.S. government censorship requests, or in the case of Israel, we know that Israel frequently asks Facebook to censor Palestinians, and they censor Palestinians. People who are, artists and
TikTok came back. First thing it did was censor Palestine. Started taking down Palestinian things. It's very funny. Let me double check that too. TikTok censors Free Palestine. Pretty sure that was the thing. TikTok under scrutiny for removing Free Palestine comments. TikTok is facing blah blah blah. Several users reported comments being flagged for violating community guidelines under hate speech or hateful behavior. These included incidents come shortly after the app was reinstated. Brief shutdown due to concerns over national security, despite TikTok's spokesperson stating that there have been no changes to the platform's policy of moderation. How interesting. Wellity. How awkward, Ben. This has aged like fine milk.
Journalists are not even involved in an armed movement. So there are so many levels of hypocrisy that are breaking down. There's the Biden administration's hypocrisy, the U.S. government overall, its hypocrisy. Trump originally trying to ban TikTok and now claiming to be the savior of TikTok. I mean, every single level is just full of this ridiculous hypocrisy. But I think you said that one of the most interesting points of all of this is that now we see people in the U.S. are finally getting to communicate with people in mainland China, despite the fact that after many decades and decades, they've been bombarded with propaganda telling them all of these lies. Suddenly, they can talk to average people in China and realize that the situation in China is much better than they believed, that many people do live decent lives, and hundreds of millions of people have been lifted out of poverty. And the ridiculous view that people have of China and the U.S. is based on this cartoonish propaganda. In reality, many people in China can afford healthcare, whereas in the U.S. they can't. Food is much cheaper.
Is on the
standard of living is even higher, despite the fact that incomes are lower. So there's a lot we could respond to, but that's kind of my overall summary there.
Yeah, so one thing that I want to point out that's unique about Xiaohongshu, which we showed some of the screenshots, is that it has this text note feature where people can write questions and then other people will respond. So what's been happening as part of this cross-cultural dialogue on Xiaohongshu is that Chinese people are asking Americans about what life is like in China. Americans are asking Chinese people, what life is like in China, and I've been seeing
Can we go
lots
back
of
and listen to her
responses
repeat
to
herself?
this, asking Chinese people, Americans, cross-cultural dialogue on Xiaohongshu is that Chinese people are asking Americans about what life is like in China. Americans are asking Chinese people, what life is like in China, and I've been seeing lots of responses to this, Americans are really seeing through the U.S. government's propaganda. And as part of this cross-cultural exchange, they're having this kind of dialogue about, what the U.S. government has been lying to about China, to the U.S. people.
What?
Yeah, absolutely. First of all, we should keep in mind that when you look at the Western media coverage of China,
what life is like in China, they're asking them what life is like in China. She literally repeated herself.
I thought she said America, then China.
No. She said the same thing twice. I'm almost positive.
Maybe that's
healthcare. Whereas in the
One thing that I want to point out that's unique about Xiaohongshu, which we showed some of the screenshots, is that it has this text note.
This is the high repeated section. Maybe you're right.
Feature where people can write questions and then other people will respond. So what's been happening as part of this cross-cultural dialogue on Xiaohongshu is that Chinese people are asking Americans about what life is like in China. Americans are asking Chinese people, what life is like in China. And you know, I've been seeing
Chinese people are asking Americans what life is like in China.
Yes.
Then Americans are asking Chinese people what life is like in China.
That's very funny. Hey, this guy just fucking. These cunts just talk. It's crazy.
Great crowd in here today. 1,800 strong in the YouTube chat.
By the way,
901 strong in the Rumble
old guy
chat.
Has been posting videos of him in India. Remember how I wanted to know where he went?
I guess India. Weird. Why India?
All right, folks. This next segment is a last-minute addition to the show. Super last minute. Whoa. Super hot off of the presses, courtesy of our friend Max Blumenthal, who bid his own farewell to Secretary of State Anthony Blinken today. Just posted this at 11:19 a.m. My final words for Tony Blinken, Secretary of Genocide, and his smirking press secretary, Matt Miller. So, yes, this just happened before we went on air. We just found it, and we're so glad we did. So here's Max Blumenthal saying goodbye to Anthony Blinken.
300 reporters in Gaza were on the receiving end of your bombs. Why did you keep the bombs flowing when we had a deal in May? We all knew we had a deal. Everyone in this room knows we had a deal, Tony, and you kept the bombs flowing. Why did you sacrifice the rules-based order on the mantle of your commitment to Zionism?
Oh my God.
Why did you allow my friends to be massacred? Why did you allow my friends' homes in Gaza to be destroyed when we had a deal in May? You helped destroy our religion, Judaism, by associating it with fascism.
Oh my God.
You waved the white flag before
We'll
Netanyahu.
have the time to take questions at the end.
You waved the white flag before Israeli fascism.
We'll have the time to take questions
Your
at the end.
father-in-law was an Israel lobbyist. Your grandfather was an Israel lobbyist. Are you compromised by Israel? Why did you allow the Holocaust of our time to happen? How does it feel to have your legacy be genocide? How does it feel to have your legacy be genocide? You too, Matt. You smirked through the whole thing every day. You smirked through a genocide.
Thank you.
Look at that. We sent Matt Miller.
Father-in-law was an
Sent the
Israel
muscle
lobbyist.
over
Your
there.
grandfather was an Israel lobbyist. Are you compromised by Israel? Why did you allow the Holocaust of our time to happen? How does it feel to have your legacy be genocide? How does it feel to have your legacy be genocide? You too, Matt. You smirked through the whole thing every day. You smirked through a genocide.
You would get a lot more.
See, now they only got
if you
Matthew
just
Miller
ask
because he
questions
has that vampire
that are
super strength.
phrased
Max, if he was
correctly
going to
that
do this,
makes
he
them
needed a
look
necklace
bad.
of garlic.
Yeah, well, he needed to have some corned beef on rye before he went in there, and then just breathed on him when he came up.
Yeah.
Just a nice mouthy exhale right in Matthew Miller's face. That would have done the trick.
I mean, usually our people aren't fond of crucifixes, but under the circumstances,
yeah,
to come in handy.
You got to do what you got to do. That's right. So obviously, very, very well done
Get it? 'Cause he's a
by Max
vampire?
there, really checking all the boxes. Obviously, you know, Max has been to Gaza. He's written books about this. He does know people in Gaza. He does have a personal connection to the place. He does know people who have been murdered. And I think what he said there, too, you know, Max is a Jewish guy. So is Anthony Blinken. You've destroyed our religion by tying it to fascism.
That was
all
Netanyahu.
very, very well said. But not according to CNN. So thanks to Vic B in Vermont, who I think watches our show, because if your Twitter handle is close to what's in the chat here, I'm pretty sure you are a viewer of this program. So thank you for finding this. Just heard CNN smear Max Blumenthal of the Gray Zone News for calling out Blinken during his press conference. They went so far as to say he was an activist, not a journalist.
Well,
Great work, Max, as always. So here's some CNN coverage of this, courtesy of Vic B in Vermont.
I would consider anybody that has been given an award by Russia for your journalism can probably be discounted as a journalist.
The real question is, are you dingus or bingus?
I don't know. Let chat decide.
Should I do a poll?
Taking questions on Israel.
The bingus to dingus poll.
Deal, but
Yeah,
as you heard,
do that.
he was
Yeah, that's funny.
repeatedly interrupted by some cringeworthy heckling.
It was
by
cringe, you're
activists,
right.
Which is highly unusual in a situation like this. Let's listen to that as he was thanking the press at the beginning of his comments.
Not always the most enjoyable thing, but it is the most necessary thing.
in our democracy.
Reporters in Gaza were on the receiving end of your bombs. Why did you keep the bombs flowing when we had a deal?
I'm happy to address questions.
We had a deal. Everyone in this room knows we had a deal, Tony. You kept the bombs flowing.
I'm happy to address questions.
Tony.
Thank you.
Makes order on the mantle of your desires. Why did you allow my friends to be massacred? Why did you?
I'm happy to address your questions when we get to questions. Thank you. Thank you.
You helped destroy all religious Judaism by associating.
Yeah, I have a statement to make. Thank you.
You waved the white flag before Netanyahu. You waved the white flag.
Oh, Vic B in Vermont's in the Rumble chat right now as we speak. There you go.
Of course,
Good on
they
you,
stream
Vic
the
B.
Rumble.
So let's hear this intro once more. Once more.
Okay. Secretary Blinken taking questions
These
on
are the
Israel,
kings of repeating
Hamas, that
shit.
deal.
Yeah.
But as you heard, he was repeatedly
I forgot what
interrupted by
happened.
some
Let's watch it
cringeworthy
again.
Heckling by activists, which is highly unusual.
What was cringeworthy about that?
Everything.
I didn't find it cringeworthy. What was cringeworthy?
What a
No.
disgusting disgrace.
No, you don't
this
understand.
woman is to
What he was
the
doing may not have
profession
been
of journalism.
cringeworthy,
How dare
but
you.
he's Max Blumenthal. So when they say a cringeworthy activist, they mean Max Blumenthal is la cringe.
Yes. That was cringe. Don't do that again.
What? Saying la cringe? That's what makes it extra cringe, though. Don't you see?
This? Stop.
Right? When you say it's la cringe, then it's like even cringier. You understand?
I bid you good day, sir. I bid you good day.
Oh no!
I don't have a move for
cringe.
clowning right now.
Call herself a journalist, sitting there in that studio peddling propaganda while Max
She literally is a
goes into that
journalist.
room and asks the questions that nobody in that room, certainly nobody like her, would have the
That
balls
wasn't.
to ask.
They weren't questions. They were never intended to get answers.
Literally weren't questions.
Like
in fact,
that he never intended to get answers. What the fuck are you talking about? A
in
journalist
fact,
would go
Blinken
in there.
said he would address questions at the end.
Mm-hmm. So if he had just sat there and shut the fuck up and listened, and then asked questions at the end like a journalist would, then maybe he would be considered a journalist. But this is activist shit. You see the distinction?
And that's why she
Yes.
has that job. And this is
He's
why
cringe.
nobody watches CNN anymore. Nobody who would ask Anthony Blinken those questions would ever be sitting in that chair.
El
That's right.
cringe.
That's right. It never
You know what we should do? We should get a press pass. Go to the White House and ask real questions that these guys would do the Nintendo Switch soy face over.
Uh-huh.
Because that would be funny. Because they'd be like, who are these guys? And then they'd see us shitting on them. But they'd be super conflicted. That would just be funny. Personally funny. Just as like a long-term plan to fuck with them.
never even occurs to them. Hey, you know, you're being a journalist means, you know, waiting your turn and waiting for them to call on you and asking your very polite question and let them gaslight you out of it, let them spin their way out of it if it's a tough question, and then you take your seat like a good little boy or a good little girl. No, this is an actual act of journalism. And
you're an idiot. If you're a journalist at a press conference, you should know the answer to the question that you're asking. If you only get one question and only one question, you should know the answer so that you can phrase their non-answer as an answer. It's very simple. You know how politicians complain about journalists doing gotcha questions? No, it's just because journalists know the answer and politicians lie. That's all. Just don't step in the trap. It's very easy.
You know, I like how, yeah, she definitely, you know, she calls them activists and not journalists. That was a
he is an activist. This is activist shit.
press room. So I'm pretty sure you can't get in that room unless you're a journalist, unless you are a credentialed
you can
journalist. This
apply
wasn't a
for a
town
press
hall.
pass.
This
You don't have to be a
wasn't, you know, the
journalist.
Atlantic Council, which has,
Yeah.
you know, I'm sure you got to
You
get
just have to
invited to
pass
those
a
things, but
background
whatever.
check,
It's a
I
civilian
believe.
event. This was a press room. This was a press room. Pretty obviously here, as you could see, Max getting pulled out of the room here. those are reporters with their laptop, their microphones. Like, everybody who's in there is supposed to be in there because they are, I assume, credentialed press. So they're not simply activists. They're journalists.
Right, of course.
And in his case, he's asking a question that maybe doesn't conform to the rules of civility and normalcy, quote unquote, that would land you.
I don't know whether they're
question.
No, I don't know whether they're dumb or being intentionally misleading. Do they genuinely not understand that anybody can get a press pass?
I genuinely don't understand them. To be honest.
Like, maybe it's because we're both journalists that we know that this is, like, a thing that people can just get, that you can just apply for. But, like, surely people know this. That you can just be, like, an 18-year-old with a blog and apply for a press pass because you want to interview somebody. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Credentials. They're not credentials. They're just passes that you apply for. I could literally walk up to any job site and be like, hey, I'm a journalist. I'm here to speak to blah, blah. And they'll let me onto the site if I fucking wanted to snoop around and have a look. Do you know how fucking easy it is to fraudulently make credentials? What are you talking about?
I've done it many times for doing journalism.
There you go.
Call people and say you're from Discovery Channel, and then all of a sudden the ex-CIA agent agrees to an interview. Like, if I went to that Sarah girl and I did my whole Discovery Networks pitch that I normally would do when I was interacting with somebody like that,
instantly
we'd have an interview. But that's the thing, is that era of journalism, as I like to call the Glenn Greenwald era, is that
time for a new one.
A daytime show at CNN, but it's much better work than she's ever done, just in that 1 minute.
Yeah, no,
This is cringe.
her job.
You guys
and the job
glazing
of
Max
everyone
Blumenthal is
in
very
that studio. It's much closer to prostitution than it is to journalism. You get paid to perform and behave in a certain way, no matter what you might be feeling.
You mean like Max Blumenthal?
And they throw you money.
Makes you
You're
think.
not actually a journalist. It is. I've said it many times.
Jobs where you have to behave a certain way. Flight attendant, server, retail, clown.
Every job.
Not necessarily every job.
Almost.
If you're a cook, you can show up high on meth and nobody will care.
As long as you cook the food.
Yep.
That's a fair point.
I've had cooks literally passing out on top of the grill because they're on so much junk.
Jesus
and
Christ.
Still not get fired.
Times. CNN is to journalism what grape juice is to grape drink. It's this very poor facsimile, this very poor substitute of the substance of journalism. And the mean girl way that she says it. Yeah, so this is really cringe.
Yeah.
There's a guy asking one of the worst secretaries of state of all time who oversaw a genocide and has an unusual amount of personal responsibility for it because everyone knows the president wasn't really in charge, so really he's responsible. And someone asked him some questions a few days before he leaves his post, and
this
my
guy.
God. Oh my
this
God,
guy's
I can't
joke
believe that he did that.
Has gone on
some of your monster
30 seconds too long.
What they have?
Can we go back in time how long he did
they
this
have like
mocking
58,000 in the
impression?
key demographic
And
at
you
this
tell
point
me
watching CNN.
how long
Charles
until it's not
Stints of
appropriate anymore. You tell me the official length it should have been.
And the mean girl way that
From
she
here?
says it. Yeah, so this is really cringe. There's a guy asking one of the worst secretaries of state of all time
It should have
who
ended
oversaw a
10 seconds
genocide
ago.
and has an unusual amount of personal responsibility
Stop.
for it because everyone knows the president wasn't really in charge, so really he's
You
responsible.
know where
and
it
someone asked
could
him
have
some
ended?
questions a few days before.
The
Go to-
genocide
let's
bit?
let's do with them. Let's get this one more time on repeat. Okay.
Yeah, so this is really cringe. There's a
Right
guy
there.
asking.
That's what. If they just did that, it would be much funnier.
one of the worst secretaries of state of all time who oversaw genocide, and
you could end it there if you really wanted to stretch it. So let's go. 803
has an unusual amount of personal responsibility for it because everyone knows the president wasn't really in charge, so really he's responsible. And someone asked him some questions a few days before he leaves his post, and oh my god, I can't believe that he did that.
No question.
That was 20 extra seconds.
Yep. This is why. What they have? I heard a number the other day, like in prime time, they have like 58,000 in the key demographic at this point watching CNN. 58 fucking thousand. Jesus.
Yes.
Jesus.
Or
like a mid-sized YouTube channel will do that on an average clip.
Exactly. Yep. Failing CNN, and that's why. Well, good job to Max over there. Thanks for that. Thanks for
that was great.
For what exactly?
That was some of his best work.
Yep.
Yeah, it actually probably is.
Hang on. One of my favorite quotes of all time is, "You call that work?" Now, let me explain something to you. You know Garth from Wayne's World?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and you know Boomhauer from King of the Hill?
I don't really watch the show, no.
Okay, he's the guy who like mumbles when he talks.
Okay.
So my friend, his name's PJ. He was a combination of both those characters.
Okay.
And Battlefront 2, it had 4-player split screen. And since I had all the medals and stuff, I had permanent bonuses unlocked.
Okay.
And so like my brother was like saying like it's not fair. And I go, "What do you mean? I worked hard for those." And he just goes, "You call that work?"
It was pretty funny.
Australia Day is an opportunity to celebrate everything we've built together and be optimistic for the future we can shape together. Whether you are someone whose ancestors have loved and cared for this land for 60,000 years, or whether you are making the pledge of commitment as a new citizen today,
Why does he talk like he's got dentures?
Yeah, you know what these sneaky cunts did? They made the
Sneaky cunts?
the sneaky cunts. They made the citizenship ceremony on the same day. So now they have an argument to keep it on the day. Which is stupid. Because it's like, just change it. Who gives a shit? Just give people an extra day off. That's all people really give a fuck about anyway, at the end of the day. Right? Most people are just happy that they get a day off. Like, literally, it's a Sunday today. Monday. Day off. Fuck yeah. That's what most people think. And then people just have this fake nationalism. Like, for the most part, I feel like people generally don't give a shit.
Well, like, it's like 4th of July, where it's more about the customs of, like, exploding shit than it is about doing your patriotic duty. Like, there's this awkward moment at Thanksgiving where someone in the family goes, "All right, what are we thankful for?" And, like, nobody actually wants to do that process.
Mm-hmm. I mean, yeah, it should be an optional thing regardless. I think Triple J changed their Australia Day music thing to the last weekend of January, which just happened to be Australia Day this weekend. So they ended up doing it on the day anyway. Haha, sucked in. But I also see it from the other side where it's like, yeah, there's a serious history behind this date, and the date is the day everything changed for the people who were living here for tens of thousands of years before the British rocked up and fucked everything up. Right? Like, I understand where they're coming from. I understand their opposition to the day. Use it if it's not going to change. This is my sort of, this would be my compromise position as a pitch to people in this country, is like, as opposed to berating people about the history of the country and accusing them of celebrating genocide, which only generates, because if anybody knows Australians, it just generates a sort of fuck you sort of attitude. Go fuck yourself. And you sort of double down. It's like it doesn't help. I feel like you need to utilize the day to redirect, not so much anger, but redirect the passion away from this fake nationalism shit with the fake plastic flags made in China and shit, to actually learning about the country. Maybe the government should invest in making some historical documentary films about Aboriginal history that they can play throughout the day on Australia Day on one of the public free-to-air channels. Like, I don't fucking know. Do something that actually matters. Do something that actually contributes to the society, instead of perpetuating this colonial bullshit with the Commonwealth. Fuck the Commonwealth. Seriously, like, we should be a republic, but I don't trust the fucking politicians currently in charge to be able to rationally and responsibly write laws that doesn't just protect the rich and the political class that already exists. It's just going to be the same shit, except now the Queen, King, whoever the fuck, whatever the fuck monarchy is in Britain at the time, can't just go, oh, guy that we've elected, fuck off. Which is absurd. Imagine if somebody could just be like, haha, Donald Trump, bye. Next guy. Just random person that's beholden to another state. That's how it works here. Yeah, I mean, January 1st works. I mean, like, it's... Sure, I mean, that works perfectly. Just say, hey, maybe wait. Just wait. We will change it, but just wait and pick a day, and on that day we will secede from the Commonwealth. And on that day it will become our Independence Day. Make it 4th of July. Fuck it. Who gives a shit? That would also make it in winter. It has to be in summer. January 26th is such a perfect day, though. It's just... end of Feb, maybe. End of summer. Like an end of summer celebration. Australia Day. It's not a bad solution. Just say wait until we become a republic. Because it's inevitable at this point.
Belong to the greatest country on earth.
Wrong.
And all of us can take pride in a national story written by genocide. The courage of our people. From those who serve in uniform and keep us safe, to farmers battling unforgiving country. The courage to start a business, drive a breakthrough, study or train for a new career, care for our loved ones and educate our children. The courage to seek and build a new life here. The courage to show kindness to those in need, preserve our social cohesion and champion a fair go for all. The courage of everyone who works hard, makes sacrifices.
Unless you're a Muslim senator, and then you can make sure you don't start a Muslim party.
I just love it because it literally sounds exactly like the Americans, how they talk about their fucking nationalism.
Isn't it great? It's ridiculous.
Except they're
holy shit, I'm surprised he's not wearing a hard hat.
They're using Australian words. Like, have a go. Have a wank.
Even when times are tough, because they are driven by that oldest and deepest Australian aspiration, wanting a better life and greater opportunity for the next generation. The values and character of the Australian people is the story of our history, the continuing inspiration of our present, and the very best reason to be optimistic for our
White
future.
history?
Whether you're heading to the beach, having friends over for a barbie, or hitting the road for the long weekend. I wish you all a safe and
He
happy Australia
talks
Day
like his
2025.
tongue has been cut off. It's like he's like fucking Kakihara and Ichi the Killer.
No, it's just this.
I don't know why you're laughing. You don't understand what I'm referencing.
The fucking he's just like this. This is reality. It's awful. Every single leader we have is awful.
Statue of Captain Cook has been vandalised in Sydney's eastern suburbs just 2 days out from Australia Day. As Tallulah Thompson reports, it's the second time this monument has been targeted in less than a year.
And police are investigating yet another act of vandalism on this statue of Captain Cook, which has been splattered with red paint and had parts of its hands and face knocked off. It's not yet clear when exactly this happened. Police were only alerted to it just after 8 o'clock this morning. They've seized a number of items, with specialist forensic investigators also examining the scene. Of course, this has happened ahead of Australia Day on Sunday, which is the subject of growing debate and discussion. But no matter people's views, many we've spoken to here in Randwick have condemned this act of vandalism on what is believed to be the first statue of Captain Cook to be erected in Australia.
Erect.
Who gives a fuck?
They said erect.
Who gives a shit?
Jack,
Smash
they
it.
said erect.
Yeah, they love it.
I've lived here in this area since...
Smash that erection.
I just want to get an
12.
erection
I've never seen...
so I can give it to my dad. What?
Anything like this before. To be vandalised. Captain Cook. I mean, come on.
It was just last February the same...
See the kind of shit that we're subjected to?
Captain Cook, I mean, come on. He's my favorite character.
This is Australian news, yes.
Statue was splattered with red paint. The council repaired it then and has vowed to repair it this time too.
This absolutely breaks my heart to see this happen.
Thank God.
It's
What would we do without the council?
We support whatever the side of the people. So in that conflict, it would be Palestine, not the bombs being dropped on people. But we have plenty of content going over this.
the oldest statue of Captain Cook in Australia. He was a good man, and we absolutely need to protect his name and his legacy.
It comes as two polls.
Did you know him personally, did you, dickhead?
He was a good
Have you
man.
looked deep into the legacy, dickhead?
It was only light genocide.
I agree with this. A statue of the Hawaiians eating him. Yes. That's great.
Out today show a surge in support for January 26 as Australia's National Day. One of them conducted by Resolve, finding just a bit more than half of voters backed the idea of passing a law to make January 26 the official day, a proposal that's been made by opposition leader Peter Dutton ahead of the federal election.
People have just had enough. They know that we live in a great country. We have great respect for the Indigenous flag and for the Torres Strait Islander flag, but no country, no comparable country can live in a unified way when we divide people into different groups.
As police work to find who was responsible for
Don't you think it's more likely the path to peace would be with the country where 2 million Arabs live in? Sure. How about we don't have an apartheid state enforced by an American-backed rogue state? That would be sweet. That's a good start.
this incident?
How about we don't have one of them constantly impeding into the other's territory and killing them and taking houses by force and taking areas by force that was agreed upon to not. That would be cool too. But sometimes reality doesn't mesh with what we want. Sometimes reality is fascists do what they want.
Sometimes reality bites.
Yeah. Sometimes fascists just do what they want. Sometimes
they're urging
sometimes they're encouraged to go and take people's houses. Who does that?
Public to report any suspicious activity around monuments like this one over the long weekend. And
Cringe. Be a rat for the cops. Cringe.
Australia Day is
Saw this.
Many of the elites today are making the whole debate much harder to have because they're not blaming the Aboriginal people. They're saying they're victims and we whiteys are the problem.
Yes.
It's all our fault. Our culture's the evil one that's done
We
these
whiteys.
terrible things.
Yes.
And what happens with both of those, we lose our humanity and our understanding that we're actually all in this together.
Yes. Yes. Absolutely.
And then dishonesty goes.
Yeah.
And you get virtue.
I think this is like a pro-Australia Day one. I think this might be
conservative brain rot one.
Yeah, this might be the conservative Indigenous woman that they've been trotting out at the moment to try and be like, see, even they agree with us, that kind of thing.
Yeah, it's called tokenism, or as some would call it, British diplomacy.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, let me put it to you this way. If Palestine was to respond to Israel the way that Israel responded to January 6th, half of Israel would die. Let me just put it to you that way. And let me tell you this. Do you know which side I would be on if that happened? Israel's. See how consistency works? It's interesting, right?
Signaling, like, let's change the date.
Yes.
Of Australia Day from people who want to engage in symbolism for.
Israel has a constant apartheid state over all of Palestine. I don't give a fuck what the Palestinians are throwing at Israel, the American-backed super state inside the Middle East.
Reasons of loathing of our own culture.
Yes.
More than, I'm being really blunt here, I think a genuine understanding of what's going to make a difference for Aboriginal people.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And of course, it is like a distraction.
Yeah,
if you
Liberal
like.
senator.
Well, we're not actually fixing any problems. So
sense.
let's look over here to this lovely bit of symbolism that'll make you feel warm and fuzzy while we don't actually get to the crux of the issue and deal with it.
But the Liberals, they're gonna deal with the issue. They only have the Aboriginal people in mind. They're the only ones that they're thinking about. They're definitely not thinking about the land or the money that they could get or anything like that, or the human capital, none of that, or how much less money they would have to spend if they weren't there anymore. No, that's definitely not in their minds at all.
But on a human basis.
Yeah.
And that's what frustrates me the most, is that, you know, if you're a human and you've got white skin, you're not allowed to have an opinion on anything to do with anyone of dark skin. It's, you know, when there's so much goodwill.
I just did.
Out there for non-Aboriginal people toward Aboriginal people, if we get people of Aboriginal descent continually who are the, you know, in the elite of this country, who are turning around and continually.
Of course he did. Of course he did. Yeah, let's have you know, Australia, the country with the most fast fashion consumption. We should have more plastic Chinese-made hot garbage made from burning our coal that we sell to China. Very cool. Very, very cool. Very cool. I love this country. What a great country. This beautiful country of ours. It's an incredible nation. Run by
you know,
extremely smart
I
people
agree.
that definitely have very good intentions.
What a great country.
It's all the fault of the white man, yet they themselves
The white man.
have had all this wonderful opportunity, have paved a way for.
Well, this is the thing. It wasn't. The Jews emigrated to Palestine. They know this. They won't tell you
there's
this, though.
Do you see the Fire Ben Gurion quote going around?
No.
Look up Ben Gurion quote, I would vote against peace if I was an Arab.
Mm-hmm.
It's something like that.
Goldman reported that Ben Gurion told him in private, why should the Arabs make peace? If I was an Arab leader, I would never make terms with Israel.
This is literally the founder of Israel.
Mm-hmm.
For them to, become elitists in this country, and turn around and say everything's the white man's fault and I'm still a victim, but you're not actually helping.
Well, yes, everything is the British fault at the end of the day. They're objectively one of the worst things to happen to the world ever.
Being the most marginalised Aboriginal people.
That's all the quote was.
Oh, there's more to it. There's a whole paragraph of what he says.
Oh, God.
That's not the complete quote. I want to be associated with interesting quotes.
What, like Netanyahu blaming the Grand Mufti for the Holocaust? It says it was told to a journalist in private.
Okay, so it might not be real.
If I was an Arab leader, I would never make terms with Israel. That is natural. We have taken their country. Sure, God promised it to us, but what does that matter to them? Our God is not theirs. Is that the full quote?
There's more to it than that, too.
Oh my fucking God.
But yeah, basically, that's like, he makes a great point. Like, he gets it.
Why can't you?
The full quote incorporates the Holocaust and stuff like that. He talks about, like, were the Arabs responsible for the Holocaust? No, of course not. And we still took their land. Like, this history is European history. It's not their history. Like, he acknowledges what the project is in a way that we don't see today. And that's why I still find him very interesting. I wouldn't say I like him because I don't really like any leaders, but he certainly had an interesting vision of what Zionism was. A more rational understanding of it, so to say.
It's an interesting way to put it. Hold on, I'm trying to find. The fuck? Here. If I were an Arab leader, I would never sign an agreement with Israel. It is normal. We have taken their country. It is true. God promised it to us, but how could that interest them? Our God is not theirs. There has been anti-Semitism, the Nazis, Hitler, Auschwitz, but was that their fault? They see one thing. But was that their fault? They see but one thing. We have come and we have stolen their country. Why would they accept that? is the full quote. Let us not ignore the truth among ourselves. Politically, we are the aggressors, and they defend themselves. The country is theirs because they inhabit it, whereas we want to come here and settle down, and in their view, we want to take away their country from them. Behind that terrorism by the Arabs is a movement which, though primitive, is not devoid of idealism and self-sacrifice. We do everything to ensure the Palestinians, do never return.
You know, I just kind of would rather have it be out in the open like that. I want them to at least acknowledge.
It would be nice. It says here, Ben-Gurion also warned, assuring his fellow Zionists that Palestinians will never come back to their homes. The old will die and the young will forget. Don't worry. Your crimes won't matter. They'll forget. Very cool.
It's not like this is the first displacement genocide that's happened after all.
Very cool.
Who are nothing but Aboriginal, who have their culture intact, who have their language intact. They are the most marginalised. And to turn around and say to all those people with goodwill, it's all your fault, that goodwill is going to fade at some point. You know, people are going to get sick of continually being called a name. And when they're there, they've got, you know, they've opened themselves and they're saying, what can we do to assist? Effectively, they're stopping any kind of understanding of what it simply is to be human, to help in the best way that they can with these circumstances, with this situation. You know, it is far more important not to cause offence, I guess, than it is to address real issues. And people don't want to cause offence. People don't want to put themselves in the firing line, if you like. And
well, the problem is when you actually bring up real issues, people like you get defensive and cry, and then nothing happens.
And I'm quite happy to.
Remember what happened when the Voice to Parliament came up? Oh, what happened there? Did that pass? Was there a lot of propaganda? There was a lot of propaganda there that made people be like, "Oh, my constitution," even though they'd never thought about the Australian Constitution in their fucking entire life. I bet they didn't even know that Australia had a constitution. You stupid cunts.
What is a constitution?
I don't know, because ours doesn't protect much.
Stand there while guns are blazing, because it's time the nonsense came to an end so we can actually start to really, you know, address these issues on the basis that we're all human.
On Australia Day, it seems to me that the worst thing you could do for Aboriginal people would be to change the date. That might sound a funny thing to say, but I say it for this reason. I think we ought to work hard to make Australia Day a day when we reflect more on the good and the bad. If you move the date, you'll forget the need for an honest debate about what happened, because there were aspects of it that were noble, the attempt to rehabilitate people, and in fact the saving orders were very clear that the local people were
there's no way.
But then there were
some genocidal
dude,
things
there's
are good.
no way. Wow. Man, no, dude, there was nothing redeemable about the fucking child separation policies. No, my guy, there was nothing
to give
redeemable.
The children a better life.
Oh my god.
Don't you know the Aboriginals are naturally, biologically terrible parents?
That's fucking insane. Talking to an Aboriginal woman. She says nothing.
The disease, the massacres that followed later, which were truly appalling. I mean, unbelievable. And it wasn't until after the Mile Creek massacre that anybody was really brought to justice for what they'd done. My point, though, is that the best thing we can do on Australia Day, in my view, is to celebrate the good things and reflect on the things
Return
we need
to the
learn from.
tradition.
That'd be my sort of comment. But and then we come to the issue that you've just raised, which is what do we actually do to make a difference? We've got to, I know I've said it before, a bit hackneyed now, but break the cycle.
That was dog shit.
More than 30,000 people are expected to march in Melbourne's CBD for Anti-Australia Day and pro-Palestinian protests this weekend, sparking concerns for the Australian Open. Live now to Christina Hearn at Melbourne Park. Chris, there are fears this could disrupt the tournament.
Yeah, that's right, Shane. Business owners in the CBD have been told to once
Shut
again
the fuck
prepare
up.
for around about 30,000 Australia Day protesters for the Invasion Day rally. They've been told to make sure their businesses are secure and also that their staff are safe. This year they also expect Palestinian protesters to join in. But what is of most concern to police this year is the plan for protesters to actually march through the CBD, but then onto here, Melbourne Park, potentially disrupting the Australian Open. Sunday, which is Australia Day Falls, is the men's final. Now, the men's final is not held till night time, but there is some concerns that there is going to be disruption to the tournament. Now, Victoria Police say
Not
they're
the
aware
Australian
of the protest outside
Open.
Melbourne Park on January 26th, and they've been engaging with event organisers. And
Why don't you just call the Chinese? They're heavy sponsors of the Australian Open, so much so that they suppressed all the protest a couple years ago about the tennis player that they disappeared. You know, if they're that powerful, and I know that they can summon protesters at will, all they have to do is promise them, like, grocery cards or some shit. Just, like, bust some people in. What do you mean? Get them to deal with them. It's not that hard.
Provided information
protect the
plans.
profits.
Tennis Australia has been working with Victoria Police to ensure there is no or minimal disruption to the Australian Open on Sunday. Now, the Australian Open for the past couple of years has actually pretty much ignored Australia Day, but this year, tournament director Craig Tiley says there will be a full Australia Day ceremony at Sunday's men's final. Jane.
Christine, thank you.
Moving on, and 30,000 activists are threatening to shut down Melbourne on Sunday, likely disrupting the Australian Open men's singles. Malandiri, is it time, do you think, for pro-Palestinian protesters to park it?
It's interesting, isn't it? I mean, we are a democracy. Whatever the rally or protest is, we enable that. We allow that. So long as it's peaceful and respectful. Police across every jurisdiction in the country know they have to be prepared. Rally organisers, whoever they may be, also know they need to consult to be able to have access to those streets. Come on, let's be mindful that these rallies, so long as they are held in a respectful manner and a peaceful manner, they are part of our democratic way of life in Australia.
But given how slow you were on the anti-Semitic crackdown.
Well, we haven't been. You see, this has been interesting reading this from up north. You know, when we see that the coalition had no support for us, or certainly when they were in government, in terms of trying to reduce the hate that was across Australia through the laws that were being introduced. We've certainly introduced laws ourselves now in terms of the Nazi salute, in terms of doxing.
Yeah, wow, guys, you really did a groundbreaking thing. Oh, it's now illegal to do a Nazi salute? If you get caught, you get fined and arrested. This solves the problem. We're anti-fascists. Shut the fuck up.
Jack, pro-Nazi salute. Didn't see this one coming.
I'm not repeating it. I'm just. I mean, if you make inroads and
What
say
is
this
this
week, for
lady
example,
on the-
that you're going to do
on the
additional
left?
things and you haven't done them before now, that means
No idea.
you
What
haven't
is
done
going
enough,
on?
before that,
There's
right?
a
As
lot
stands
to
to reason.
continue working. I mean, we have seen something terribly tragic occur in the last couple of weeks, in particular this week in Sydney.
They went to a
we've
full
heard the
screen.
Prime Minister and the AFP speak on what's going on in the country. These are new developments.
People don't feel safe, right? Okay.
The weekend of the Australian Open finals could be marred by large anti-Australian...
Is that Keira Knightley?
protests in Melbourne CBD, threatening to disrupt the tournament.
I love CBD.
Live now to Christina Hearn at Melbourne Park. Chris, how many people are expected to demonstrate?
Well, Jane, business owners have been told to once again prepare for about 30,000 Australia Day protesters on Sunday to attend the Invasion Day rally, and they are expecting pro-Palestinian protesters to also join in.
She said the thing.
What's different this year is
the Conservatives are going to have a meltdown.
The rally to actually go through the streets of the CBD like they normally do, but then come here to Melbourne Park and disrupt the Australian Open tournament. So Victoria Police say that they are aware of a protest outside Melbourne Park on January 26. They've engaged with event organisers and they have provided information about their plans, and police say there will be a visible presence here at Melbourne Park on Sunday. The Australian Open
keeping everybody safe from crime.
Australia Day. However, tournament director Craig Tiley says that on Sunday there will be a strong Australia Day presence. So we'll have to see what kind of disruption that these protesters will have.
Hopefully they storm the court. That'd be
on
great.
Sunday. Jane.
Chris, thank you.
I think that's
In his New Year's address, Green.
I don't know. There's probably more that we could do. I could probably do some Australian history videos. Do you want to learn a bit about the Aboriginals?
No.
No. We're chat. I don't give a fuck.
I'm just kidding.
I'll try and find some shit. Give me.
Yeah, but watchimals?
Let's see what else we got.
The what?
Yes, you recommended a video. Where was that? I don't know who this guy is. Sure, let's do this.
Hey. Do I really need to do this again?
Is this like a better friendly Geordies? What are we in for here?
Better friendly Geordies.
Really? Fine. Welcome back, and it's time for Australia to band together and observe what is now a proud annual tradition, watching on as the coalition try to spark up.
Funny Michael West is interesting because he banned me because I called him a Nazi. He was having a tendency. He follows a lot of fascists, funnily enough. And when the Israel thing happened and Drew started spewing his pro-Israel shit, Michael West turned into a Nazi, which is kind of interesting. Literally using Nazi rhetoric and shit. Crazy. Crazy. Never expected it from him. Very interesting.
Another Australia Day culture war. This happens every year. It's painfully predictable. I mean, it's great for the coalition. It gets them a bunch of airtime and gives them something to talk about.
It's true.
And distracts from the fact that heading toward the election, other than their nuclear fantasy, they don't have much in the way of policy to talk about. As a quick reminder, last year's hoo-ha all kicked off with the coalition misrepresenting...
This is already going to annoy me. Tell me, is he pro or anti-nuclear? I'm very curious.
...presenting changes the government had made to the Australian Citizenship Ceremonies Code. Here's a clip from a previous video I did this time last year summarising that change. All the current government have done, way back in 2022 mind you, was ditch a stupid Scott Morrison rule. In 2019, ahead of the federal election, Scott Morrison...
Okay. That is a fine position to take. My position on nuclear is we should heavily invest in nuclear. I think it would be a good idea to invest in the pebble bed reactors, especially if they are in fact meltdown proof and essentially perpetual energy forever. You just have to like dump in the pellets. It's super fucking interesting. It's very, very interesting. I think that we should heavily invest in that. State investment, very expensive. It will not be justifiable to the public. It needs to be done, and it needs to be done in lieu of the public. In my opinion. It just needs to be passed. It just needs to be pushed through. It needs to be done. There should be nuclear plants in every single state, powering at least 50% of every single state's power needs. In my opinion. because we need to get away from coal. We should also stop selling coal to China, and we should start utilizing the fact that we have so much uranium in the ground that we can just use. Yeah, exactly. Only if it's nationalized. That's my position as well. It has to be state owned, and it can never be sold. It has to stay in state hands. It has to be regulated heavily, and it has to be never touched by private hands. It cannot. Or the large scale facilities which just produce a fuck ton of power. They're very expensive though. That's the problem.
Announced his intention
I think Dutton wants to do the modular reactors, if I recall, and they're fine for like, I think they use more fuel, but they're easier to set up, a little bit cheaper, and you can continue adding to them if you need power expansions. I think so. They're just a little more flexible.
Mandate that local councils must hold citizenship ceremonies on the 26th of January. What Morrison did when he was trying to pitch himself as the Prime Minister for Standards, and we all know how that turned out, was to make it mandatory for councils to hold citizenship ceremonies on the 26th of January by the Australian Government's Australian Citizenship Ceremonies Code. Following the Morrison Amendment, the code was updated to say that local government councils must hold a citizenship ceremony on the 26th of January. Furthermore, under his eye, Morrison decreed that councils that failed to comply would have their right to hold citizenship ceremonies at all revoked. Sounds a touch dictatorial, doesn't it? Blessed be the fruit. The previous version of the code made no specific demand. I guess it had been written back in the day before this whole thing had become a political battleground. So, what was the Labor government's big decision? Well, rather than forcing councils to hold a ceremony on the 26th of January, they now have a little flexibility. The latest version of the code states that councils must hold a ceremony on Australia Day, or the 3 days prior or 3 days after Australia Day.
Fine.
That's it. To me, it was a non-story. The change that Labor made here was just a common sense one. I mean, there are a bunch of reasons why it's not practical to mandate that all councils hold ceremonies specifically on the 26th of January that have nothing to do with politics or culture wars. I mean, weather and having to fork out penalty rates are two of the more obvious ones, but I'm sure there are others. All the change did was give councils some flexibility in their own decision making. The change was not, as Senator Sarah Henderson tried to claim, a federal government decision to scrap citizenship ceremonies on Australia Day. Well, this year Dutton's again tried to reheat the same leftovers, saying that he will legislate to make ceremonies mandatory on the 26th of January.
Would we reinstate a requirement for councils to hold citizenship ceremonies on Australia Day? You bet. It'll be done in the first 100 days.
Priorities.
So good old dictator Dutton is saying that you will celebrate Australia Day on the 26th of January and you will enjoy it. This year Dutton seems to be even more empowered thanks to the results of a survey commissioned by the Institute of Public Affairs. If you haven't heard of the IPA, they are a think tank that is generally recognised as being Liberal Party aligned. If you look up the employment histories of a few Liberal politicians, you'll probably find more than a couple have worked for the IPA in their time. Honorary life member of the IPA, Gina Reinhardt, has been outed as a major donor, and that's a whole story by itself. And the Liberal Party's Cormac Foundation has also been known to flick some funding the IPA as well. I guess the question is, are the IPA's survey results representative of Australia as a whole, or are they the outcome of some kind of push polling? Only the IPA would know for sure because there's not a lot of information within their report. I'm always a little curious about short polls like this one, and this was a short one, just 3 questions apparently. How were respondents selected? Were there screening questions beforehand? Were the questions asked in the order the results were?
Yeah, love that. That's great. Yeah, no, it needs to be done with purely public funds, and it needs to be done this year if it's to be viable at all. It's not going to happen. It's too much of a political grenade for anybody to do it. It would take somebody who doesn't give a fuck about retaining their leadership. But the problem is that every single party is going to remove somebody who tries to do something like that. That's the problem. Look at what happens when you try and rock the boat. You get 6 fucking prime ministers in 7 years. Shut up, Cap.
What are you, Italy?
Were presented. Like I said, there's not a lot of detail in what was made publicly available. None of that really matters because I'm guessing that the IPA's 3-question poll probably had the desired result. It scored the IPA some airtime.
This shows that every single age bracket in Australia supports celebrating our National Day on the 26th of January.
And it gave Peter Dutton some ammunition when he was up in front of the cameras again to sing some of the same old songs. Because this year he didn't have Woolies giving him the free kick that they gave him last year. As an aside, I'm sure Dictator Dutton will be rapt that he can purchase plenty of Made in China Australia Day merch from Woolies this year. Look forward to seeing their sales way up. I mean, if not for this poll, Dutton would have had to find another way to spark up his annual tradition. Anyway, while this year's IPA poll gave Dutton something to get behind, it's worth calling out that when it comes to polling on the Australia Day issue, it's not unusual to see conflicting results. For example, in 2022, the IPA polling results showed that 65% of Australians supported Australia Day being celebrated on the 26th of January, whilst the Guardian's Essential poll that same year found that nearly 60% of Australians supported changing the date or establishing a separate day to recognise Indigenous Australians. With polling like this, a lot of it can come down to what questions you're asking, who you're asking them of, and how you're asking them. There are a lot of people that will passionately argue that Australia Day must be celebrated on the 26th of January, but I'm guessing there's quite a few people that would have a hard time articulating why.
Yeah.
Here's a brief little primer I did last year on the history of the Australia Day holiday as we know it today.
Throw another shrimp on the barbie.
Here's an interesting fact. Technically, the first Australia Day was held in 1915, on the 30th of July. It was essentially a fundraiser during World War I. It wasn't until 1935 that all states and territories came together to use the name Australia Day to mark the 26th of January. Prior to then, the 26th of January was known as either First Landing Day or Foundation Day. Even then though, Australia Day was only declared an official national public holiday in 1994. In other words, it wasn't until 1994 that all states and territories began to celebrate Australia Day on the actual day, the 26th, for the first time. Prior to 1994, the Australia Day holiday was all over the shop. I reckon Dan Tehan would probably be old enough to remember a time when the Australia Day holiday landed on the Monday closest to the 26th for most of the country, to guarantee a long weekend. Here's something I learned while pulling this video together that I'm guessing a lot of people don't know. It took until 1984 for the law to be altered so that Australian citizens would no longer be considered British subjects, and British citizens arriving in Australia would no longer be able to vote in elections until they had become Australian citizens.
Throw another shrimp on the barbie.
So understanding that the Australia Day tradition is not as long-standing as people might like to think, and that Australia Day has not always been held on the 26th of January, it really does make me wonder what it is about the 26th that keeps some people so wedded to that date. I mean, there was polling from years ago that showed that most Australians didn't actually know what historic event the 26th of January actually commemorated. To be honest, I'd be surprised if there weren't similar results if the same polling was run today. Personally, my opinion on the date hasn't changed. I'm sick and tired of the annual debate. I feel that the majority of the arguments insisting that Australia Day must be celebrated on the 26th, they're coming from a position of bad faith or a lack of understanding of history. I think the tradition angle that some people like to point to is well and truly overblown. And personally, I think it's well past time that the date changes.
What is this really about?
This year, it's a distraction from the fact that heading into an election, he's offering Australians nothing of substance from a policy perspective, just empty rhetoric, which is really the last thing Australia needs right now. Bill Shorten really nailed it in what was one of his last appearances as a federal politician.
Hold your spoon with your Weet-Bix on it. Pete, I'm going to miss you. But one of the things I'm going to miss about you is how you predictably lose your mind just before Australia Day every year. Last year, you were doing the one-man comedy show, Boycott of Woolies. This year, now you've gone to war with the sandal-wearing inner-city mayors. I don't know, next year you're going to make it a law that the big issue salespeople are going to wear an I Love Australia badge. Yes, I celebrate Australia Day on its 26th of January. But the truth of the matter is that the only fight we should be having is the fight against cost of living. And the culture wars don't help reduce the price of goods or
I hate politicians.
Housing.
Are there any more questions?
Will you attend the National Australia Day event in Canberra?
No, I won't. No.
You call yourself a patriot?
That is very funny. Okay, I think we know, I think we have enough information about why Australia Day is fucking stupid. I am over this fucking subject.
Because
Next.
it's Australia.
Yes, mostly that. What else we got?
In his New Year's address, Greenland's Prime Minister called for independence from Denmark and the removal of the shackles of the colonial era, boosting the Arctic Islands' long-running mission for independence at a time when the attention of Donald Trump has brought Greenland into the spotlight. So in this video, we're going to explain Greenland's ongoing push for independence, why it wants it, what the challenges could be, and how it could happen.
Can't farm, brother.
Wow. Quite the little
Dive deeper into
musical
politics
thing
with
they
our
got
magazine
there.
Too Long. Yes, we make a real physical magazine. Find out more by clicking the link in the description. The obvious place to start is with a quick look back at Greenland's history and the path it took to its current status as an autonomous territory in the Kingdom of Denmark. Greenland has been inhabited for thousands of years, with several waves of Inuit migrations onto Greenland, stretching from 2500 BCE to the 11th century. Greenland's current Inuit population, which makes up a little less than 90% of the total population, is descended from the most recent Inuit migration, which reached Greenland by the 13th century. Settlements of Norse people from Iceland and Norway had begun to be established by the late 10th century. But while this Norse society survived for more than 400 years, by the beginning of the 16th century, Greenland's Norse settlements had declined and disappeared, with the increasingly cold climate often cited as one of the possible reasons. So how did Greenland actually end up in Danish hands? Well, in 1721, the United Kingdom of Denmark-Norway approved the founding of a trading company and Lutheran mission for Greenland, which effectively kickstarted the island's colonial period. And it remained a Danish colony until 1953, when it was integrated into Denmark as a county. But over the following decades, Greenland would continue on a path towards greater autonomy. It was granted home rule in 1979, meaning that it gained some autonomy, while Denmark kept responsibility for things like foreign relations, defence, constitutional affairs, currencies, and the legal system. Since then, Greenlanders have made clear a desire for greater autonomy, with independence as an eventual goal. Pro-independence parties have consistently won elections, and in a 2008 referendum, 75% of Greenlandic citizens voted in favour of the Act on Greenland's Self-Government, which expanded the island's autonomy, with greater control over the police, courts, coast guard, mineral resource activities, and many other areas. The Act also recognised Greenland's right of self-determination, and established that the decision regarding Greenland's independence shall be taken by the people of Greenland, i.e. through a referendum, which, if successful, would kickstart negotiations between the Greenlandic and Danish governments with a view to deliver independence. Since the Self-Government Act was enacted, Greenlanders have consistently continued to elect pro-independence governments, most recently in 2021, when pro-independence parties won a combined 80% of the vote. But it's worth taking a moment to explain why the idea of independence has such strong support in Greenland. In many ways, it's not all that surprising. Greenland has a distinct identity, with its own language, culture, and so on. It also has clear geographic boundaries, and is geographically distant from Denmark. On top of this, for many Greenlanders, independence would not only secure Greenland the powers and responsibilities that it still lacks, but would also finally mark an end to the long colonial history that has involved much maltreatment over the years. But if Greenland has consistently elected pro-independence governments, why hasn't it happened yet? While there is majority support for independence, the main obstacle is the fact that Greenland hasn't really been ready for independence. So independence advocates generally see it as a future goal to be worked towards with careful planning. And as such, the last half-century has seen a series of revisions and expansions of Greenland's governing rights and responsibilities. But the greatest challenge to a would-be independent Greenland is the economy. With a population of just 56,000 people spread across a huge, icy, rugged island, the Greenlandic economy is understandably small and pretty vulnerable. Domestic fisheries are the island's primary source of revenue, and a block grant from Denmark of more than $500 million per year constitutes roughly a fifth of Greenland's GDP, and half of its public budget, which it would lose if it became independent. The block grant's proportion of GDP is falling, though, and there are areas of potential growth. For example, the incumbent Greenlandic government wants to boost the tourism industry. And then there's Greenland's significant deposits of rare earth metals that are becoming more accessible as a result of melting ice, which is also opening up the Arctic shipping routes past Greenland. So with that in mind, is independence finally on the horizon? Well, there has certainly been some progress in the matter over the past few years. In 2023, after 6 years of work, Greenland's parliament unveiled a draft constitutional report, seen as a step towards independence. And as we mentioned at the start of this video, in the Greenlandic Prime Minister's New Year's address, he said that it was time to remove the shackles of the colonial era, adding that Greenland's current relationship with Denmark had not created full equality. He pointed to the draft constitution and the legal basis for achieving independence set out in the 2009 Self-Government Act, saying that work has already begun on creating the framework for Greenland as an independent state. Going on to say, it is necessary to take major steps. The upcoming new election period must, together with the citizens, create these new steps. Now, Greenland has a general election due by April of this year, so some see his comments as hinting at him holding an independence referendum alongside the election. However, this would only be a step towards independence, as if successful, the referendum would open up negotiations between Greenland and Denmark, and any agreement would need the approval of the Greenlandic and Danish parliaments, and the Greenlandic people.
It's a solid movie.
There's still a lot of work to be done. And at this point, we should probably mention the elephant in the room, Donald Trump. You'll know by now that Greenland, already the site of a US airbase, has seemingly become a bit of an obsession for the former and incoming president, who wants to see Greenland become part of the United States. Now, Trump offered to buy the island from Denmark in 2019, but was rebuffed by the Greenlandic and Danish governments. Having rekindled and ramped up his public desire for the island in the past few weeks, he has once again been rebuffed, with the Greenlandic Prime Minister saying that Greenland is ours. We are not for sale and will never be for sale. We must not lose our long struggle for freedom. Ultimately, the interest from Trump goes to show that an independent Greenland would not simply be left alone to quietly do its own thing, but would almost certainly be a geopolitical hotspot owing to its strategic location and valuable resources. Would an independent Greenland join NATO? Would the US retain its military outpost on the island, or could other militaries gain a foothold? Which countries would invest in Greenland's infrastructure, and which companies would gain access to the island's resources? These are just a few of the questions that the world's powers will be considering as Greenland continues its push for independence. And this is just one of many power struggles we expect to see play out in 2025, as Trump enters office and global dynamics shift. The question is then, who will come out on top? Who is the world's most influential person? That's what we're trying to find out with our official most influential person list.
Okay.
Quando Donald Trump è stato presidente degli Stati Uniti
Is Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni Europe's new Trump whisperer? Meloni was the only European leader at Donald Trump's presidential inauguration on Monday. The honor came barely 2 weeks after she flew to Florida to meet Trump at his Mar-a-Lago retreat, propelling her into the role of Washington's new go-to ally in Europe. Trump and Meloni have showered each other with praise since the president sealed his return to the White House. He said Meloni is, quote, a fantastic woman who has taken Europe by storm.
Oh, interesting.
Meloni, for her part,
That's
has
quite a
insisted that Trump will
scandal.
defend Western interests and that his geopolitical skills could force Putin to the negotiating table to resolve the Ukraine conflict.
Such a good one.
non abbandoneremo l'Ucraina. Del resto.
In less than 10 years, Meloni has gone from being the leader of a marginalized ultra-nationalist party to the head of one of the most stable governments in post-war Italian history, serving as a bridge between far-right and conservative factions in Europe. The election of Trump has given her the opportunity to play a similar role on a much bigger stage. Despite Meloni's move away from her far-right roots, some analysts in Rome, who have followed her meteoric rise, believe her deep-rooted Eurosceptic instincts will prevail. In theory, Meloni has much to benefit by being in Trump's good books. NATO member Italy has
when
a big
Trump
trade
takes over
surplus
as
with the US.
supreme fascist, she can have a lesser but high up role. That's why. That's why you cozy up to the Hitler types.
And a diminished defense budget, putting her on a collision course with the new administration. But that may change if she can leverage her ties with the US president to deflect this. However, aligning herself too closely with Trump also carries potential dangers. Meloni has worked hard to convince Brussels that she is a reliable partner. If she blatantly promotes Italian interests at the expense of the rest of the EU, it could undermine her standing in the bloc. It was not yet clear that Trump wanted to build any bridges to Europe with or without Meloni, according to a senior EU official in Brussels speaking on condition of anonymity. Another official said Meloni's friendship with Trump would be valuable if she can persuade him to stick by Ukraine in its war with Russia.
True.
European wind shares.
Yeah, bad audio.
US President Donald Trump's tariff plans would mean higher car prices for US consumers and hit global automakers, a warning from Germany's powerful car industry on Tuesday. It came as auto stocks fell on the prospect of higher US import duties.
Volkswagen.
The president of Germany's VDA Auto Association told an annual press conference that Trump's threatened tariffs would drive up US inflation. Trump did not immediately implement the wide range of tariffs he'd promised, but he indicated that tariffs of 25% on Canada and Mexico could be imposed as early as February. Global automakers make cars in Mexico for sale in the US, and the Central American country is an integral part of the supply chain. Russ Mould is investment director at AJ Bell.
If you look at a lot of the Mexican trade flow that there is, this is equipment or major
that's all, folks.
During assembly. So if that tariff applies every single time, then that's going to be a really
every single
piece of
time
that we finish. So companies may well feel obliged to move more production to the United States, and that's actually what President Trump wants.
In Asia, the threat hit shares of Honda, Mazda, Hyundai and Kia, which all produce vehicles in Mexico. And in Europe, Volkswagen and Stellantis, who would be particularly vulnerable to tariffs, saw their shares fall too. VW, the world's second largest automaker, said it was concerned about the harmful economic impact of tariffs. The company highlighted planned investments exceeding $10 billion in the US. Automakers had been negotiating with Trump's team ahead of his inauguration. Sources say Stellantis chairman John Elkman spent 4 days in Washington meeting with Trump and top administration officials. VW was also reportedly in close contact with the Trump administration over tariffs.
People in Belarus are getting ready for a big election on Sunday. Some are even voting early. But will their vote count? A lot of experts are already calling this a sham election, saying, I'm quoting here, that Europe's longest dictator is about to get another term, and he didn't earn it. NBC's Yasmin Basugian explains in tonight's breakdown.
Thanks.
Right now, early voting is happening.
Great. Let's do something else.
You're controlling a car that's not in control.
As government, we should do what our people love. Our people love spinning.
Let's fucking go.
When I saw spinning, I easily fell in love with the spinning sport.
Burnout. Burnout. Love it. Basically Australian.
I was 12 years old, 2010, when I started spinning. My father is the one who bought the spinning car. And he supported me, but at the same time, he used to be scared when I get in the car. I mean, like a 12-year-old kid who can't even reach the pedals. Spinning started in a different way in South Africa. There's always been the stigma that spinning is for gangsters. But you know, that perception through the years has changed because there's a lot of people.
Oh, really? That's sick.
Yeah.
Good for them. I'm happy for them. That's great. Anything that's pro motorsport, I'm fucking happy when it happens. Excellent.
People who have been involved in spinning. And by a lot of people, I'm talking about spinners and the fans.
Spinning has a role to play. It interests our children. I've been to empty rugby games, empty cricket games. I've not been to an empty spinning event.
It's fucking right,
so I'm
boy.
Make sure spinning take its rightful place.
Everybody loves the burnout.
And football.
It's clapped out BMWs. This is exactly how it should be.
Spinning became a family thing. It's a South African culture as well. We come to enjoy ourselves with a lot of our family members, all ages, races and faces.
There's a drone in there.
Yeah.
Now, you know, democracy is very much a faded dream for the indefinite future in that country, and there is no end to the war in sight. True. It's very difficult to foresee mechanisms that could credibly produce a ceasefire and stop the war.
Now, we spend a great deal of time, not least on this radio station, talking about the conflicts in the Middle East and in Ukraine, but one of the most deadly in the world at the moment is happening.
Yes.
Happening in Sudan. More than 11 million people are now estimated to be internally displaced, and over 150,000 people have died. The Times special correspondent Anthony Lloyd has been to Sudan to report on the devastating impact of the conflict there. And he has a three-part series in the Times. Part 2 is in the edition today, and of course on the Times.com. And he's made a film of what he found there, which you can also see at Times.com or on the Times Radio app, or on the Times app now, I'm sorry. Here we go, here's a clip.
Sudan's capital is now a battlefield in a war that has triggered the world's worst displacement crisis. We're in North Khartoum now, which was liberated by the Sudanese armed forces in September, and the front lines are now behind us to the south, and just over in the east. This is the legacy of the battle to liberate this area.
Shattered streets, burned vehicles, wrecked lives. Scenes that sit in sharp contrast to those seen here in 2019, when people took to the streets to celebrate the downfall of President Omar al-Bashir and nearly 3 decades of military dictatorship.
So let's talk live now to Anthony Lloyd. Anthony, this conflict began in the April of 2023. Very briefly, if you can, why did it start? What is all this about?
Hello. So, just to take you back to that April 2023, at the time, there were 2 generals who were ruling the country. They were allies. You had General Abdel Fattah al-Burhan, who was the commander of the Sudanese armed forces. And then you had General Mohammed Hamdan Daglo, who was commander of the Rapid Support Forces. Now, there was essentially a power-sharing dispute between these 2 figures over how to wrap the RSF, the Rapid Support Forces, under the jurisdiction, under the control, under the command of the Sudanese armed forces. There were existing tensions to do with gold revenues, to do with tribal issues, to do with a whole lot of smaller but very acute issues. But essentially, it was a power-sharing dispute which erupted into violence in the April 2023, 2 years ago.
Was there ever any genuine hope of democracy in Sudan?
I think yes. I mean, if you look back to the protests which started over the price of bread in 2018, then by the time 2019 came around, you had the President Omar al-Bashir deposed in a coup which ended nearly 3 decades of military rule. And then there was a key couple of years after that in which there were attempts to civilianize rule, to share civilian and military authority as part of a stepping stone towards the democratization of the process. But that didn't work out. And really by 2022, you had 2 generals back in power. And then 2023, you had them falling out, the start of a civil war. And now, you know, democracy is very much a faded dream for the indefinite future in that country. And there is no end to the war in sight. It's very difficult to foresee mechanisms that could credibly produce a ceasefire and stop the war.
And the international players, I was reading your articles, and the list of countries that are, for whatever reason, involved: Iran, Russia, Egypt, Chad, and the United Arab Emirates. Now, why?
Well, I think it's become slightly oversimplified to call this a civil war between 2 generals. There is that element, but as I say, there's a whole lot of backdrop of other stuff. There's tribal issues of geographical injustice between the west of Sudan and the north. But then you've got a lot of gold resources there too. And you've got countries, regional powers, who each for their own interests, either interested in gold and gold revenues, or in Russia and Iran's cases, are interested in ports in the Red Sea, port near Port Sudan, Russia under pressure in Syria with its port there at Tartus, very much looking forward for another warm water port in order to give it access to Africa. And then you've got more local players. You've got Chad, you've got South Sudan, you've got countries like Burkina Faso, who either are directly involved in some way or have a huge cachet of underemployed young men who are only too happy for the right money to go over and fight in Sudan. So you've got a real regional problem. This is not just a problem within Sudan, confined to Africa's 3rd largest country. It's a regional problem, and its implications are very much regional.
And let's be honest about the fact that there hasn't been a huge amount of international interest in this as a human story. And I suspect one of the reasons for that is that you can't pick a side, can you? Because one side's terrible and the other one's also terrible.
I guess that's a good way to put it.
I don't think it's as easy as that. That may be true.
Like, maybe that's one of the reasons why there's less human interest. is that there's no good guy to back. You know, it doesn't have that classic.
There's no team.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Like Ukraine, like it's easy to back Ukraine against Russia. And it's easy to care about what's going on in Ukraine. But Sudan, it's like what do we have to say? Still awful. Nobody's doing anything, you know?
Well, yeah, basically, it's like nothing's changed. Everybody sucks.
So,
lots of displaced people.
And that was certainly put to me by the American Special Envoy to Sudan, Tom Perriello, who said, you know, exactly as you have, there's the bad and then the very bad. But I think it's more simple than that. I think that people are very focused on the wars in Ukraine, wars in Gaza, the situation in the Middle East. Number one, I think it's more difficult for them to grasp what is going on in Sudan, but also it's a very difficult war to report. Sudan is huge. To get to actually areas where you can report on the driving, it took us, 550 mile drive to get to Omdurman and North Khartoum. That's not something to be indulged in lightly. You've got to commit a lot of time and effort to getting there, to getting the right access and to getting around. It's difficult. It's not just like flying to Poland and driving over the border into Ukraine. You're in Lviv within 4 hours of leaving London.
And the aid agencies that we normally associate with situations like this, are they there?
They're there in the west of the country. I mean, it's one big overall war, but it has very different components as to whether you're in the west, whether you're in Darfur, whether you're in North Darfur, whether you're in the south of the country, or whether you're in the capital, whether you're in Khartoum or Omdurman. You've got a lot of aid agencies over out in the west, in numerous camps for IDPs and refugees over in Chad.
Very well-trained force.
Humanitarian access for food and medical supplies is one of the great problems of the war, and it's repeatedly blocked by either side, who neither has shown much hesitation using starvation as a weapon of war when it suits them. So you get one side who won't allow humanitarian supplies, food and medicine, to go through to another side's area.
That's hilarious.
But you've also got, in many areas, this is a very, very frail society, absolutely dependent on the stored harvest from the previous year and the success of the harvest this year. And if you've burned the stored harvest from the previous year and you've destroyed the vehicles or killed the farmers from the harvest areas this year, then you will produce famine for next year. And certainly looking at food security analysts like the Klingendahl Institute last year, very well-respected food security analysts there predicted that between 6 and 10 million people might die in Sudan of hunger by 2027, according to the current trajectory of the war. They suggested that 6 million deaths was the more optimistic scenario. I mean, this is a really, really big problem. That even now, if the harvest was good and there was a ceasefire now, today, you would still have a knock-on huge problem in a few months' time. And there's no sign of the harvest being good or the fighting stopping anytime soon.
Anthony, thank you very much indeed. Times Special Correspondent Anthony Lloyd, and I really do urge you to read all 3 of his really impressive articles on the war in Sudan.
Fucking hell. Fucking warm. This one.
As the flames from one of the most destructive natural disasters in U.S. history raced through the soul of Southern California, one thing was clear. Firefighters here needed help, and fast. The Golden State quickly turned to a practice more than a century old, enlisting its most forgotten population.
Are we good?
We embedded with one of California's many incarcerated fire crews.
So this is what... I'm glad that it took Hassan to do this, for them to finally give a fuck. That's really cool. That's really cool that it took a random Turkish Nepo baby to talk about this for the cable news to cover it. That's pretty cool.
Hassan's review of Shrek 4.
What's absolutely crucial to the operation, fuel reduction. These crews have been cutting this dry brush. They're going to feed it into the tipper to try to reduce the amount of material in this area that can burn. Keeps everybody safe.
California's Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation houses 35 conservation fire camps, where about 1,800 incarcerated people live, work, and train together, ready to deploy to natural disasters across the state.
How's it going? It's going good. Hopefully nothing kicks back up, and if it does, it's all just to protect these structures around, so just getting it done.
Guadalupe Alduin is one of more than 1,100 incarcerated firefighters working both the Palisades and Eaton fires. He's been behind bars for 14 years and was only accepted into the state's fire camp program 4 months ago. Like many we spoke to, he says the work has been life-changing.
I feel like I got a purpose. I've never really felt that feeling before. You know, I've made a lot of mistakes in the past, and it just feels good that I can start giving back instead of taking.
The crews deploy in 24-hour shifts, working with captains from established fire departments in a command structure on anything from frontline first.
And was able to get B-roll of the thing happening and did a stand-up at the event while it was happening.
Wow. Crazy. Journalism. A lost art, clearly.
Response to simple cleanup operations. It can be grueling, often dangerous work, but it's also a choice, and one that many apply to be a part of. Joseph is the...
No, it isn't. Stop. Having an option to do a dangerous job because it's dangerous, you have to apply, is not an option. It's still slave labor. Please stop saying that it's an option. It's not. It's this or license plates or whatever the fuck they do now.
Leader and deputy captain.
Why do this? Well, this is a wonderful experience. Basically, like, you find out that you get a time cut, off of your sentence as well, but you also have a possibility of getting a career when it's all said and done.
CDCR officials say the program has strict restrictions on applicants, like less than 8 years remaining on a sentence, passing physical and mental trials, no convictions for sex or arson offenses, and at least 7 years clear of a violent offense. But many we spoke to say the benefits are worth it, including free roaming camps and even the opportunity to have their record.
Like, you clearly can't be trusted around fire.
It's entirely expunged. Incarcerated firefighting has been a practice here since 1915, but 2025's devastating wildfire...
Wow, that makes it okay.
...have thrusted the program into the spotlight. But the response hasn't all been positive. Many point to low pay. Incarcerated crews make anywhere from $5.80 to $10.24 a day, plus $1 an hour for active emergencies. That's less than $30 a day. Justice advocate Bianca Tyler points to the billions of dollars generated by prisoners every year with minimal pay in return. She says the promise of a career isn't enough.
Some of these firefighters are seeking to be firefighters when they come home. Amazing. And that is only something that has become available to them in the last 2 years. This narrative and the story around incarcerated firefighters is sort of the tip of the iceberg when it comes to how prison labor is used and exploited.
But according to the men we met, the opportunity career isn't enough.
Some of these firefighters are seeking to be firefighters when they come home.
Paper, where are you? Where are you, paper? Why can't I find you? You know who I'm going to talk to? I know who I'm going to ask. I reckon I could get an interview.
Amazing. And that is only something that has become available to them in the last 2 years. This narrative and the story around incarcerated firefighters is sort of the tip of the iceberg when it comes to how prison labor is used and exploited.
But according to the men we met, the opportunity for a fresh start can feel priceless, no matter how hard earned.
So we all made the choice to do whatever it is that brought us to prison. I know I did that. So this program right here, it offers us an opportunity to become something different.
So in an official statement, the CDCR says there was a pay increase in 2019 and as recent as 2024, and also noting that crew members are getting substantial sentence cuts, in many cases 2 days off for every 1 day they serve on a fire crew. But the agency rep I spoke to while shooting that story admitted that pay policy is something that is, quote, due for review. And since the fires, we know at least one California Assembly member has introduced a bill that would boost pay if it's adopted. Back to you.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and top stories.
Thank you, migrants, Mexicans, and prisoners for saving American lives. That's right, the coalition of first responders who are helping to fight blazes and clear debris in Los Angeles right now include the stuff of MAGA nightmares. So are we finally ready to start humanizing these groups of heroes? I've been here in LA as the city faces climate change turbocharged wildfires that have killed at least 25, destroyed tens of thousands of homes, and displaced so many others. And while it's been apocalyptic and terrifying, there's also been a lot of goodwill and solidarity, especially from groups who rarely receive it in return. Like migrants. Groups here like National Day Laborers Organizing Network and Pasadena Community Job Center have assembled teams of migrant day laborers who are forming fire relief brigades to clear debris from communities, like Olivia, who's originally from Oaxaca but has lived in Pasadena for 25 years. Some of these migrants often work in landscaping and already have the kinds of skills to do this difficult work. Then there's Mexico. Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum has sent 72 firefighters along with disaster relief workers from Mexico's Ministry of Defense and the National Forestry Commission to help stop the blazes. In other words, Mexico is sending their best. President Sheinbaum said Mexico is sending aid because, quote, we are a country of generosity and solidarity. Build the wall? What about prisoners? More than 900 of them are working with CAL FIRE after having been trained for months to help clear and cut brush inside of active wildfires.
We hike a bunch of miles, we're on the mountain, then we grab, we work with our hand tools, you feel me? Yeah. So it's like the hardest job in the firefighting for the wildland, period. It's like, we're like infantry. We're the foot soldiers.
Think about that, wildfire infantry. And their pay is pitifully low, between $5.80 and $10.24 a day. But the program is voluntary, and inmates can accrue time served and are paroled earlier and can have their criminal records expunged. When they get out, organizations like the Forestry and Fire Recruitment Program help formerly incarcerated people get jobs based on the skills that they've gained fighting fires.
We're taking advantage of the second chance that we're being given, you know, and this is the opportunity to change our lives, you know, the trajectory of our lives, to be able to get a career once we leave, you know, once we hit the street. We're putting the work in to try to not only better ourselves, but better our communities.
Bro, don't hype it up too much. They're not going to give you more. They're not going to give you more money. It's crazy.
So while Trump and the right want to blame Californians for their own wildfires, play politics with relief money, and peddle conspiracy theories, migrants, Mexicans, and prisoners are getting to work. They're showing that they aren't boogeymen. They're the best of us. They're modeling solidarity. And if we're going to have a shot at surviving the climate chaos that the 1% has created, we're going to need a whole lot more of it.
Did you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to this YouTube channel and turn on notifications. For exclusive content and to support our independent, unfiltered journalism, head over to Zeteo.com. Your support matters.
Your support
Anyway,
matters.
here tonight, legendary actor, director, our friend Mel Gibson is back, who is out with a gripping new thriller. I've liked every movie Mel's ever made, to be very honest with you. It's at the top of my list, The Passion of the Christ. Anyway, it's called Flight Risk. Sir, how are you? Great to see you.
Good, Sean. How are you doing?
I'm good. First of all, I'm really sorry for you, for all the people in California, all that you've had to live through. Also, congratulations on your appointment by President Trump.
As fuck.
Yeah, well, you come with nothing, you go with nothing. Everything in between is just a bumpy adventure, right, Sean? I'm living in gratitude. Trump's out, I found out I was some kind of ambassador at the same time as you did, probably on a tweet. So I was surprised, but hey, I'm ready, willing, and able to be of service in any way I can.
Truly an artist. He is outstanding when it comes to like filmmaking. His ability to do large-scale battle scenes but not feel like it's lost. Like if you watch Hacksaw Ridge, right? There is nothing in the environment that gives you spatial bearing on how far away from the ridge they are at any time.
Okay.
But you're able to follow the movie and understand how far away the ridge is at all times in the movie.
Okay.
Somehow. I don't know how he does it, because normally when it's just like gray and mud on, that's the only scenery there is gray and mud. You shouldn't be able to have that exact perspective on where something is. But the way he's able to shoot these large battles, it allows you to follow them on like something that has a lot of cuts in it, where like every strike is a cut.
Yes, yeah. They're honestly annoying.
Liam Neeson jumping a fence.
Yeah. Yes.
You know that meme?
Yes.
How many cuts are in that?
You know, you, Sly, and John Voight, three of my... I don't love a lot of people in Hollywood, I'm going to be blunt, but you're three of my favorite people out there and three of the best people in the industry. So I thought it was funny when I read, you did not get a phone call about it, you just heard about it. I read it, I think it was the Hollywood Reporter.
Yeah, that sounds like Trump.
Well, I think Trump shoots from the hip, you know, and but hey, I'm here to be of service, you know.
Yeah, good for you. And I know Sly feels the same way, and John
You
Voight
could say no.
feels the same way as well. And I think the three of you actually can really help. The
sure
film
you know
industry has
that.
been
Mel
hurt in so
Gibson
many
is
different
not
ways, in
helping
part
him
because
through
of
this
rules
interview.
and regulations and high taxes,
No, he is
like
not.
so many other liberal democratic
He seems
states.
like he hates you,
How
Sean.
bad has it been? You've been living through these wildfires. You read about hydrants that don't have water. You read about cutting firefighters' budgets. You read about reservoirs that are empty. I mean, it's got to be frustrating.
Well, it is. And this confluence of events coming together, there are those who say, hey, they must have done it on purpose. I won't go that far. But if they didn't do it on purpose, I think they certainly facilitated it. And I, you know,
Whoa!
my heart goes out to all the other residents.
Whoa!
You meet people all the time who've lost their homes, and, you know, you talk and commiserate and buck each other up, and everyone's putting on a brave face. They're a good bunch out here.
Is him going
I'm
there,
glad
by
Trump's
the
here
way.
at the moment.
Yeah.
You
When
know,
they
it's like
say,
Daddy
"I'm not
arrived and
going
he's
to
taking his
go
belt
there
off, you
and
know.
bring
So
up a conspiracy,
I think he'll get some results here quickly.
that means they believe
endorsing
it.
Yeah.
You know, as far as being an ambassador goes, I think, you know, looking at tax incentives, I know Newsom gave some tax incentives, but maybe not enough because it's still not working. And there are other things that offset that. I mean, I had to shoot a film for one day in LA, and it was cheaper for me to take the whole crew and fly them to Europe and shoot for 3 days, lodge them, fly them, everything, than it was to shoot one day just down the road. So there's something wrong there. And I think there are solutions. I know Arnold tried to level the playing field years ago. He couldn't do it because there were, you know, there were obstacles. He tried, though.
The governor.
Yeah. You know, I look at this, and I mean, it kind of was a big deal, at least in my world. I'm nowhere at the level that you are in terms of celebrity.
Get out
but
of
when I
here.
left New York, I was kind of shocked that there was so much news about it. And I did make a bold statement. I said, I'm sick of the crime. I'm sick of horrible schools. I'm sick of high taxes. I'm sick of burdensome regulation. I'm sick of, you know, woke everything. And I'm sick of the violence. And I made a decision. I cut the cord. I cut it hard, and I left. And I have no intention of ever going back.
I live in a gay community, but you
stay
know
in
I've heard
California.
about it.
Why?
I do. Well, a lot of people have left, and I don't blame them. I mean, and they leave for the same reasons that you've just mentioned. You know, it didn't suit them anymore. Even, you know, people who were liberal, it didn't suit them anymore.
Tonight,
I'm looking at the
We have more breaking news on this.
the views from channels metrics. Very interesting who's in there.
What do you mean?
Like it'll
On
tell
YouTube
us,
or
like,
Twitch?
no, it just tells us Twitch. It tells us what common views we get from channels, like who we share views with. So there'll be a lot of like bigger accounts in there, as well as people
Interesting.
like Anarcho Taco. And
Okay,
search.
like?
AB from H3.
What the fuck?
Hassan.
Huh.
Banny Uwu, Casually Explained.
Damn.
Hutch.
Lots of new people sitting in the chat today.
Yeah, it's because we did the Call of Duty tag.
That's so funny.
I bet you. I bet you.
Friday night, Secretary of State Marco Rubio now ordering
we can play COD if you want.
the U.S. to immediately stop almost all foreign aid
Just get an
and
Xbox
supplies
and Game
pending
Pass.
a review. That according to an internal
isn't
State Department
Warzone
cable
free?
obtained by NBC News.
Warzone is free, yes.
I'll download it.
Can your computer run it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Two notable exceptions here, Israel and Egypt. The State Department did not immediately return our request for comment. We want to go now to NBC Pentagon correspondent Courtney Cubie, who's following this. Courtney, what more do we know about why the Secretary of State is out with this order right now? And you mentioned that there.
Yeah, you could definitely get it on Steam.
I'm looking.
Do we do review? Yes.
There's an exception, we believe, for Israel and Egypt. But what about Ukraine?
Yeah, so one thing is very clear in this order, and it is coming directly from the top. This is one of the executive orders that President Trump signed literally in his first hours after being inaugurated this week. And it was this idea that the U.S. would halt, temporarily at least, all foreign aid grants and not grant any new ones for a period of 90 days. Now, this, as I said, it's coming directly from President Donald Trump, but we're learning a little bit more about it today. The way that now Secretary of State Marco Rubio has implemented this to the State Department force around the world is by saying that there would be exceptions for, as you said, specifically military financing. So foreign military sales and financing for Egypt and Israel. And then there's also an exception for humanitarian emergencies. So that means that if you have a location where there is humanitarian aid, emergency disaster aid going to a place, that will continue in some cases. And in addition to that, Tom, the salaries of the people who will be distributing that, working to help with that humanitarian aid, they will also continue to be paid, including local people on the ground in those locations. So we know now that those are the exceptions. But you asked about Ukraine. It's not 100% clear at this point. Right now, as it is written, there is no indication that Ukraine will have any kind of an exception. They could go without this foreign aid for a matter of up to 3 months, Tom.
Can I ask you about the most recent tranche of money that the Biden administration pushed through? The numbers, there are so many numbers out there. It was something like $200 billion in more aid. Will that go through if the money is already in the pipeline, as it were, or are they shutting off the pipeline even if money's in the pipeline?
So it's going to depend on where in that pipeline it is.
Oh my gosh.
In the pipeline of the pipeline, in the pipeline, so you can pipeline while you pipeline.
For more on the president's plans for FEMA, we're joined by former FEMA Administrator Deanne Criswell. She oversaw the agency under the Biden administration. Deanne, thanks for joining us. I appreciate it. We are learning that President Trump is expected to sign an executive order to establish a task force charged with reviewing FEMA. But the idea of needing some reform in the agency is not really new. Managers under both Democratic and Republican administrations have suggested changes for some time. Explain where these issues are and what you think should be done.
Show me your bag of secrets.
Phil, FEMA has obviously been around for a very long time, but I would say that the role that we play in helping people before, during, and after disasters has continued to grow year after year, with an increase in the number of severe weather events that we're responding to, with our efforts to try to build resilience before a disaster happens, and then with the complex recoveries, once they do happen. And so there's always opportunity to continue to improve, and I think having somebody come by and take a look at it is not a bad thing. But I think that it's important to start the conversation with really understanding what FEMA's role is also at the same time.
Project 2025, the Republican administration's plan produced by the Heritage Foundation, calls for a disaster deductible, reducing federal aid to states that fail to protect their communities against disasters. Interestingly, a similar idea was actually proposed by the Obama administration. Do you see any kind of merit in it?
Well, I think that we've had these conversations, as you said, back to the Obama administration, of when we've seen this increase in the number of disasters that we are supporting financially, is there a better way to do that? And I think this is definitely a conversation that needs to happen, but it needs to happen with governors. It needs to happen with the state directors, those that are relying on the support that FEMA provides, on the ability for FEMA to help coordinate the rest of the federal family, to understand where the challenges are. And I think my concern is that if we rush into something like this, those jurisdictions, those states that don't have as much capability as others will then not recover the way they should, and then they just become more vulnerable to future events.
I'm guessing you saw that in North.
Egypt's president said on Wednesday that his country would push with all its strength to ensure a ceasefire in Gaza is fully implemented. During his speech, Abdel Fattah el-Sisi emphasized Egypt's role in the mediation efforts between Israel and Hamas would continue, and that the country would dedicate all its power to ensure that the ceasefire holds. Egypt is striving with all its power and sincere efforts to reject.
Sure. They're funny creatures. No,
got
it makes sense that they're mammals. They're fucking goobers. All mammals are goobers, so it makes sense.
You got him?
Armadillos? No.
Interesting.
Violence and strive for peace. The ceasefire agreement in the Gaza Strip is a living witness to these tireless efforts and continuous endeavours that Egypt is making alongside its partners in this regard. We will push with all our strength to implement this agreement in full in an effort to stop the bloodshed of our Palestinian brothers and restore services to the Strip so that it becomes viable and prevent any attempts of displacement due to these difficult circumstances, because this is a matter that Egypt categorically rejects in order to preserve the existence of the Palestinian cause itself.
Kenyan police in prayer ahead of their departure for Haiti. They're the latest contingent of 217 officers to be deployed to the Caribbean country to provide backup to an understaffed international security mission. The United Nations says close to 6,000 people were killed in spiraling gang violence in Haiti last year.
And I know many questions are being asked by some people to say, we haven't sorted every other problem.
Do you know the way?
And why are we donating our police officers to go, yet we still have many other problems in the country? We don't usually do or give out of abundance of what we have. Giving is the spirit that is in us as Kenya.
Kenya first sent troops to Haiti in June last year and now has more than 600 people on the ground.
So far, our officers who went ahead of us have contained so many of those gangs. And I believe that you are going to vanquish them, you are going to create a working environment for the Haitians, and you are going to hand over our country to the locals in that nation, working together with the Haitian police to make sure that they have a country that they can also enjoy freedom the same way we enjoy freedom.
The officers
they wouldn't have been able to a decade ago.
Nope.
Guess who we have to thank for this, though?
China.
Exactly right.
Arrived in the Haitian capital Port-au-Prince on Saturday, where they were welcomed by the country's prime minister. The UN estimates that more than 80% of
nobody will talk about this who's pro-China, because Kenya has to be a U.S. state because they're stronger U.S. ties.
Yeah.
As far as government goes. As far as business goes, China has more ties to Kenya. But government, America.
Yes. Yeah. Team sports.
Stupid. It's so stupid. It's such a win for China that they could be talking about constantly.
Look, they're in Africa and they even have a runway. Crazy.
Every country has a runway.
It's not dirt though. Like they're
fresh
roads.
off winning the presidential election, Donald Trump appeared at a UFC event, flanked by bullet-headed UFC CEO Dana White and Elon Musk, who had just spent $270 million electing Trump. But there was another person there who wielded as much influence and wealth as pretty much anyone alive. Yasser al-Rumayyan, the head of the Public Investment Fund, the Saudi state-run sovereign wealth fund, which controls about $930 billion. Al-Rumayyan could claim some degree of ownership.
I agree, actually.
Of
and also for the people who are new here, the running joke is me anytime we have a video on Africa pointing out that there are roads by saying, "Hey, look, roads," because so many people think that roads don't exist in Africa. You did start it, but it's a running joke with me that I've been continuing.
Normally you say it first. If you didn't say it, I would. Hey, guess where our second most viewers are from?
Hassan.
No, I mean country.
Australia?
Russia.
Of course it is.
Practically everyone and everything around him that November night. From UFC, which was planning some splashy events for Saudi Arabia, to Elon Musk, whose companies had long been recipients of Saudi investment capital, and Trump himself, a stalwart Saudi ally.
But I don't know where you are in Victoria, but I went riding around the Dandenongs last night, and There's great roads. I need to go exploring on my bike more to the roads around that sort of area. I don't know what side of Melbourne you're on. I'm mostly asking because are there good roads? Do you know good roads?
Who will build the roads?
Whose political, economic, and family interests had come to depend on Saudi largesse.
It's clear that Saudi Arabia has been investing in Trump and Trump world for a long time.
I love the Saudis. Many are in this building. Lobbyists representing the Saudi government paid for an estimated 500 rooms at President Trump's D.C. hotel.
The Live Golf Invitational.
The Saudi-backed golf tour.
Trump National Direct.
Have a good time, everyone. They buy apartments from me. They spend 40 million, 50 million.
Trump Tower, Jeddah.
Am I supposed to dislike them? I like them very much.
And foreign governments, they understand. They're dealing with a transactional president.
Crown Prince, thank you very much. Thank you for being here.
And now, as we head into the second Trump administration, the question is, what more do they want?
How would you describe the relationship between the United States
wants to
and
use
Saudi
them as a
Arabia?
billboard.
I think it's fine, but
That's way too far. Yeah, but those that would be excellent for going fast. My bike does not go fast. 105 kilometers an hour feels very fast.
with me it will be GREAT, great.
The host of the FIFA World Cup 2034 will be Saudi Arabia.
What we're seeing with Saudi Arabia is unprecedented.
If I wanted flat roads, I can just go out Gippsland Way. It's really close for me. Yeah, I'm talking about a motorbike, not a push bike. I got that as well. I haven't used that for a while.
The sheer amount of money that they put in.
Kareem Zidane is an investigative sports journalist.
They're investing in absolutely everything.
Al Ramayan's appearance at the UFC fight wasn't just about Trump. Sports have become a key part of Saudi Arabia's investment and influence peddling strategy. Kareem and his colleagues at Play the Game mapped over 910 sponsorships from Saudi entities in 2024 across the globe. There's the ownership of the Premier League's Newcastle United, the creation of Live Golf, a competitor to the PGA Tour, sponsorship for the Women's Tennis Association, backing Formula One's Aston Martin. There's MMA, esports, equestrianism, wrestling, cycling, billiards, and a potential new venture into boxing.
As a matter of fact, it might be easier to list the sports that Saudi Arabia hasn't invested in. Honestly, I can't think of one at the moment.
The Saudis would call it investing. Others call it sports washing.
Sports washing is the deployment of sports as a means of reputation laundering. When countries use sports and major sports events, for example, to distract from human rights abuses.
Bro, hang on. I'll send
when Saudi
you a
Arabia
picture.
invests in sports,
I'm actually curious what a prosthetic
No.
trans man
This is
dick
like,
looks like.
This is not post-op dick.
Oh, you got me excited. I was actually fucking curious.
No, but like, Buck Angel posted this person, and they're like, "How is this a trans man?" And they responded by showing the dick that they've grown. But like this one video in the black like underwear here, it literally looks like a full dick and balls.
It's a
But
good
it's not.
prosthetic then.
No, it's not prosthetic, bro.
Oh,
You
like
go
full
look
on
at
attached?
the Twitter DMs.
It's full on attached.
Look at the Twitter DMs. You'll see what I mean by
fucking
they
will.
be growing dicks.
I'm looking.
The third one literally looks like a little micro penis in a G-string.
This is nudity.
Yes, I said they're growing dicks.
Yeah, there's no dick in that one.
What do you mean there's no dick?
That was one you sent earlier. My bad.
Oh, the girl in the tub? Yeah.
Yeah.
Tub girl.
I see.
Like the before and after picture there is just crazy.
There's a before and after?
Yeah. She has the measuring tape. Or he has the measuring tape. I keep saying she because I'm looking at a vagina and I'm just like not progressive enough sometimes, you know?
Yeah, that's fucking crazy.
like impressive
just from
dick
taking
you got
testosterone.
There, yeah.
Just from taking testosterone. That's fucking crazy. Wild.
That's like 2 years, I think, on T.
Crazy. All right. Interesting.
It's really looking for geopolitical
Like
influence.
all they're missing, like literally, like if you just cut the like sheath on the bottom there and like stitch it together, you got a full dick.
Yeah.
Then you just need some synthetic testicles.
True.
I'd keep the hole so I could take the hole and use the dick. You know what I'm saying? And like have the balls on the side.
One on each side. Like rosy cheeks.
Like a division symbol.
Yes.
It's looking to recraft its own global image. It might not reap the most significant monetary returns, but I don't think that's what they're interested in from sports. They're looking at influence, and I think they're doing a damn good job about it, as much as I don't want to say that.
And this is happening with other Saudi investments too.
What's your take on the unabashed expansion of the Saudi investment fund into Silicon Valley?
In 2016, then Deputy Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, or MBS, made a well-publicized trip to Silicon Valley. By 2018, Saudi Arabia was the single largest investor in U.S. startups. But where was that money going, and what was it doing? Let me give you an example. Twitter. When Twitter was a public firm, the Saudi Kingdom Holding Company was its largest outside shareholder, owning a bigger part than even co-founder and longtime CEO Jack Dorsey. But it wasn't just a financial relationship, as I've covered in my reporting. Twitter has long been an important place for the Saudi government to propagandize on behalf of MBS's economic program, flood Saudi-related discussions with posts from pro-regime trolls, and track and harass dissidents, some of whom have been doxxed, arrested, and tortured. In 2014, Twitter's leadership learned that a key MBS advisor was running a spy ring inside Twitter's San Francisco headquarters. Twitter never publicly accounted for its role in fostering the Saudi spy ring. Jack Dorsey enjoyed a chummy meeting with MBS just 6 months after the Twitter CEO had been told by the FBI that his company had an espionage problem. They weaponized their investment, used it to spy on, target, and harass critics. And they did it all without any consequences. And their investment continues today.
Let's fight.
So back to the fight. And another guest, Elon Musk. When Twitter went private under Musk, Kingdom Holding Company rolled its shares into the new private entity and became its second largest investor after Musk. But Twitter wasn't the only tech giant receiving backing from the Saudis. In April 2023, Sanibel, the venture capital arm of the Saudi Public Investment Fund, did something surprising.
Like,
I'm with the Nazis. How about that?
Wow, it's flawless. You can't even tell.
Good. It's so good.
You can't
I'm
even
with the
tell.
Nazis. How about that?
Even though there's no "wa."
Yeah.
If you listen, there is no W there.
I'm with the Nazis. How about that?
Yeah. Interesting.
It published a list of dozens of American venture capital and private equity firms it had partnered with, showing just how widely the kingdom's money was being spread around. Tech, AI, surveillance, media. But the influence purchasing campaign doesn't end in Silicon Valley.
I would like to bring up the CEO of Affinity Partners and former senior advisor to the White House, Jared Kushner.
That's Jared Kushner, the husband of Trump's daughter, Ivanka. He served as a senior advisor in the first...
That's funny. Scientists in UK grew a human spine from stem cells. Hope for the Labour Party.
First Trump administration, and was everywhere. And by all accounts, he had a lot of influence on his father-in-law.
Yep.
But he's known for one thing above all else.
Greenwashing is one of my favorite ones because it's literally Saudi Arabia trying to explain away its role in pollution, but also China greenwashes the fuck out of clean energy and basically lies to the world about being the leader in clean energy. They just overproduce, just like their EVs. It's just overproduction. That's all it is. Their technology is never proven. The AI is always paired with 5G, and it's always propaganda. It's never real. It's never actual practical tests, and it's always CG.
that funny. Jared Kushner was charged with cultivating the relationship with the Saudis.
Virginia Cantor is Chief Ethics Counsel at Citizens for Responsibility and Ethics in Washington.
It appears to be that at the end of the administration, the payoff was a $2 billion investment in this investment fund.
Just months after leaving the White House in 2021, Kushner's newly minted investment group, Affinity Partners, secured a $2 billion commitment from the Saudi Public Investment Fund, or PIF. The news raised a lot of eyebrows.
Some next-level sleaze and grift going on right in front of our eyes.
This is just putting a price tag on American foreign policy.
I've been in this business 40 years. This is extraordinary, unprecedented. I've never seen anything like it.
The reason it was so egregious,
to that logo
he had no experience.
For Affinity there?
Oh, the palm.
No, Affinity. There it is. Kind of fashy.
Like the, if you moved all the pieces a little bit, they would form that triskelion.
Exactly.
Partners secured a $2 billion commitment from the Saudi Public Investment Fund, or PIF.
Well, if you're talking about like the BYD batteries, nah, those batteries are, it's all marketing. There's nothing significant about them. They are dog shit. Those cars are awful. BYD is just the biggest company, and it's just the one that has continued, like, they're probably the one with the biggest investment from the Chinese government, where you'll find that all these little companies that start up, they just pop out of nowhere. They pop out of nowhere, they make a car, the car is a rip-off of another car, they sell that car, then they stop supporting that car, then the business goes out of business, and they disappear. Cashed in on that Chinese government stipend. It's literally American government cheese, but Chinese and EVs. And if you don't know what I mean by government cheese, look up the government cheese story and you'll understand. It's literally that. Yes, BYD batteries explode a lot. And you know those BYD seals that people have been buying a lot of? Those explode a lot. So...
The news raised a lot of eyebrows.
Some next-level sleaze and grift going on right in front of our eyes.
This is just putting a price tag on American foreign policy.
I've been in this business 40 years. This is extraordinary, unprecedented. I've never seen anything like it.
The reason it was so egregious, he had no
Yeah, you literally have to let it burn out. There's nothing you can do about it. And the creation of them is also tied to slave labor. The Chinese electric grid is extremely filthy. The EVs produced out of there can never be green. Like, there should be disincentives from buying those cars, if not outright bans from importing them into the country, in my opinion.
Experience in that field.
The panel responsible for screening potential PIF investments reportedly voiced serious concerns about Kushner's lack of experience. But the board was overridden by MBS, the de facto leader of Saudi Arabia. That news raised even more eyebrows.
Isn't that a nice story of friendship? Things you do for your bros?
MBS proved to be a close ally to Kushner in the first Trump administration, working closely with him on various Middle East diplomatic negotiations. They worked so closely, in fact, that MBS reportedly told others he had Kushner in his pocket.
It appears to be a payoff based on Mr. Kushner's dealings with the Saudi government and particularly MBS during the Trump administration.
A Senate investigation found that Kushner's fund raked in $157 million in management fees, all while generating no return on investment for his clients. Jared, of course, sees no problems with the $2 billion transaction.
For my critics, what I say is point to a single decision we made that wasn't in the interest of America.
Okay, I'll point to one. How about letting an ally kill a Washington Post columnist, Jared?
What was really troubling about the assassination of Jamal Khashoggi, there was every indication that it was carried out by the Saudis. Basically, Kushner and President Trump gave MBS a pass by virtue of not, calling them out.
Why are you siding with the Saudis over your own intelligence?
Because it's America first to me.
That definitely set the tone for how they were going to deal with human rights violations.
by the Saudis. And it wasn't just that.
See, you fucking get it, man. You get it. Hydrogen is what we need to be going with. But the problem is, and this is what we've spoken about before, hydrogen needs research dumped into it. Nuclear is the bridge between it. So between nuclear...
Well, that's the thing, is what I've said is public transport will be first. Like,
Yes.
a lot of the Nordic countries already have hydrogen fuel buses. Have you seen what happens when they catch fire?
No, I haven't.
So, because hydrogen is, I mean, you think oxygen is flammable, am I right? So,
Yeah.
what they do is they have the pressure valve vents,
Mm-hmm.
right? So, what they did is they put the hydrogen fuel on top of the bus, so when a fire happens, the vents open away from the fuel. So the vents go out the side. So it's an insane flamethrower that looks scary as fuck. And like oh shit, that we shouldn't be doing this. That looks like a bad fire, but it's actually a safety measure because they're venting all the flame.
That's very funny. What are you woofing at?
Let's see if I can find one, a hydrogen bus fire.
That there were other incidents.
And the list is a long one. There is the use of his second presidential veto,
A resolution putting an end to the U.S. military involvement in Yemen.
allowing continued U.S. support to the Saudi-backed war in Yemen. There's his abandonment of the Iran nuclear deal.
The United States will withdraw from the Iran nuclear deal.
Saudi Arabia views Iran as one of its biggest enemies and, was very much adverse to the Obama negotiated Iran nuclear deal. And, that was disrupted as part of the Trump administration.
There's the $110 billion Kushner negotiated arms deal between the U.S. and Saudi Arabia.
There was a blockade involving Qatar.
The president today siding with the Saudis. The crisis critical to the U.S. Qatar, home to a key U.S. base with 8,000 U.S. service members.
And so this unprecedented closeness is being interpreted in a new light since the 2021 investment from the...
Exactly. It might be, it's some type of compressed natural gas, which would be a similar effect of what you would have with the venting.
That's sick. Damn. I feel like that would light everything around it on fire, though.
Well, they have. I mean, there's this one at the top here. Hydrogen fuel.
No doubt
bus.
this incident will serve as another...
Learned so far about the incident, Justin?
Well, Tammy, today Governor Gavin Newsom released a statement saying that California is today. Now, this incident gained nationwide, perhaps even...
See, this is bad because it's happening at the fuel.
Worldwide attention as more and more companies are pushing for hydrogen as a replacement to carbon-based fuel sources. Now, these hydrogen buses here are key to transitioning away from fossil fuels. 17 News was told that the bus was fueling at the time of the fire. And in this video, it doesn't quite look like it's hooked up to a fueling pump, but it is nearby. Watch as this small fire grows into an inferno and engulfs the bus and the fueling pump.
But
Remember,
how
an
long?
inferno
fucking color of the fire.
into an inferno and engulfs the bus by
How long
fueling pump.
the venting tanks are able to keep the fire from full engulfment? I mean, we got 111
As more and more
here.
It is nearby. Walk into an inferno
So 10 minutes before it's fully engulfed?
and engulfs the bus
That's a significant amount of time for a vehicle.
and the fueling pump. Remember, these hydrogen buses cost $1.1 million, and Get is in possession. The fueling pump was also damaged, leaving the remaining hydrogen buses out of commission until further notice. Here's another angle of the fire, where we could see the bus begins to smoke and flames start to grow out of the cabin before the bus finally comes alight. Bakersfield City Fire said they were dispatched to this fire at 1:17 in the morning and arrived at 1:23 on July 18th. No doubt this incident will serve as another barrier to Gavin Newsom's plan of making that zero carbon-based emission future a reality.
So they only had one fuel pump for these hydrogen buses, and you understand what I mean when I say public transport will be where it gets founded. Once all buses and the infrastructure are all hydrogen, you can probably expect gasoline to be phased out. And I expect hydrogen to be a more popular fuel source than EVs.
Yes. I don't think petrol is going to be phased out. I think petrol is always going to be around.
It's like vinyls. You know?
Yeah.
But between vinyls and CDs, there was tapes.
That's true.
And you could take those tapes, and they were portable, and you could play them in your car, and they were kind of convenient. But they didn't have the quality of the vinyl.
Yeah.
And then CDs came around, and eventually even those went extinct.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like, there's going to be sources that change.
Yeah. No, I think as long as motor racing exists, petrol is going to exist. That's the thing. And as long as motor racing exists, there's going to be enthusiast cars, which will be petrol.
Yeah, but when we're talking about full public infrastructure being all hydrogen, we're talking 200 years.
Yeah.
We may not have
long
oil.
Yeah, true.
Saudi to the one person who always has Trump's ear.
Is it both a reward for how Kushner guided the Trump administration's foreign policy regarding Saudi Arabia in the past administration? And does it look like a payoff for how he can influence President-elect Trump in his future dealings with the Saudi Arabia?
Kushner has said he won't take a formal role in the second administration, but reportedly is looking to be an informal advisor on Middle East matters. And the investments in Trump world haven't stopped.
And the primary financial backer of Leave Gulf is the Sovereign Wealth Fund. And they engaged in deals with the various Trump golf courses. And it's pretty clear, when you have his sons going overseas in this transition period to lock down deals, it's a way of signaling that Trump is open for business. And if you want to be favored, you better be first in line.
When you have someone like Trump, he tends to take the existing corruption in Washington and just turns it up to 11.
Matt Duss is Executive Vice President at the Center for International Policy.
Mohammed bin Salman, when he visited the Oval Office and Trump pulled out that famous post.
It happened. It happened. I said it would. We gotta see here. We gotta see here. I got it on video here.
That's awesome.
It actually happened.
That's awesome.
No way. Did you really? I got it. It happened. It happened.
Obviously, Logan Paul had something to do with this. You know what I'm saying? Like,
sure.
There's no way.
Said it would.
He literally fell onto his dick. Headbutted him right in the Johnson.
We gotta see here. It happened. No way. Did you really? I got it. It happened. It happened. I said it would.
Yeah. That's funny.
With all the different weapons that were on sale as if it was, the side of a good humor truck. Here are all the various ice cream.
Well, yeah, this is what I mean. It's like
he billboarded him.
I know.
He got it.
But this is what I mean. Is like as long as these things exist and there's no alternate fuel for them that is sufficient enough, petrol will still exist. I don't think petrol is going to be phased out. Trucks are going to be hydrogen or electric. They'll be run like trams, like Germany's doing. That I think is a good idea. What'd you send me now? Alright, great.
Only the best of the best comedy clips.
weapons that were on sale as if it was, the side of a good humor truck. Here are all the various ice cream and delicious treats that are on sale.
$3 billion.
He's like, what the fuck are you doing? Don't give me this shit.
$533 million. $525 million. That's peanuts for you.
And that was funny, but it was also, I think, a great demonstration of how Trump thinks about this. It's just a relationship based on, okay, what are you going to buy from us? What are we going to get from this?
Since 1945, the Saudi...
My chair was bad. I had a bad chair. It was probably made in China or whatever. It was a chair that shouldn't be allowed to chair. They should check these chairs, right? Breathalyze and whatever they should do. Whatever this chair, it probably knew somebody or whatever and got in the building. Anyway, it was kind of slagging a little. And so we sat there, everything was going pretty smooth. And then at some point, my chair broke.
Oh, it happened. It happened. I said it would. We gotta see here. We gotta see here. I got it on video. Kamala's hair.
My chair was bad. I had a bad chair. It was probably made in China or whatever. It was a chair that shouldn't be allowed.
That's funny.
U.S. relationship has been defined by a superpower's willingness to overlook pretty much anything its oil-rich ally did. The U.S. got another military foothold in a sensitive region and influence over global energy markets. But this alliance between an unmatched global hegemon and a repressive theocracy has corrupted both sides.
I mean, there were problems with this relationship going back many years, just as there are more deep-seated problems in the way our foreign policy and our policy in general is formulated. The various avenues of influence that very, very wealthy interests have. And I think the influence that the Saudi regime has been able to garner is a reflection of that much bigger problem.
And they are exercising that influence, especially in their efforts to secure a U.S.-Saudi defense pact.
Securing an agreement in which the United States committed and guaranteed to protect Saudi Arabia, it's a sign of approval from a global superpower. It's a kind of normalization, of Saudi Arabia to say that you're just another normal country and this is how normal countries behave.
Saudi Arabia has worked hard during the Biden administration to secure a defense pact with the U.S. Despite Biden's promises to get tough on the Saudis.
Make them pay the price and make them, in fact, the pariah that they are.
They came close to getting it.
And I think we're going to see that kind of approach continuing, essentially trying to bid up the United States to get as much out of the United States in terms of commitments and support into the future. Would the United States get anything that's remotely worth a commitment of sending young American women and men to defend this regime? I think the answer is clearly no.
Yeah, I think that's the one that I'm thinking about. It's such a good idea. Highly rate it.
Wow, cringe.
Second Trump administration begins, with all of its financial ties to the country. What more could be on the table for Saudi Arabia?
Certainly, we should be aware of the acute danger of Saudi influence in a Trump administration. But ultimately, if we really want to solve this problem, we need to understand that it goes much deeper and it's much more long-standing than just with Trump.
These billions pouring into sports leagues, entertainment companies, tech firms, what does it actually buy?
We've become very good friends over a fairly short period of time.
It appears to buy influence.
We are with Saudi Arabia. We're staying with Saudi Arabia.
It buys silence.
Mr. President, we address the murder of Jamal Khashoggi, sir.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
It buys power.
Deputy Crown Prince, thank you very much. This was a great day and great honor.
What price did we really pay? What price did the world pay?
And now it's time to keep our eyes on just what it could buy in a second Trump administration.
We really have a great friendship, a great relationship, and I think we'll probably only get better.
He's my favorite billboard. The best ever.
Thanks so much for watching our video.
Thanks
I
so
love that
much for watching our video.
Trump was like basically trying to get him to hold it with him, and he just laughed and stared at it.
Very funny. All right. Raid?
I don't know. I think I'm going to keep streaming.
Oh, okay.
Because,
fine then.
Tomorrow, it's easier for me to just go until we're doing the serious show and then go to sleep after that. Right? Because I wake up just before we start. So I woke up 6 hours ago, basically. 7.
Yeah.
I mean, I really don't know which of these Nazis to support. They're both pretty good options.
I mean, there's mosquitoes down there that are bigger terrorists than Boko Haram.
It's a good one. It's a long one.
Stan says you're a cunt.
Because we have so clean assholes.
Alright, well, you do whatever you gonna do. There's more videos on the list if you want to keep doing them. It's up to you.
I will.
Fill my fart box up with some of your monster cum.
That fart I just did smells like
Or whatever
pumpkin,
it is that
but
comes
not
out of your
like,
demon dick.
You know, like fresh pumpkin, when you're cutting them open, you're pulling all the guts out. The inside of that, the guts. That's what that fart smelled like.
Great. That's great.
Log on my chili sauce.
Where'd we
There's a few there.
It's funny because it's poisonous.
There is.
I'll check out this one.
There's some serious stuff.
Fast start. Fox News
Some
has
Ryan
learned that in a
Macbeth stuff.
33-hour period
Pakistan.
between Tuesday morning
More
and
Trump.
Wednesday night, ICE agents arrested over 460 migrants, many with long criminal histories. But these operations aren't just limited to Boston. They're taking place all over the country.
I see you, Radar.
Bill
Good
Malugin
boy.
is getting an exclusive look at this massive, important operation in the sanctuary city of Boston. Live now to Bill.
Well, Emily, we've heard officials here in Boston and in Massachusetts say repeatedly they are not going to cooperate with ICE or mass deportation efforts by the Trump administration. And ICE says, well, that's perfectly fine. You don't have to cooperate with us. We're still going to go into your city and we're going to do the job. And we were with ICE Boston yesterday for about 10 hours as we got to watch them firsthand carry out immigration enforcement. Take a look.
Good morning, everyone.
It's a frigid 5 degrees in the pre-dawn hours just outside of Boston, where this team of elite ICE officers is briefing on their targets for the day.
We're going to be targeting some extremely violent offenders today.
Within moments, the officers are on the move, with eyes on their first target.
Looks like we got movement, target vehicle coming out.
They quickly take him into custody. He's an MS-13 gang member wanted in El Salvador for aggravated murder. And he has an Interpol red notice out for his arrest.
We are targeting very violent threats to our community.
I'm not going back to Haiti.
One of those threats is this illegal alien from Haiti. ICE says he's a gang member with 17 criminal convictions in recent years.
So, you feel me? Yo, Biden forever, bro. Thank Obama for everything that he did for me, bro.
ICE Boston quickly takes down its next targets, including this illegal alien from Brazil who has an Interpol red notice for armed robbery. This Salvadoran illegal alien charged locally with rape and released by a sanctuary jurisdiction.
Señor, ¿cómo se llama?
And this Dominican illegal alien charged with assault with a deadly weapon and heroin trafficking. Officers also arrested this Guatemalan MS-13 gang member facing gun charges. ICE says he was released from local custody just the day before. Their detainer request was ignored because of sanctuary policies. And in a sign of shifting priorities with the new Trump administration, this man, who was in the same apartment as the target, was also arrested after ICE determined he's also in the U.S. illegally. This is what ICE calls collateral.
So you guys got your main target just now, but you got somebody else. What just happened?
So our main target was released by a sanctuary jurisdiction, not honoring a detainer. That person was released back into the community, and when we went to go find him, he's with somebody else who was previously removed from the United States. So he's going to go today too.
And that is exactly what Border Czar Tom Homan has warned would happen.
When we find the bad guy, he's probably with others that are in the United States illegally. They may not be a criminal priority, but we're not walking away from them.
ICE Boston says they will continue to go into sanctuary jurisdictions and do their job.
Today was a good day. Today we took several significant public safety threats out of our communities. Unfortunately, a lot were released by sanctuary policies, but we're here to tell the Commonwealth and the rest of the country that we're going to find them whether they're released or not.
And guys, a quick note on some of the blurring we did in that story. We decided to hide the faces of the ICE officers, obviously, because a lot of them work undercover. We also blurred some of the faces of the suspects if their cases are still pending, if they've been arrested but haven't been convicted yet. We also learned after we were done filming that ICE picked up another target on the other side of the city. This was a previously deported Honduran illegal alien who was arrested locally and is facing charges for raping a woman while holding a gun in her mouth, guys. Those are the kind of targets ICE is picking up out here. We'll send it back to you.
Bill Malugin, thank you. Kaylee, an absolutely frightening collection of individuals. Took 33 hours to get 461 out of the way. Amazing what a little bit of leadership, a little bit of gumption, and the mandate from the American people can do.
And Emily, we were sitting there watching this, and you said 18 convictions for that Haitian individual. I mean, we were stunned to hear him say, bleep Trump, thank you, Biden, thank you, Obama, Biden
I knew they were gonna
forever,
fucking
bro. Pay
focus on
attention
that
to
shit.
what he is saying. That Biden and Obama enabled someone with 18 criminal convictions to sit in our country without any sort of accountability. There's a lot of people they need to add to that list. Mr. Haitian migrant, criminal who's no longer going to be here. Add Michelle Wu, the mayor of Boston. Add Brandon Johnson, the mayor of Chicago. Add Gavin Newsom, the governor of California. Democrats have enabled this. And what a smart move
We're
from
adding
this
them to a
administration
list of
to put these images
deportations?
out there
I don't
within
understand,
48
Kaylee.
hours. Because I can tell you this, the media is trying to focus on crying immigrants whose CBP apps were canceled, their appointments were canceled. They're trying to find the collateral migrants who are swept up. Tom Homan said that would happen
Collateral
because Democrats are
migrants.
not being compliant. They're trying to find those stories. And the Trump administration says, here are the criminals that are going to make the next Laken Riley happen in this country. This is what we're doing, protecting women, girls, American citizens.
And as Kaylee talks about the Laken Riley Act, Tom Homan warns these individuals, you will be arrested for, these collateral individuals, you will be arrested for resisting this.
Yeah, you know, we do need to take a good look at the first law they broke, though. Because that is really the problem. They came into this country illegally. And the last administration wanted to legalize their illegal
Not
behavior.
illegal. It's actually not illegal. It's a violation. Just like how speeding is not illegal. You are not a criminal driver if you have gotten a speeding ticket. It is a violation, not illegal.
And just turn them into our neighbors. And that's how these people have gotten to the point where, well, can we vote too? Eric Adams, don't forget what he said when he was a candidate before he decided he might need Trump to clean up this mess that he and the governor of New York have put on the citizens here in the state with illegal immigration. He said, oh, I'll see if you can vote, even if you're not here legally. And so can we all just agree that when you break our law of sovereignty at the border, it counts, it matters, and they are going after the most violent among them and the criminals. And if they sweep up some, as you said, Kaylee, I believe, look, they're not playing ball with ICE, but they're also sweeping up people because those people are with the illegal guys who are committing the violent crimes because they're here illegally too. I can't say that enough. And does that mean that everybody gets pushed out? What it ought to mean is everybody at least gets vetted.
Trace, I want to talk to you about something specific having to do with California. So we know that ICE issued over 420 detainers, which means that they demand to be notified when a national is released from custody. These ones that they're requesting are in custody for things like homicide, battery, rape, kidnapping, and the like. But they're in the city of San Jose, for example, when Miss Bambi Larson was murdered by an illegal immigrant who had 6 detainer requests from ICE. And that is why, in part, Michael Gates from Huntington Beach in your neck of the woods in Southern California is suing California, saying we are not a sanctuary city. You are hurting American citizens. So this is something that we're going to see reflected in these ongoing tensions now. But I see Tom Homan and the rest of the United States succeeding over this.
And it's important to note that when you talk about Huntington Beach, it's in Orange County, and Orange County is a redder part of California. Not as red as it used to be, but remember, in the election, 11 counties in California went.
Yeah, because the questions and the needs are so urgent right now. And I want to bring in Deanne Criswell, who is the former administrator of the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA. Thank you for being with us. It's perfect timing. Hang on, there he is. There's the President of the United States and the First
Lady.
We saw
this lady, at least.
Coming down the steps of Air Force One to go tour this. So, first, on what we're looking at right now, how important is as a former FEMA administrator, is a visit by the President to something like this? And how important is, the relationship with Gavin Newsom?
I think it's incredibly important, Terry, because people want to know that their federal government is there for them. And so when a president shows up, it means that they're there to better understand what the situation is and to ensure that the federal government is providing all of the resources that the communities are eligible to receive. But they do have to work together. The governor and the president are going to have to work together to make sure that everybody understands how much is going to be needed for this really complicated recovery, and that these people can get on this road to help rebuild as fast as possible.
Let's see, they're going to take a few questions here. Thank you very much. We'll be right back to you. Let's listen in. We can't hear him.
Michael Watley, and we're going to do a lot of work. We have the Army Corps of Engineers working as they are here. And I think you're going to see some very big progress. They left them high and dry. And now we're going to be taking a little tour with some of the people from the area. I appreciate the governor coming out and meeting me, Kevin, very much. And we'll be talking a little bit. We want to get it fixed. We want to get the problem fixed. And there'll be some ways, but it's like you got hit by a bomb, right?
Yeah.
It's like you got hit by a bomb. Would you like to say something?
Most importantly, thank you for being here. It means a great deal to all of us, not just the folks in Palisades, the folks in Altadena that were devastated. We're going to need your support. We're going to need your help. You were there for us during COVID. I don't forget that. And I have all the expectations that we'll be able to work together to get this speedy recovery.
We will. We're going to get it done. Tremendous numbers of lives have been affected. A lot of real estate's been affected. Nobody's ever seen anything like this. You can almost say since the Second World War, when you think of it. I mean, nothing like this has happened. And we're going to get it fixed, so we'll get it permanently fixed, so it can't happen again. And again, we'll be talking a little bit later, and we'll get it worked out, okay?
I appreciate it, Mr. President.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Both of you have disagreed a lot over the past week over what has happened in this state. How do you plan to
We got to get it finished. We're looking to get something completed. And the way you get it completed is to work together. It's the governor of the state. And we're going to get it completed. They're going to need a lot of federal help. Unless you don't need any, which would be okay.
We're going to need a lot of federal help.
So we're going to take care of things, okay?
Wow, great. Okay. It's also time to let the chinchillas out. Yes, you, my little man. Oh, look, it reflects on everything. That's like... Little babies. So I want to get a nice angle of how he'll inevitably escape. better if it's on the floor, right? And get as little as reflection as possible. I could turn down the screen brightness.
On a C-17 Air Force military transport. On Thursday, January 23, 2025, a C-17 Globemaster III assigned to the 60th Air Mobility Wing took off from Fort Bliss, Texas and flew to Guatemala to repatriate illegal immigrants in support of customs enforcement removal. And by the way, since the Air Mobility Command did this, I'm wearing my Alcoholics Moving cargo shirt today, which you can find at Bunker Branding. I also have a couple of patches available there as well. So it was one of my Substack subscribers who asked me this question. Would not leased commercial aircraft been less expensive? So he is referring to like, hey, would it have been cheaper to get a charter flight than use a military flight? And, you know, honestly, I don't know. So let's try to figure that one out. Now, I have to tell you that I have been working on a really big video that will attempt to put an actual dollar amount on what it would take to capture, house, try, repatriate up to 11 million illegal immigrants that are estimated to be inside the United States. That video is coming soon, I promise. I just got to get all my ducks in a row for that one. But one of the things I noticed while doing the research for that video is that it costs about $236 a day to keep an illegal immigrant in detention. So keep that number in mind, $236 a day. Also note that military pilots need the flight hours. They could take off and cut holes in the sky, or they could do an actual mission. Back in 2011, New Jersey Governor Chris Christie got a bunch of crap from the press because he took a $12.5 million state helicopter to his son's baseball game. And it was said that the helicopter ride cost New Jersey taxpayers $1,800 per hour. But if you're paying that money anyway, you know, the money has already been spent on the helicopter, and the pilots need the flight hours to maintain their status. So again, they could cut holes in the sky, or they could perform an actual mission, even if that mission is delivering the governor of New Jersey to a baseball game. So either way, they have to fly a minimum number of hours. Now, in this case, a C-17 was used. Technically, two of them, since one also took off from Arizona. But for the sake of the math, let's just focus on one C-17 so we can try to get it down to a specific cost. Now, a C-17 can hold 134 troops in jump seats along the walls and in special palletized seats on the inboard side. Now, we can pack people in there like we did in Afghanistan, but that's not safe. So we're going to go with 134 deportees per C-17 flight. Now, as of 2025, if another agency wants to use an Air Force C-17 for a flight, the non-DoD reimbursement rate for C-17 costs was $19,862 for every hour of flight. The Air Force will send you a bill. But that isn't necessarily the operating costs. That's a little tougher to find, but the Government Accountability Office in 2022 had a report which said that a C-17 costs $30,378 per hour to operate. So I don't think that number would fluctuate that much in the past 3 years. So the real answer is that it probably costs about $30,000 an hour to fly a C-17 full of 134 people. So I think we can assume that the average rate that it takes to move one person on a C-17 is $226.70 per person per hour. So what is the equivalent of a 134-person passenger jet? What's the equivalent of a C-17 in capacity for passengers? Well, it would be a 737-700. And that can hold a couple more. It can hold up to 149 passengers in a one-class layout. Now, according to Paramount Business Jets, the cost to charter a 737-700 is around $21,050 per hour, and you can hold a couple extra people. So the cost to charter, at least based on Paramount Business Jets, is $141.28 an hour per person per flight hour, saving the taxpayer $85.42 per flight hour. Now, a company called EvoJets had a lower charter price between $6,800 and $9,800 per hour, but that's kind of where we get into the problem, and that problem is bidding. Now, for every day that you put out a competitive bid for someone to repatriate your detainees, you're spending $236 a day per person detaining that detainee. So, if we have those 134 detainees that could be on a flight, it costs the U.S. $3,164 per day to keep them fed, housed, and guarded. So if we have to wait a week for a charter contract to come through and for the plane to actually get to the airport to remove these people, we've now just spent $221,368 just to get a cheaper flight. And that doesn't quite add up. It might actually be more efficient to put them on the military flight now than wait a couple of days for that charter flight. Now, according to the Immigrations and Customs website, ICE uses commercial airlines and charter flights, both. So we can assume that they already have a contract with charter airlines, but I would also assume that these are pre-negotiated contract rates. And the charter airlines, they're not just waiting around to fly these people out. Those planes are probably being used by other clients when they're not being used by ICE. So you still have that problem of, hey, we got to turn this plane around and get it ready to take prisoners to a destination. It also might be a certain case where charter flights are available on specific days as per the contract because there is a certain amount of people being deported every week. Now, while doing the research for my border deportation video, I discovered some data that said it costs about $1,479 to deport an illegal immigrant, at least via ground. Now, ICE has never provided an exact cost of ground transportation, but in 2007, removal was estimated at $1,000 per person. If we adjust this for inflation, that number is about $1,400, $1,479. If that were true, then deporting 134 people the traditional way costs $198,224. So maybe a military jet is cheaper? Now, that number of $1,479, it might be an average cost across all methods of removal, commercial, charter, military. I just don't know. All I have is that number. It does seem kind of high, but maybe that number also includes overtime for guards and per diem. We really don't know. But what I do know about military aircraft is that they do serve at the pleasure of the president. So a military jet that's ready to go right now might be cheaper than a civilian jet you have to wait a couple of days for. On its surface, it may seem like wasteful spending, just like Chris Christie's helicopter, but again, pilots need the hours, and a plane that is available right now might be cheaper than paying to detain a certain number of prisoners for another day to wait for that charter flight. Hey, if you want to support the channel, go grab one of my Alcoholics Moving cargo shirts from Bunker Branding. I also have those patches available now in Spice Brown, too. And you can also grab my novel, The Wind Machine, from Amazon. It's also available on audible.com if you're a Marine. Ever wonder what would happen if Dr. Strange ran a hedge fund? Well, read that book and find out. And one more thing. While doing the research for this video, I actually found out that MC Hammer had his own chartered airplane. I didn't know that. It was a 727. Only problem was that it was always breaking down because nobody could touch it. I'll see myself out. Wow, this girl from Watertown sure is cool. Hey kid, what's going on? Think tank!
What the fuck?
You know, a girl from Watertown is
What the fuck? Look at him. He has no idea. He has no idea people are watching him. He's just a little guy.
We are several days into President Trump taking office for his second term, and the president has not wasted any time getting back to work. Trump has signed a flurry of executive orders to kick off his agenda, and here's what's been on the docket: issuing immigration crackdowns, ending birthright citizenship, pulling the U.S. out of the World Health Organization and Paris Climate Treaty, and pardoning January 6th insurrectionists. So how are Americans reacting to Trump's slew of changes? We're going on the record with Scott Tranter, Director of Data Science at Decision Desk HQ. Scott, a new poll from Reuters.
He was doing, did you see him? He was doing chinchilla math. Don't do it. BG. Hey.
Ipsos found that 47% of Americans approved of Donald Trump's presidency after his inauguration. And these figures are higher than what we saw in his first term. So what do you think has contributed to these higher numbers?
Well, so that poll was taken the weekend leading up to Inauguration Day, which was just a few days ago. He's obviously made a lot of news, done a lot of things, from his perspective, kept a lot of promises. So what will be interesting to see is when we see those numbers 2 weeks from now, do they go up? Do they go down? Look, a lot of the stuff he's done has been red meat stuff that he has been talking about on the trail. So voters should have expected these things. We'll see if they actually approve them as they go down. But as you pointed out, he starts at a better position favorability-wise and approval-wise than he did when he in his first term.
Pretty significant, but Trump pardoning January 6th insurrectionists has made headlines this week, to put it lightly. Going back to that same poll, 58% of respondents said that Trump should not pardon all people convicted of crimes during the January 6th assault on the Capitol. So what has the public pushback been like?
So we've seen quite a bit of punditry on this. I think a lot of the January 6th stuff, which is something that the Harris campaign made a centerpiece of her presidential candidacy, it's important to voters, but it's not a top three thing. I don't necessarily think we're going to see a lot of independent or Republican voters, which, would have to support that, be part of that 58% that you put up, really change their opinion a whole lot. You're going to hear them express disappointment, as we've seen some members of Congress do, but I think they're going to focus on more the main economic and immigration issues going forward. Although, if some of these people start creating headlines after the fact because they were pardoned, this issue could be something that Donald Trump's going to have to answer for over the next few weeks or months.
Yeah, a new Gallup poll, though, shows that satisfaction with U.S. democracy has edged up from a record low. 61% of Americans remain dissatisfied with the way our democracy currently is in the U.S. 34% are satisfied, up from the record low of 28% last year. So why are Americans slightly shifting to be more satisfied?
So when we dig into those numbers, a large part of that is coming from Republican voters who were disappointed in the process and disappointed in their government over the last year, and they got the candidate they wanted. So that's where we see a lot of that fluctuate up. I think the better number, though, is that's well below 50%. As you pointed out, it is certainly higher than it was before, but still the vast majority, it's a bipartisan agreement. People aren't necessarily happy with their government.
Yeah, that's a good point as well. A recent Associated Press NORC poll found about 8 in 10 U.S. adults favor deporting all immigrants living in the U.S. illegally who have been convicted of a violent crime, with 2/3 of respondents strongly in favor. And then you have 7 in 10 supporting deporting all immigrants living in the U.S. legally who have been convicted of a violent crime. So it seems like Americans are pretty on board with this agenda. But how do you see this playing out over time?
Well, look, it's when you ask this in a polling question in a vacuum, if someone has committed a crime and they're here illegally, should we deport them? That's a pretty easy yes. What may or may affect that opinion going forward is how heavy-handed the Trump administration takes this. Because once you deport the tens of thousands of illegal immigrants who've committed a crime, and you start getting into the millions of people who simply just crossed here illegally, so therefore technically they committed a crime, but are paying taxes and working part of society,
Not a crime.
that's where we may see public opinion change. But right now, the Trump administration's doing the easy part. We'll see whether or not those numbers hold over the next couple months.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. And one major part of Trump's platform during his re-election campaign was his vow to end taxes on tips. And there's a new Associated Press NORC poll that found 54% said they strongly or somewhat back eliminating taxes on earnings from tips. Is there a plan in place for Trump to follow through on this campaign promise? Do you see it happening?
It's certainly something that they're going to try and bring up in this reconciliation bill, which, depending on who you talk to, it's 1 bill, 2 bills. The speaker said he wants to get it out in May. But the other thing that legislators have to take in mind is if you reduce taxes on tips, you've got to have a pay for it, right? That's less revenue to the government. So you got to cut a subsequent program because there are deficit hawks on the other end saying, hey, I want to put more money in the pocket of people, but we can't increase the deficit in the government. So what program are we going to cut? I think this initiative ultimately will get passed, but it will be interesting what other tax cuts may or may not stick around because of it, or what other government programs may be cut because of it.
Yeah, there definitely could be some sacrifices. Looking ahead here, though, there's less than 6 months until the New Jersey gubernatorial primaries. And a new Emerson College poll shows a little over half of primary voters are still undecided. And interestingly, the incumbent, Democrat Phil Murphy, has a lower favorability rating than President Trump. And according to Emerson, Murphy holds a 44% favorable rating, while Trump holds 48% in the state. Is this a sign to you that Republicans could potentially flip the governor's mansion red? I mean, that would be a pretty big deal in New Jersey.
Absolutely. Look, New Jersey is one of those states that has been reliably Democratic over the last 15, 20 years, except for, occasionally they will elect a Republican governor like Chris Christie, who, depending on who you talk to, is a pretty moderate Republican governor. New Jersey, though, in this past presidential election, shifted right about 7 points toward Donald Trump. As you point out, the approval rating for Donald Trump's higher than the Democratic governor. I expect the Republican primary there to be pretty contested, and I think the Republican candidate, win or lose, is going to be within a couple points, which is going to be the closest gubernatorial race we've seen in that state in probably 15 years.
Yeah, that will definitely be an interesting one to watch. Before we let you go, Scott, we are also about a week away from the DNC chair election. Who do you have your money on?
Look, Wickler has certainly gotten all the endorsements, has been doing the rounds on the MSNBCs and all those types of things. This is one of those things. There's a lot of candidates. Endorsements may or may not matter given how the DNC elects their folks, especially considering they want an outsider, not necessarily an establishment. I think it's anyone's game, although Wickler's probably the slight favorite here.
Scott Trenter, thank you so much for your insight.
Thanks for having me.
That's it for What's America Thinking. I'm Bianca Fascini.
Romance as consequential as the Musk-Trump romance. So that means, as strange as it feels, we kind of have to keep up with their friendship, because it falling apart actually means a lot for the future of the country and whether or not Musk will be able to leverage his power in this new Trump administration in the ways that he wants to. And so to sort of remind you, and then I want to show you Trump reacting to a story that we talked about, and then some reports about how furious Trump's staff is about Elon Musk's role in all this. But the first sign of trouble was maybe not a huge sign of trouble, but it was, as Ross Story documents, the working arrangement between Trump and Musk has caused some difficulties. At the end of last year, Musk blew up a bipartisan spending deal to keep the government open and push Trump to his side, forcing the GOP to scramble to craft a replacement. Additionally, Trump's aides have grown uncomfortable with how frequently Musk hangs around Trump. Trump even got uncomfortable, as we discussed, because Musk was literally mere feet away from Trump's, I don't know what you call it, suite place, wherever he stays at Mar-a-Lago. And during the transition, Musk was just right there, a few suites over, a few rooms over, and staying on the Mar-a-Lago property so he could be there with Trump, doing who knows what all the time. And that started to make aides feel weird, because now Musk all of a sudden had this power that could short circuit them, that could cut them out of the equation, and that's obviously going to bother them. But our hope was, as this tension grows, there'll be a big public blow up, and it feels like we're getting closer to that because of the shot that Elon took at Trump that we covered. And if that happens, now that Vivek's out of Doge and Marjorie's the one leading the subcommittee, I think they might not be able to do the worst of what they were hoping to do with that initiative. That sounds nice, government efficiency, hell yeah. But as we got more information about what they might want to go after, it caused some big problems. Okay, so then, and this was a huge story, and I think it's kind of a crazy example of how Musk, in a weird way, holds more power in their relationship, not in the country, but in their relationship, maybe the country too, than Trump does. And that's something that his staff is mad about, as we'll get to. And so then Trump announces we have this big, it's going to be great, this AI and infrastructure, private investment companies I've helped to bring together are creating this new initiative, and they're going to invest in historic ways in AI. Elon comes out and goes, not really. It's not at all what is being articulated. So it was this $500 billion Stargate project to build new artificial intelligence infrastructure. And Musk publicly slammed the announcement right after Trump talked about how epic it was going to be and proclaimed they don't have the money to build it. He sandbagged the president's announcement. Well, in reaction to that, and Trump was asked about it, he said this. While you watch, please do click the subscribe button if you appreciate this show.
Does it bother you that Elon Musk criticized a deal that you made publicly, that he said that he tweeted that?
No, it doesn't. He hates one of the people in the deals.
Have you spoken to him since then?
No. I've spoken to Elon, but I've spoken to all of them, actually. No, the people in the deal are very...
We watch TV together on the couch every night before we go to bed. What do you mean, have I talked to Elon?
Very, very smart people. But Elon, one of the people he happens to hate, but I have certain hatreds of people, too.
Sir,
we know.
You know?
Sir, on China, what do you think Xi Jinping can do on the Ukraine-Russia war?
Which one?
The Ukraine-Russia war. What can Xi Jinping do about that?
China?
Yeah.
They have a lot
of... Xi Jinping? He said Xi Jinping? Why did you have to have that repeated so many times? And then he goes, China? Yeah. Or Xi Jinping, the leader of China? Yes. Okay. Gosh, my goodness.
Power over Russia.
Luke, calm down.
They supply energy to Russia. And Russia supplies energy to them. They supply other things to, it's really a very big trade. It's a very big...
Thanks. So a really, really clear answer there. Not so much. Media reporting that Trump insider says the president doesn't have any leverage over Musk. Elon gives 0 Fs. Yeah, we learned that when he did that gesture, as it's been described. I'm not going to say it. Because I've seen absolute freakouts and meltdowns over pointing that looks something like, and they go, "How dare you? You're so hyperbolic."
Oh my god.
Oh god. I'm not saying he meant to do it.
Somehow still more annoying than anyone else. Oof. Let's see another annoying guy real quick.
The Houthi militia in Yemen just announced an interesting infodom war, information domain warfare campaign called #US Mother of Terrorism, which is pretty interesting. It is the first time I have seen a militia organization come out with very specifically defined talking points designed to simulate a grassroots effort. First off, I have to credit YouTuber Preston Stewart for the assist on this one. He's the guy who found it first, and he told me about it. And then I plugged the hashtag into Cyabra social media threat detection software just to see what I could find when it comes to authenticity. Now, hashtags aren't as important anymore when it comes to ranking algorithms. AI has kind of taken over what is viral, but I'll get to why the hashtag is important in a minute. Now, what's kind of interesting here is that only about 6% of the accounts on Twitter displaying this hashtag are considered inauthentic by Cyabra. So that means for the most part, authentic accounts are spreading this hashtag. Now, the whole idea here is that the Houthis advertise these talking points in Telegram. Clicking the link takes you to a Google site where you can cut and paste various gems like the roots of terrorism stem from the Zionist lobby. Another claims that the U.S. starved German POWs after World War II, which is a claim made by this Canadian writer in this book called Other Losses, which has been...
Okay, now we're going to give them strawberries. They love these strawberries. Strawberry time. Where'd I put your strawberries? Here they are. Here you go, sir. A nice strawberry. Look. What, you want another strawberry? Here.
widely regarded as pseudo-history. What's interesting about this is that there is a ceasefire in both Gaza and with militant forces in southern Lebanon. Iran's ability to both supply and fund its proxies took a huge blow with the fall of Syria. And now Iran is in this weird place. Since Israel's air attacks on October 26, 2024, Iran has realized that their air defenses are just not up to the challenge. And so now they have a choice. Iran only has a finite amount of money. They can use that to upgrade their air defenses, which need work. Or they can continue to support militias, and that's kind of where the Houthis come in. The Houthis got a little taste of relevance during the war in Gaza, and they're missing that attention that they got when they tried to shut down global shipping in the Red Sea and Gulf of Aqaba. Now there's a ceasefire, Nobody cares about the Houthis anymore. It's arguable whether anyone cared about them in the first place. But sugar daddy Ali Khamenei is fresh out of sugar. Or Iran needs the sugar for its own interceptor missiles, and they really can't afford to give toys to their proxies anymore. So I think this particular Infodom War campaign is an effort by the Houthis to maybe bring them back into relevance on the world stage. And if you put that hashtag in Twitter, the exact quotes seen on the Google site are being used in the tweets. What's interesting is that this can also be used to build and discover a network of supporters. If you tweeted something like this, now the Houthis know who might support them if they ever decide to franchise out their aggression, so to speak. Unfortunately, it also works both ways because the US and Israel make their own lists, and you don't want to be on that list. So I think this was kind of a ham-fisted attempt and maybe one of desperation. If you want to look through the document, the link is at ryanfeth.substack.com for free. I also have it saved as a PDF in case the website gets taken down, and it probably will. Special thanks to Cyabra and Preston Stewart. I could not have done this without you guys. And special...
Okay. We're going to try some stuff. We're going to see how this works. Okay. Okay, so if I go...
Over here. It has certainly been a week. And honestly, trying to keep up with every bit of news coming out of this new American order is not only damn near impossible, it's probably also not healthy. But we will at least try to touch upon the bigger bullet points today and also try and cover some news that has nothing to do with any of this, because I think we could all use some of that.
Yeah.
Now, for starters, it's going to be a long 4 years. We're all deeply aware of that. But what if it was a long 8 years instead?
Oh.
Sounds twice as bad if you ask me.
Yeah.
But there's a few things luckily standing in the way of that. For starters, Trump is old and doesn't lead a very healthy lifestyle. He'll be 82 at the end of this term and would be 86 if he stuck around an extra 4 years, hypothetically. But more importantly, presidents aren't allowed to serve more than 2 terms in this country. I mean, they used to be, with FDR famously getting elected 4 times in a row and serving just over 12 years before dying in office. But he's the only one who ever even
this
thought
thing
to try
where they're
that.
talking about
And once he was dead, Congress quickly got to work on the
proposed
22nd
third
Amendment,
term.
which
This
added
isn't
term
real.
limits to the presidency.
But those amendments are so pesky.
Yeah.
We're going to be doing a lot of work, folks.
We're going to fix things.
Now, as great as FDR's extra-large presidency was, these days most people agree that, yeah, 8 years in office is enough. But most people does not include diehard Trump supporters who would like to see their favorite president live out the rest of his natural life as president. So it's not really any surprise that it only took a few days in this new administration before someone formally proposed tweaking the 22nd Amendment to allow Trump to run for president again in 2028. Here's CNBC. A Republican House member introduced a resolution Thursday to amend the U.S. Constitution to allow President Donald Trump and any other future president to be elected to a 3rd term in the White House. Trump has proven himself to be the only figure in modern history capable of reversing our nation's decay and restoring America to greatness. And he must be given the time necessary to accomplish that goal, said Representative Andy Ogles of Tennessee, who proposed extending the current maximum of 2 elected terms.
Yeah, and here's the details, the funny little details on how that would work exactly. Ogles' resolution is tailored specifically to permit Trump to serve a 3rd term, but not to allow 3 out of the 4 living former presidents to serve 3rd terms. No person shall be elected to the office of the president more than 3 times, nor be elected to any additional term after being elected to 2 consecutive terms, the amendment states. The former presidents Bill Clinton, George W. Bush, and Barack Obama all served 2 consecutive terms, and thus would be barred from being elected to a 3rd term. But not Trump, who is the first president since Grover Cleveland in 1892 to be elected to a second non-consecutive term. And listen, I got to say, very clever, sir. Very clever. You're very clever rules you've set here.
I'm sure this was put down to paper, and they said, "Oh, wait, hold on. Obama's still young enough to go back in for another term."
I mean, not that Obama would
this
even
didn't happen.
want the job
Nobody's
again
really
at this
doing
point,
this.
but there's definitely lots of Dems who would be begging him to come back for a third term. Not really for what he is, but more for what he represents, the before times. I want to go back.
Yeah.
And this law, the way it's written, would prevent that while allowing a third Trump term.
Yes, very particularly written. Now, this is, of course, pretty alarming news.
Yeah, I don't like that.
But thankfully, this is really just one of the hundreds of Republicans in Congress trying to get Trump's attention by being a total sycophant. Amending the Constitution is actually pretty difficult, and that's for good reason. You need 2/3 of both the House and Senate to vote in favor of it. Then 3/4 of the states, 38 states in total, they all need to ratify it. Republicans currently control the House and Senate, but not nearly by 2/3. And while around 2/3 of state legislatures are currently controlled by Republicans, that's nowhere near 3/4. So it's not going to happen, at least by the current rules in place with Article 5 of the Constitution. And Article 5 could theoretically be amended, but it would face the same hurdles as changing the 22nd Amendment. Now, that's not to say that these assholes won't try to bend the Constitution to their whims in various ways over the next 4 years. But at least right now, this is thankfully just one congressman sending Trump a love letter. Though again...
A real pick-me, this Andy Ogles.
Yeah, well, again...
It literally, it's the I would have voted for Obama a third time from Get Out, but for Trump and in real life.
Yeah. That congressman, by the way, is someone who we've covered before for getting caught doing a George Santos by repeatedly telling a bunch of lies about his educational and professional background, claiming to be an economist and former cop, when it turns out that he's neither of those things.
Yeah, that was a fun one.
Uh-huh.
It was fun when the George Santos period, that was a fun year.
Yeah.
Much funner than this year so far.
Well, with the Trump third term thing, all of this stuff is just performative, because if he wanted to, and thank goodness he is actually probably physically incapable of doing so, but if he wanted to, at the end he would just be like, nah, I think I'm just going to stay president. And
I mean, he tried that once, and it was a whole thing.
Yeah, but then he was kind of reaffirmed by getting reelected. It's very sketchy.
I mean, this is also an idea being planted in Trump's head that maybe he'll latch on to. It's just very funny, like less than a week into his presidency, being like, he needs 8 years.
Yeah. I don't know if I got it. We got to get Elon's friend who maps his boners through his night's sleep on the phone to figure out if I can live forever.
And, if the tragic happens, we need to upload President Trump's consciousness to a ChatGPT agent.
Yeah.
And we need to write a law that allows an AI to run the country.
Oh, God, in the perfect sci-fi world, Elon Musk downloads Trump via Neuralink into his own brain.
So he can finally have some Riz?
Yeah, and also technically I'm American. I can be the president now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways, one more Trump term is still more than enough time for him to make a big old mess. And he wasted no time on day one of his term signing a flurry of executive orders to advance his agenda. Thing is, luckily, much like in his first term, a lot of these EOs seem to be blatantly unconstitutional, or at least very open to legal challenges, thanks in large part to how shoddily they're written, with some even speculating that generative AI may have been used. We don't know that for sure, but
it's a lot of writing.
It's a lot. I mean, it was a big fucking stack of shit, and obviously they had a lot of that pre-written, but a lot of people with legal expertise are like, who the hell wrote this? So, regardless of whether a human wrote it, one of Trump's EOs targeting trans and non-binary people seems to have inadvertently made everyone in the United States a woman in the eyes of the law.
All right.
He tried to de-trans America, but now everyone, including himself, is a she-her. And if you don't like it, you can get out.
That's right. That's what Trump said.
Here's Mashable explaining what we're talking about.
Entitled, Defending Women from Gender Ideology Extremism and Restoring Biological Truth to the Federal Government.
Calm down.
Trump's executive order concerning gender identity states that the U.S. government only recognizes two sexes, male and female. It also provides explicit definitions of each, which are to be applied to all interpretations of law. Sex shall refer to an individual's immutable biological classification as either male or female, Trump's executive order declares. Female means a person belonging, at conception, to the sex that produces the large reproductive cell. Male means a person belonging at conception to the sex that produces the small reproductive cell. Though Trump's goal to impose a binary nature of sex may seem clear, the specific wording, technicalities, and application of his executive order are far from it.
Conception is the point when sperm and egg join, otherwise known as fertilization. Regardless of whether they have an XX, XY, or an alternate chromosome pattern, all human fetuses' sex organs are identical at conception in that they have none. Fetuses subsequently develop in the same manner as each other, regardless of their chromosomes, until approximately 6 to 7 weeks after conception, at which point the Y chromosome typically expresses itself by inducing the development of testes. If a Y chromosome does not do this, the fetus will continue to develop female genitalia. Basically, the early default configuration of a human fetus is female. If we were to assign a sex at conception as per Trump's executive order, all of them would be.
Okay, just doing some testing and stuff. It doesn't look like it's capturing audio. Doesn't seem to be. There is drag, but it's coming from the computer itself, not from the streaming.
Be female.
They kind of got to do that because his supporters all very adamant that life starts at conception, and therefore that is when your sex should be assigned.
This is very exciting for our channel specifically because, like, for years, and I don't know how accurate YouTube's analytics are, it's been very lopsided in the viewership.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, it's all boys. There's a couple girls watch it, but it's mostly boys. But now, finally, we have a 100% female audience, and I love that.
I can't wait to try so many makeup products to sell you guys.
Yeah.
Finally, free makeup, free concealer for me.
It's going to be so good for our ads. They're always like trying to make us sell man stuff, but now we get to sell lady stuff, and that's cool.
Lumi instead of Mando.
That's right.
Anyways, this is obviously very silly, but it really underlines how ignorant of actual reproductive science that the right is. Not only on the topic of abortion, but also on this topic, and probably a lot of others.
A lot of them.
There's simply nothing even resembling a human being for quite a while after conception. But here they are authoritatively pretending there's microscopic dicks and vaginas the moment a sperm lands on an egg. Like they have a cartoon playing in their brain of what it's like.
The sperm touches the egg and then the dong shoots out.
Yeah,
or it doesn't.
I saw it on one of those cartoons they showed in the 70s in class. I know it.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's all real fun. We all laughed. It was great. This also, of course, underlines their total ignorance of intersex people whose chromosomes aren't a simple XX or XY and wouldn't neatly fall into their binary gender categories. A group that makes up approximately 1.7% of the population, or somewhere around 5.5 million people in this country. A lot of those people simply assume a male or female gender identity at an early age, despite not anatomically or chromosomally fitting into either box. And the simple solution is to just let them do that. But it's not clear what the hell they're supposed to do under laws like this.
Yeah, how does that, I mean, like the intersex example is the perfect one, because it's like, they don't fit into either box, so yeah, they do just assume one or the other, and technically, I guess they're not, but also who the fuck cares? And it's all just very upsetting. The stuff they're trying to do to the trans community is one of many things they're trying to do, but it's just so fucking stupid, and really pisses me off.
Yeah, no, it's inhumane.
Because,
it's disgusting.
My stance on all of this, even from the earlier days when I was definitely like uninformed and shit, has just always been like, listen, no matter how like strange this might seem to you, like who the fuck cares? It's just people trying to live their lives and be happy. Mind your own fucking business. And that's like kryptonite to these people. They cannot mind their own fucking business.
They hear anything like this, and they're just like, they must be sitting in bathrooms waiting to strike.
Yeah, no,
it's just like, where did that come from?
It's very revealing that these people are constantly thinking about other people's genitalia.
Yeah.
Which I'm like, if they're thinking about trans people's genitalia, are they also thinking, like, just everyone they come across, are they imagining what they're packing down there? It's a really weird way to live.
Yeah, well, also in the language of it, it's worded very heavily on like protecting women, which is ironic coming from this administration in particular.
Yeah.
Obviously, Yeah, we're getting rid of trans stuff.
Yeah, everyone's getting a little bit of what they wanted from, or his supporters are.
Yeah.
The rest of us, no.
No, this is awful. This is going to result in, well, certainly emotional harm, but probably physical harm to people.
No,
too.
like the actual scientists who study this are like, you are going to literally kill people. And
who are absolutely terrified every day to live their lives.
Yeah, trans people just have it too easy. We need to take them down a peg. Shut the fuck up. But speaking of Republicans not understanding really basic reproductive science, we've already covered one piece of troll legislation today with that term limits law, but we've got some more troll legislation for you, this time from the other side of the aisle. It's got even less of a chance of passing, but it's much more entertaining. Here's NBC News. Mississippi State Senator Bradford Blackman, a Democrat, introduced a bill this week that would seemingly ban men from masturbating or engaging in other sexual acts when they have no intent to fertilize an embryo.
Okay.
The bill, titled the Contraception Begins at Erection Act, would make it unlawful for a person to discharge genetic material without the intent to fertilize an embryo. It includes exceptions for sperm donation and using contraception to prevent fertilization. The bill, introduced Monday, would impose fines of $1,000 for a first offense, $5,000 for a second offense, and $10,000 for any subsequent offenses. The bill is unlikely to pass the GOP-led legislature, but if it does and is signed into law by Governor Tate Reeves, a Republican, it would go into effect in July. Get the poison out while you can, Mississippi.
Gooners rise up.
Yeah.
It continues. In a statement to NBC affiliate WLBT of Jackson, Blackman referred to the high number of state legislative
there are more
bills introduced in
intersex
recent
people
years
than
that target
redheads.
women's access to reproductive health care, specifically
I don't
abortion
know
and
enough.
contraception. All across the country, especially here in Mississippi, the vast majority of bills relating to contraception and or abortion focus on the woman's role when men are 50% of the equation, he wrote. This bill highlights that fact and brings the man's role into the conversation. People can get up in arms and call it absurd, but I can't say that bothers me. So yeah, it's absurd, but
it's like one of those, okay, so by your logic,
yes,
it's a troll law.
Yeah, it's meant to stir maybe some self-reflection in the
I imagine
laws that you're passing.
being a Democrat in the Mississippi State Legislature, like, it's got to be brutal, and you got to have a little bit of fun sometimes.
I feel like this is one of the only tactics you could use to convince your constituents of what they're actually voting for on the other stuff that they're actually passing. Like, this is, I'm probably giving them too much credit, but yeah, this is a perfect example of controlling people's bodies.
Yeah, this is only going to work on Catholics, though.
Yeah.
They're the only ones that are kind of equal opportunity with this shit. Every sperm is sacred.
Now that's the problem. The Mormons that do the soaking, usually they had to pay someone to jump on the bed for them.
Pay them?
Yeah. I don't know.
Looking for a jumper.
And now they're gonna have to have someone, because they said you can use contraception in the act.
Someone else
you
to
put it in, and then stroke in between the two.
I didn't do anything.
Yeah. And nobody got pregnant.
Yeah.
They get creative over there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not a lot to do in Utah.
Mormon is like the most loophole-friendly religion. People are always trying to trick God.
If you can find one, they think it's very crafty.
God failed to consider.
Hey, but God made you smart enough to figure out a way to work around it, and we love you for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, truly one of God's creatures. So yes, of course, you get it. They're pointing out how absurd the other laws are. It's no more absurd than the idea that the second a sperm touches an egg, that's a human being. And that getting an abortion shortly thereafter is murder.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
The thing is, there's probably a minority of Republicans who'd be open to the idea. Probably Mike Johnson.
With all the anti-porn laws, like, yeah, it seems like they might at least be receptive to this.
So hopefully the fact that it's a Democrat who proposed it means it's rejected. Because if one of them came up with this idea themselves, we wouldn't be so sure. Maybe it would pass.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I'd be careful with these troll laws. This one's a little...
And we're gonna put
a little too close.
We're gonna put top men on the case. The priests are gonna be looking in to make sure that there's no funny business.
Yeah. You can always trust a priest.
Yeah, so leave your doors unlocked.
Yes. Anyways, in some other Trump news that's really not fun in any way, it's just news. Little Marco Rubio, our new Secretary of State, just ended nearly all U.S. foreign aid, with one very predictable exception. Can you guess what the exception is? I bet you can.
Egypt.
Here's NPR. Virtually all aid programs around the world that depend on U.S. funding will need to halt their operations because of a State Department memo issued on Friday to stop work. The internal memo, obtained by NPR, expands on President Trump's executive order issued on Monday to freeze foreign assistance for 90 days. The new instructions mean these programs will likely have to furlough or lay off employees and cease operations until a review determines whether they align with President Donald Trump's foreign policy agenda. Within 85 days, the government-wide comprehensive review of all foreign assistance shall be completed, and a report shall be produced to the Secretary of State for his consideration and recommendation to the President, according to the memo, which was signed by Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Exempt from the order, aid to Israel and Egypt, as well as emergency food.
And Egypt.
And
I love
yeah,
how they
first of
slide
all,
that
in case
in.
you think this is at least saving
Like
the
it's-
U.S. a ton of money, it's not.
They
Foreign aid
let
makes
it
about
sounding
1%
like
of the
it was
US
only
budget.
going to be
Drop in the
Israel.
bucket. So it's not going to have any effect here, but it'll have serious effects elsewhere, particularly Ukraine, which is apparently on its own for at least the next 3 months.
Yeah, it doesn't explicitly
Nice. I came in at the end of
mention
that fight and
Ukraine
got the
at
reward.
all. It's just by omission.
Love
We're
it.
left to conclude that, I mean, I guess they still have some stuff that's already been signed coming their way, but 90 days is a long time.
But it's not just Ukraine. The U.S. funds health programs around the world that treat serious diseases and provide immunizations. That's a net good for the world, considering the way that diseases can
Yeah, I thought we all learned about this.
Yes.
We learned quite a lesson about this
Diseases,
not too long
infectious
ago.
diseases, they don't really care about the borders.
Yeah,
They can travel all across the world.
Can't build a wall to keep polio out.
But those programs have all been halted. It also halts funding to programs focused on education, development, job training, anti-corruption, and security assistance. And it's the kind of thing that, sure, you'd want to audit on a regular basis to ensure the money's being spent properly, but no, just shutting it all down without prior notice, too.
Yeah, and it's going to save us a whopping, I mean, less than 1%, because the 1% includes the aid to Israel that they're
Which I'm sure
keeping
it's
on.
Certainly a lot of it.
Yeah, very cool. Very cool. So that sucks. What else is there to say? But here's a tiny bit of good news, and we promise this is the only time that Elon Musk is going to come up today. Just this once. So Trump's presidency so far hasn't been really all that different from what you'd expect after living through his first term, but one key difference is the willingness of America's most prominent billionaires to just line up and lick the boot in exchange for influence over how the government is run. Elon's definitely the biggest example of this, with him and his various minions reportedly having tremendous influence over Trump's transition team, and Elon literally having a job on the Doge team. But Bezos and Zuckerberg and the rest getting up on stage with Trump on Inauguration Day and also very publicly lending their support to him has really solidified.
And money.
Yeah, and lots of money. It's really solidified that this is a regime by and for the oligarchy. And good news, most people aren't too keen on that, which you would expect, but the polling shows that, yeah, even people who voted for Trump were like, yeah, a little too much Elon for me.
Yeah,
which is nice.
It's a little bit of the same thing that we got a peek into the world after what happened in November with that Italian boy, where everyone was just kind of like, I mean...
That good Italian boy.
So yes, this is very telling that it crosses party lines that people just do not like billionaires.
It is kind of like, we've been so, like, especially with his ownership of Twitter, it's like, it's very hard to get a real gauge on.
Okay, now that the viewers dropped off, I'm going to take a quick break and I'm going to come back and stream gaming for anyone who's still around. So I'll be back in like 30 minutes.